Time for Mog.
GG's. Sonic.
GG.
Oh.
GG's for Team Mog.
GG's
FF8
Mog.
is a go.
Bringing it home.
Heart's
Let's see
pounding like
this.
it was before the race started.
GG's, dude.
Let's go Zayden.
Yeah, let's
Go
see this
Zayden.
invincible moon. I got my
Cyrus
fingers
also
crossed
running
so hard.
towards the fire boss now.
Yeah, Cyrus
Yep.
taking the walk of hopefully not shame.
Okay, the
Okay,
gravity
there it is.
probably helped. Yes! It worked!
Okay.
There it is.
There it is.
Invincible
Third
moon.
time's a
Invincible
charm.
moon.
Let's go.
My God.
Go.
Yeah. Here
There
we
it
go.
is. 9,000
Worth
steps.
it.
We're here.
9,000 steps later.
9,000
right here,
steps,
Invincible
2
Moon
attempts.
strats, everybody. First time on
I
relay.
love it.
This is amazing.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
So
I
are
think
you
the
telling-
gravity really helped there because the crisis level
With
was
the crisis
again. Yeah.
So are
Definitely.
you telling me if I walk my dog 9,000 steps that I too can get Invisible Moon IRL?
Yes. Yes. So to answer your question, Iranor, absolutely, because I was doing these strats for no J, no L, and I spent like a day of trying to do it with just like normal health values, and I spent another day getting Petrifying Squall and getting the other 2 people down to 1 health. So absolutely, that was like, I mean,
Yeah.
who's to say that it could have happened not at 1, but I would say that definitely
You are a
helps
madman.
little
I
bit.
mean, I wonder if it's worth just killing off Selfie as well. So you have one
That's-
on, like 2
that's-
people on 1
Yep.
health, because if someone dies, you cannot do anything anyway because you don't have item, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's really hard to say if killing Selfie is like manageable with like how fast the boss is and like what you're trying to accomplish, like getting through. I think it could, but it might be hard. I don't know. We'll have to ask Sidon, I think.
Paid off. 9,000 steps. A
Awesome.
Cerberus fight paid off, my friends.
Zayden is
I'm so
one
happy.
phase ahead of Sayo.
hmm
Oh
Sayo's
no.
oh no!
No!
I died.
Oh,
Not like
no!
this.
Come
My
on.
goodness.
You can't res.
You can't revive.
You can't res. Don't have resurrection.
You can try though.
Oh, there's you
Ah.
can't. It's a miss. Oh, that
I
flare.
always forget a
That
little bit.
hurts.
What is happening?
Taking 2.
Ultimecia is just
Griever's
Yeah.
being very, very
That's
annoying,
outcurved.
mates.
That's 3. That's 3 like egregious like spells being cast like before ATB could be recovered there, and that's the chances.
I want the end, by the way.
if it happens, like
Oh, he looking.
if
Yeah.
he raw dogs the end here, I'm gonna be so upset.
He's
Like,
looking
so
for it, my
upset.
friends.
If I see fire, water at the end, I'm gonna be so mad.
Give it. Come on, you can give it to him.
I-
Game.
I know real quick, we're coming up towards the end of our run, so I know FF3 is getting ready to start, so should we allow the FF3 crew to introduce themselves?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hello, I am part of FF3 crew.
Oh no,
my
you're
name is,
here.
yeah, my name
The
is
local
Retract that statement.
my name is Amart. Hello. Would the other 2 commentators like to say hello?
Hey, Mart, I'm Zero, and I'm also commentating for FF3.
Hello, I'm also Amart. No wait, hey Amart, I'm Captain. I'm also commenting.
I am Amart. No, I am Amart.
Kind of crazy because I'm also Amart. I feel like this
Oh.
is an episode of The Walking Dead.
I am Amart.
I am not Amat, but I have to run, so
Sorry, everyone. I'm just Team Nikki. Sorry.
Team Nikki.
I mean, who isn't? Let's be honest.
I'm team Invincible Moon. So.
I mean, after that, absolutely.
After this, oh my goodness, that hype. Right, we're on
So,
final phase for Zayden.
Does Invincible Moon wear off, or is it just for the remainder?
Definitely wears off.
Yeah.
If it
Yeah.
remained, that would be so cool. I think there's like a BGH2 fight where I have to get like 130-ish Renzos, and I have to Invincible Moon 3 times throughout the fight. So, ugh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say no to that one,
Yeah,
Chief.
just save yourself. All right, the APM are coming out before the 5 hits.
Did you
Because
just
I-
tell an
And with the
FF9
crisis
runner to
level at
save
95, you don't even need an aura.
himself?
All right, Wheat and Posse, let's do it.
All right, that's
Okay, 3 hits
2
left.
attacks. 1. You don't need to wait for a baby.
Time. It will not wait.
You gotta be careful with saying those words. You said the T word, and I was like, ugh.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
All
My
right,
eyes only
we're almost
bulged out
at the
briefly.
T word there for
Okay,
Zayden
last
though.
set will be
Right.
Renoir.
Time.
All right. GG, Zayden, go Team Tonberry.
And time.
Got it.
GG.
GG's.
So good. So good. And the fact that Renoa hit the last hit on an invincible moon strat.
Was very slow. I mean, what?
It was. I think what you meant to say was worth it.
Did it for the viewers.
Did it for the Vine. Thank you, Zayden.
Yeah. Thank you, Zayden. GG for Team Tonberry.
Yeah.
Very, very
Awesome.
good run. I loved
It
that.
was
Love
very
the-
great.
I love the variation
Uh,
of the strat
I
that we're all
was
used to
30
seeing.
seconds ahead of PB at the start of the castle, and now I'm plus 12 minutes.
Oh no!
Oof.
You can blame Griever on that though. If Griever didn't smack Renoa in the face, he would have been fine.
All right,
It was
Sion
very
unlocking
awesome,
item
though.
here.
But
That was the last
also,
one.
yeah, Sia was also very unlucky with the
Yep.
death
I was
of
like-
Irvine there.
It's been rough out here with the Griever attack.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
usually 5 Fantasy 8 is a little bit nicer to people. I
Not
want to
today,
say,
though.
yeah, not today.
Yeah, this is rough.
I think it's the prayers from Team Close Race.
Oh yeah, everyone was
That's
praying
who
for
did
that.
it. I knew it. They put that juju on us.
How dare they?
There's someone trying to
Be
make
nice for my
everything
heart to-
meld a little bit. If the gods of Team Close Race could maybe not violently swing it in the other direction, that would be great. I understand you're
Not-
trying to balance, but please, it's too far.
Not often is FF8 the great equalizer. It's usually like FF5 or FF1
Yeah.
or something like that. Like 8
Or
is not usually the
10-2.
neutral. 10-2. So it's good to see. It's good to see. I think it was in a nice spot in the relay. It's usually like first or last. It's good where it was at.
Let's wish Sia good
All right,
luck.
Let's
go,
go,
Team
Sayo.
Choco.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Good luck for this. You don't
Thank
need
you
the
for all the seed
Griever.
checks. That is so kind.
I feel like how this ended will turn potential runners a bit off.
Yes. This is not normal.
This is a fluke.
Yeah, this is not normal.
This is
Normally
it's-
No.
it's very nice to you.
yeah. This will never happen to you, Smile.
Don't try, I
Wait.
am at home.
Play our game, Smile. Look at that ATB. gorgeous.
Amazing. Already starting off so good.
It's not like he has initiative or anything. I forgot that as I was saying it, and I was like, never mind.
It's been a long day.
We're multiple hours into this, and I'm ready.
Ready for my heart to stop racing?
Never. Ready to see this this fight go off without a hitch.
Yep.
Here he comes.
We've controlled that many times.
The great equalizer right here. Let's not go 4-4.
Yeah, so we actually didn't explain the normal
Very nice.
strat. So Aura Stone will give Irvine Aura, which means he can use his limit anytime. Doesn't matter how much HP, crisis level, whatever. And then we also use Hero on 2 characters, or a Holy War if you got it, that would be on all 3, to make them invincible. So we're safe and just shoot. And then it's just Irvine doing damage.
It's so nice when you get what just happened to Sayo is when you could you go into phase 2 and 2 ATBs just pop up like instantly.
You just
so
ready.
first person go to Aura Stone, second person
so
go to Hero.
mad.
I
Never
bet,
had
buddy.
that happen to me before, man. No, it's all cool from here. It's like easy going from here.
Said there's
There
a
was
first
some-
for everything.
Yeah.
3 Griever snipes.
Ugh.
3 Griever
Just relay
snipes tonight.
tings. Just relay tings. I was closing that gap so slowly.
Yep.
You weren't the only
Griever
person to
did the
get
same
flare
things.
deaths
No,
at Irvine.
I saw
2 of those.
I saw a little bit of Zayden.
That's
needing to
crazy.
reset, but I'm really
Yeah.
happy that we got to see alternate strats.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Invisible
yeah.
Moon. And like going for it, like, a third time, we're gonna make this work, and we made it work. Was able to close it out.
Zayden is actually right in pointing out that the one attempt in normal strats he would also have died with that flare or whatever that was.
Yeah. Phase
Also, I
3.
love
Here
that
we
track.
go.
Yeah. Damn it, all true. Yeah, I got 2 Holy Wars in my practice run yesterday. Wasted it.
Wasted all that good luck.
So the final phase can go wrong, I've heard.
I'm a little worried because Selfie hit like a 100 and something against Tiamat in my first attempt of Tiamat, and I know now that you need to deal 200 damage to proc dialogue. So
I thought it was 100.
hoping
It's 100.
that was-
It's 100.
Thought it
It's
was
100. Okay.
Yeah, it's 100. You're fine.
You have to delete 105 times because
I remember it had to be those
Alright,
triple
thank
digits.
goodness. Thank goodness.
yeah, you're safe with the selfie hits.
And now Selfie's gonna hit a 99. I know it.
Yeah. All of the threshold with
why
their
wouldn't it
spirit
happen?
value at what it is. Yeah.
99 problems and your damage roll is 1.
Exactly. Hit Ultimisia.
Yeah, Artemisia is in general a very interesting concept of random party and then switching them out if they stay dead for a certain amount of time, and then the 5 hits at the end you need to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just her, her 4 phases that do kind of vastly different things. Like the final phase does that Last Judgment. Last Judgment, I think, whatever that name is. That brings her HP down to 1 HP. Like
Hell's
that's
Judgment.
weird. That's Lost Judgment.
Yeah.
That's like a weird one, right? And it doesn't really do much until after until after Apocalypse. So it's like a weird battle, but I like it.
Arguably, it doesn't make much sense to do the judgment thing 2 times in a row. But
That's
Yeah, I don't
unfortunate.
really.
All right. That's the one. We're almost there. On Team Choco.
Getting this APMO in. Depleting 100 health 5 times, and that'll do it for us here at the FF8
Yep.
booth.
Started blast.
So in there. Start blasting.
Yeah, before we go, I just wanted to say thanks to the Relay for organizing this event again, and for allowing us to represent FF8, and to all of
thanks,
you who...
thanks for having like everyone for jumping in on commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
everyone
thank
seemed
you.
to love it. I didn't get to
Yeah.
listen to a great deal of it, but I know that we had some great people.
You will be.
But yeah, thanks for having us as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
Just
thank you.
Yes.
So
enjoy the rest of the runs. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. You know.
all right, time's
Be
coming up
safe.
for me.
Yep, I'm
Yep.
getting
Be
ready to
safe, make good
split.
decisions.
Don't do
Not
anything
the
I wouldn't do.
baby.
Team
baby.
Choco representative,
Make it
get ready,
baby.
mate. That's all right. We're coming
The
in.
baby.
Coming in for Final Fantasy 3. Coming here down to the Final Fantasy Relay at the RPG Limit Break Twitch stream. Coming in about 3, 2, time!
Thank you, everyone.
GG's.
It's a massive
GG's.
Let's go,
tune.
Team Mog.
GG's, everybody.
GG's.
Mog
Yeah,
champ.
Good luck, FF3
GG's to
crew.
Yeah.
all the
easy.
Like
runners.
FF3.
Bye.
Good luck, FF3.
Go.
Good luck,
Good luck.
commentators, and
Good
thanks
runners.
for having me again on comms for this game. See y'all.
Later.
Right. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So we jump in, and Team Mog is already 17 minutes in, but we can start from beginning now of where Choco is at. In fact, Tonberry's just killed Jet. Never mind. I thought it was the. I was hoping
Yeah,
it was the other side of the boss, but it is not.
Yeah. Both Nikki and Karma got through Jin relatively easily, from what I saw. So for runners, we have KaguyaNicky for Team Mog. We have Rupan for Team Choco, and IonicKarma for Team Tonberry. Yeah, FF3 has a job system where you can change between different jobs that do different things in and outside of battle. This is the Pixel Remaster version, and here we can freely swap between jobs without any kind of penalty, unlike in the 3D versions.
Indeed. So, what job have we currently started as on Team Choco?
So yeah, Team Choco. The game starts as all of your characters are Onion Knights, which is the weakest job of the game to begin with, but will eventually grow to be the strongest one if you put in a lot of effort. This is a speedrun though, so we don't have time for that, so we're gonna ditch them as soon as we can.
Wow. Can't believe the Onion Knight won't grow to be relevant. This is a disaster. I didn't actually know that it got to be the strongest, which I guess probably shows how fast I blitzed through FF3, where I didn't notice that.
I don't know. I have never done it either, so I think it's something like you need something like Onion Gear or something that's probably really hard to get. I've never done it myself, but I've heard legends of it.
Yeah, you can get Onion Gear pretty late in the game, but for the Onion Knights to start really kicking off at level, I think it's 93, they get 999, or sorry, just 99 in all stats. So it's pretty late in the game.
Okay, so it's more of a meme than it is anything particularly important, because by the time you've gotten to level 90 plus, everything in the game is strong. Even the conventionally weak jobs will be very powerful if you give them 90 levels.
Yep. But yeah, Rupan is just done with the first. I guess it's a boss. It has a boss theme and boss animation and stuff. The land turtle, which is just a simple case of well, the Onion Knights cannot do much but attack, so that's what they did. But actually, Rupan used the Antarctic Wind to make that fight a little bit faster, but that comes with the cost of other things being scarier later.
So what things become scarier as a result of using it now?
Well, you only have one available for Jin, which is the next boss, and well, you can. There's also a strategy of using them later for Hein. If you get good start on a Jin fight, you may opt to not use them. I saw at least Nikki used her Antarctic Winds on the Jin. I did not see what Karma did, but I assume, yeah, at least in a marathon setting, you would use them there.
Yeah, Jin can become pretty bad if you get on the wrong side. Hein, on the other hand, can just wait a turn.
Yeah.
Wait for that weakness to change cycles.
Exactly, and not to whiplash too hard, but if you look at the top left for Team Mog, we see that Nikki is currently running with some very tiny lads across the screen. So like, why are they tiny? Where are they going?
Yeah, so in this game there are multiple effects that happen on Overworld, where you can't get to certain places without having a certain status on all of your party members. So in this case it's Mini. You have to have Mini on to be enter the village of Tozus, and then you also need Mini to enter the Nepto Cave or Nepto Temple or whatever you call it, which is where Nikki is right now. And so you have to be on the Mini status. On Mini status, you basically don't do any physical damage, but the magic still works. So that's why Nikki has both of her characters as black mages. As with black mages, they can still deal damage while Mini'd.
Yeah, quite the contrast. I know Mini in later versions also affects magic. It's interesting in 3 that it doesn't affect magic.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rupan is at in the first real dungeon of the game, the Sealed Cave, where he's using 3 monks. Different jobs have different HP growth in these games, and getting levels as monks gets you a lot more HP than being a black mage, for example. And that's why in early game we want our monks to be, our characters to be monks, so that they have more HP for later. And this is getting a little bit scary, as the first dungeon is pretty scary, especially those mummies that use the move called Poison, which just deals a lot of damage and gives you poison. So Rupan is opting to heal the poison of his characters, which is probably a wise move here. And enemies in Sealed Cave are undead, so you can use potions to deal damage to them. Unfortunately though, these skeletons and mummies have a little bit more than 50 HP, so you need 2 potions each, so they are a little bit slow to kill. And also they give a relatively low amount of XP, so they are pretty much the worst encounters to get. But now Rupan reached level 5, so he swaps the monks to front row and starts attacking with them, both to save potions and time on animations. So the fights will go a little bit faster, and also if you get good enough damage rolls, you can also one-shot the mummies and skeletons now. As he gets deeper into the dungeon.
Yep, indeed. And then once you can stop potioning things as well, because everyone's a monk, you can just start punching things instead. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, another nice thing about having monks is that they deal very good damage without any weapons, so you don't need to invest money. Like you don't really get access to any. Ooh, that triple sleep. That's
oh boy.
FF3 being FF3. Mm-hmm. The early game in FF3 is also really brutal because you have no Phoenix Downs available at all in the game, other than like unless you get really lucky and get a random drop from an enemy. So you can't revive your if characters die, you can't revive them, and yeah. So, at the moment, there's one character who's dead on purpose because that way the remaining 3 get more experience.
Yeah, I'm just looking through some of the names of the team just to see who is the unlucky party member who is going to be dead for almost the entirety of the rest of the run. The character in the 4th position now who's dead will be dead for most of it.
It's for a good cause, Chris.
I wouldn't say for most of it, because they will become the star of the fight. The star of the run.
Yeah.
Hiroshige dying there. That's. I wonder if Rupan is gonna go for. Yeah, no, he's opting to reload. Fighting Jin with just 2 party members is asking for trouble. But good thing he quick saved before. And he's trying to get an extra encounter here to get an extra level for extra HP, because at level 6, which is what Rupan is at right now, Jin can just one-shot your party members.
Yeah, and in the early game, during some of the dungeons, a lot of these screens are really quite long. So it is worth quick saving along the way, just to make sure that if you die, or if someone dies in the 3rd encounter, you can still just reload the quick save and off you go. But it kind of varies per dungeon just how long the screen is. Like if you look at the top left now for Team Morgan, Nikki, we're in the tower, and a lot of these screens are very, very brief. There's a lot of them, and there's like 8-9 floors or something, but you blitz through them relatively quickly.
Yeah, Pixar Masters, for those that don't know, nice new addition to it. You have the option of quick saving anywhere on the floor, as well as auto saves at every new room or screen, essentially. So good little backup for Pixar Master that can be used to kind of just keep things going in a speedrun.
So Rupan is done with Jin now. That is he got a little bit unlucky, and 2 of his characters died, but he was still able to win, which is the most important thing. But because he now has 2, he needs 2 characters alive, and as there's still no access to Phoenix Down, which means that he will now need to take a healing spring and recovery spring, and to revive all of his party members, which then means that he will need to kill off 2 of those party members, so that he can get more experience for the other 2.
I'm just looking through everyone's rooms right now. Looks like Nicky's gone for local lad.
I wonder what that's a reference to.
I have no idea. Rounds it off with Morgan Kuno. So the dead character now will be. Yeah. No, sir. But The dead character right now, as Zero alluded to later, will be the star of the show later and will be the phoenix that rises from the ashes. So I can't wait for Kuno to be the main carry. It looks like Karma for Tonberry has Karma.
Harry? Does that say?
Yeah, it looks like Karma, Carry, Feathers, and Aiko.
Alright. Karma is now getting to Giant Rat, who's who can be nasty. He can use level like tier 2 spells like Tandara and Fyra, and if he uses them a lot on a single target, that's probably that's a really bad thing. Ooh, that. Okay.
2 attacks aren't ideal, but it's looking fine. Yeah, there you go.
Using an Antarctic wind there, that's interesting. I've never seen that before.
It can happen. I think I've seen it before, right? But I've seen it.
You can also pick up a few extra later on.
Yeah. I'm just trying to rack my brain for what Feathers is a reference to. You guys got any ideas? Unless it's just like Loki,
like a Chocobo reference?
Choco. Yeah. But then there's no Mog. I don't know. Maybe that's Kerry. Is there a Moogle called Kerry? Probably not, because they all begin with M. Yeah.
Kerry is Marilys.
Oh.
But it's not Carry with like an A. It's Carry like ERRY. So
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, Nicky's fighting Medusa. Medusa can also be a bit of a troll sometimes, but looks like the fight is going very well.
Yeah, this is fortunately one of those versions where gold needles are pretty cheap, so one of the things they stocked up on to help with Medusa's stare.
Yeah.
Which is actually somewhat of a mercy sometimes with how high these Fyras can cast.
Yeah, a lot of the early game bosses will just be, you have a few uses of a very powerful spell, and then after a while you'll have to just revert back to Fire and Blizzard, depending on the boss, and hope that the boss doesn't flatten you in the meantime.
I like to think of it as a subtle nod to the FF1 Black Mage route. The Black Mages are just carrying you pretty hard early game.
Oh yeah, this run and the FF1 run have a lot of common themes.
Yeah, so 3, they decided to bring back the experience system compared to 2, where they had just unofficial levels, but we'll get official levels back, as well as, like Zero said, the job system. So we'll be leveling up both the character themselves and also the individual jobs, which will become very important at the end.
And took a brief look across, and it looks like Rapan for Team Choco has named all of his characters after fellow Japanese runners, which is quite nice. I didn't quite see who the, I guess, unlucky and lucky individual to be in 4th place.
It's
Like
Muchiha.
it's Muchiha, okay. Muchiha will be doing 6 at the end of the relay.
Yeah, Muchiha ran this last year in the relay, so I think it's fitting that he's the one who's gonna be carrying the run at the end.
Carrying the torch spiritually, yeah. Rounded off with Seri, Hiroshige, and Akiyoshi. Okay, very nice.
And yeah, Rupan is working on his way through the Dragon's Peak, on the top of which we find Bahamut, who's way too strong for us at this point, but fortunately, you can flee the fight.
Yeah. Strong is a term for the Bahamut that we encounter this early in the game. We encounter late game FF10 Bahamut, and we show up as like level 10 mages and go,
Yeah, so
don't hit me too hard, please. I promise I've been good. Like,
Yeah, and you're guaranteed for Flea to work in that fight. It's if you have one character, you can survive if you get your turn in before Bahamut. But if you don't, then good luck. Well, not good luck. You're just dead. But you can try again to flee if that was the case. But as you can see, deals about 5 times our HP worth of damage.
Okay. We just saw Team Mog. This is the joy of random encounters there. Both black mages got petrified. Dead, just like that, to the back of the, to the beginning of the screen. off you trot. The FF3 says thanks for trying, and that's that.
Yeah, so both Nicky and Karma are killing all the random encounters they get on their way. Karma actually now has to swap to White Mage briefly to cast Toad on their party so that they can advance, and then immediately after they untoad themselves and change back to the Black Mage. Like, that's the White Mage's only use in this run, is to just sometimes you randomly have to swap to it to cast those overworld effect spells.
I just love how happy they are to be frogs. When they do change into frogs.
And Nicky is entering the Gutsko fight. Equipping shields for some extra safety, and then does the fight. Starts with fire and blizzard because at the beginning of the fight, or at high HP, Gutsko doesn't do that much damage. So Nicky's trying to get some chip damage in before before reaching that threshold.
At some point you're going to have to do this damage anyway, so you either do it like at the end or at the beginning, so you may as well try and get that damage in when it's not as scary, and then hope that Gutsko doesn't slap you. But I think Gutsko's threshold is quite high. I think it's 80% HP is what you have to cross, and then all of the scary stuff starts getting unlocked.
Yeah. And Rupan got through one of the scariest fights in the run, which is the first encounter in Tozu's tunnel. In that fight, you have to kill your 2 low-level party members. And then kill the encounter, and the enemies can hit really hard, and you still have no Phoenix Gems. So if one of the 2 characters who were left alive would have died, then that would have been really bad, but fortunately that did not happen. And in Tozu's tunnel, we didn't have time to talk about them for the other teams, but they are all grinding to level 12 so that they can have multiple spell casts of Fire and Tandara against a giant threat. You have to do it before you sleep at the inn at the Vikings Cove. Yeah, Nicky is working on her way back from the subterranean lake.
Do you notice anything like particularly odd about her screen at all, or does it just look normal?
Nah, it's fine. There's like just a shadow behind them, but I'm sure that's just their own shadow that's tailing them. Nothing.
Well, yeah, I mean,
nothing curious about that.
Whenever I like walk to the shops or just take a walk around a park or something, I always have like a little white line behind me that just follows me. I don't think much of it.
Yeah, that's just normal. But yeah, also you have to backtrack all the way back from Gutsko. There used to be a route where you would go and get teleport, but you had to go to Ancient Village for that, and that takes longer than backtracking from the cave, so we just don't do that anymore. And Karma is fighting Medusa.
Unlucky Petrify.
Petrify is... It's annoying, but it's not the biggest deal. The most annoyance for that is that you have to break your auto battle, and then you have to do the inputs again.
Yeah.
But the biggest threat is the
annoying
damage.
than it is, yeah, like terrifying.
Yeah. Like, Carrie is getting a little bit too...
1 HP! 1 HP! Oh my god! I have been around for too many of these moments this relay, man. 1 HP. Alright. Yeah, I always believed. The minute I saw that Thundara target, I was believing. 1 HP in a dream. Boy.
So we got Team Mog traveling through the Fire Cave. A lot of easy encounters here to take out with just Blizzard All. Some nice pickups like we talked about earlier. You can pick up some more wins in here, I believe.
And
a few potions. But just majority of these fights pushovers, but really good experience. Just kind of still ramping up.
Rupan is going to get some extra chests. I have no idea what's in them. I have never seen anyone pick them before.
Yep, same.
Neptune Temple left side?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just some heavy armor for money.
Okay. Yeah, I've pretty much... I've gone into that left hole once, and that was when I was platting this game. That was that.
Right, but Nicky is now at Salamander. Salamander is weak to ice. We used to go and get Blizzaga for this fight, but that's also a long trip, and we don't do that anymore either. So we have to do with Blizzard. So Nicky is first gonna spam Blizzard to until she needs to heal. Okay, so and then the one of her characters has Blizzara and the other one doesn't. So the one that has Blizzara will use Blizzara while the other one heals with high potions. And then once both of the Blizzard casts are used, then our Blizzard casts are being used, then back to Blizzard we go. Rupan is fighting the giant threat. Meanwhile, seems like the fight is went very well. No problems there.
Salamander goes down for Team Mog as well. It's all been relatively okay so far. There have been a few hiccups, but we haven't had any disasters.
Yeah.
Which is about as much as you can ask for from this game sometimes.
Yeah. As long as you commit to healing, Salamander is not too scary.
Yeah.
But what is scary, a little bit scary at least, is the Petrify on Karma screen. But he got through it as well, nicely.
Okay, there we go.
So on Mog's screen, we get new job classes having touched this new crystal. We throw off the old ways of the mage. Now we're taking up the thieves and scholars for the next jaunt. Thieves have an ability to easily flee, which makes encounters really fast, and scholars are going to be able to make great use out of those Antarctic winds, Zeus's wraths, and bomb fragments.
Yeah, so you can use element or damage dealing items with any job, but if you're on Scholar, you get like double damage. Also, I think the Scholar equipment also gives a small boost to it, but I'm actually not sure about that.
Yeah, so we have this moonwalking dwarf that just led us some chests. Some of that is the scholar gear. And a few other items to just help us with our journey.
I don't think we mentioned it so far, but in terms of like, you will have seen a few runners at this point stop and shop. They haven't really bought anything too exciting other than just like potions and Phoenix Downs, and then sell things that you've picked up for money.
Yeah, both Nicky and Karma are have reached the point by now where you can buy Phoenix Downs. So from now on, they can deal with party members dying. I think the original version you can never buy Phoenix Downs, but don't quote me on that. I've never played it.
I believe majority of the early Final Fantasies didn't really have the concept of a Phoenix Down.
Yeah, if you die, you have to waltz your merry way back to a town and get resurrected there.
Yeah, Karma's fighting Katsuko. Katsuko is not as scary as some other bosses earlier, mostly because we have actually some HP to deal with him, but there will be some scarier bosses later once we get more overleveled, because pretty much after Katsuko, we stopped leveling up. Like, it's just not worth it to kill enemies anymore, because we have like enough HP that we can survive.
Okay, we'll get these nice fleas from these thieves. What we will see on the Gutsuko fight compared to the Salamander fight is we are using Red Mages for both. The Salamander fight's more out of necessity, as Salamander can hit pretty hard, but at the cost of extra defense on the Red Mages, we do lose some of those spell slots the Black Mages have. So sometimes you might see a Black Mage taken into Gutsuko for just a few extra of the higher level casts.
Yeah. And Nicky is fighting Hein now. Hein changes his elemental weakness after 2 turns. And so you need to wait for that to happen.
Yeah, one thing we also want to hold on to, or hopefully hold on to, is the Zeus's Wrath for Kraken later on. So we're really hoping for a fire or ice weakness here.
Yeah, and unfortunately the study went before the barrier shift, so now Nicky has to try to study again. And then Nicky is also trying to kill the low-level character. You very much want that character to be dead so that it doesn't level up.
Usually it's dead at that point. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very unusual that the character
I'm
is
glad
alive.
that I had that extra item.
Yep.
There you go, and Hein goes down. Also, unfortunately, lightning, but I still think you have another pickup to do, and it's not the end of the world. Just don't get unlucky.
Yeah, so I think Nicky will now have 4 Zeus's Wraths for Kraken, which can kill Kraken, but if it doesn't, we can just finish the fight off with the bomb fragments that you didn't end up using at Hein, so that's totally fine. And Karma is going through the Molten Cave, or just started, picking up the 2 Antarctic Queens that we just saw Nicky use on Hein. Karma's fleeing from enemies now.
Very nice.
Fleeing is a little bit unreliable until you get the Thief job, and the Thief has the ability Scram, which allows you to instantly or guaranteed flee from encounters. And so what Nicky did then is she made one of her characters a knight, and the other two are thieves. One of the thieves she just revived him, so that the thief is at critical HP, and the knight protects critical HP characters from physical damage. So, this gives Nicky a guaranteed flee as long as the enemies don't use magic on the low HP thief. And Karma's fighting Salamander. Starting with Blizzards as usual. Until that's a little bit low HP. Okay. He's healing, yeah. That's fine.
Okay. I think
it should be
the range
be
of
okay.
most flames now.
Should be okay.
Yeah, 6 HP. It's fine. That looked scary, but it was probably okay most of the times. I imagine there are rolls where Kerry could have died, but I
would say that was calculated.
Yeah. It was calculated.
And Rupan just reached Medusa, so using Blizzara and Fyra. So one thing we didn't cover, I guess, is that we got the Fire and Ice Staff. So one of the mages has Fire Staff and one of them has the Ice Staff, and that's one of them is the one with the Fire Staff is casting Fire and Fyra, and the other one is casting Blizzard and Blizzara because they deal extra damage with it.
Yeah, this is the case in like a few of the earlier Final Fantasies. I know there are some which share the same trick of putting on a flame staff and throwing out fire in it, dealing like just a little bit more damage, just enough to get you over a hump.
I wonder which FF you are talking about.
I have no idea what you mean. Okay, Medusa goes down for Team Choco. There's been nothing too trolly so far. It's kind of going all right.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing. Literally nothing could go wrong. Caps, what do you? Nothing. I'll be adamant about this until something does go wrong, and then we'll have to, I don't know, change our mind or something.
What's up on our Kubo team here? We went to the dealership of Sid, traded in our old broken down boat for a nice convertible ship. We were able to fly off the Discworld down to the main world and start exploring this world of water. Kevin Costner.
It seems like Rupan is doing the making the trip to Gusal, which the other two runners did not. So from Gusal you can buy the spell Blizzaga, which deals a lot more damage on Gutsko and Gutsko and Salamander, especially Salamander, so you can get through that fight without needing the heal and a little bit faster. You can also pick up the Shuriken, which sells for 30,000 gil, which the other two runners are also picking up, but only later when they have the airship, or I guess Nicky already picked it up. And Karma will soon.
Yeah, pretty much the best thing that can happen to speed around that Shuriken, selling for just a load of gil early game.
Yeah, in a very accessible and easy to get to place once the game opens up a little bit as well. If the Shuriken wasn't there, you would probably have to get a whole bunch of different pickups from a whole bunch of different places. So, thank you, devs, for putting a Shuriken there. You really did us speedrunners a solid.
And Nicky has gotten both of her thieves to critical HP, and since most of the enemies are just using physicals, there's like one enemy in the Cave of Tides that can use magics. She's very well equipped to flee everything and not have to do any extra heals. Then before the fight, she swapped to Scholars, and I will now be spamming Zeus's Wraths on Scholars. And I hope that 4 is enough to kill, but if not, as mentioned before, it's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, they can low roll, and like damage variance is pretty wild in this game. We saw on Hein that one of the Zeus's Wrath did 700 and the next one did 1400, so it can swing pretty crazily, but I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Oh boy, that's a roll. That is one of the rolls of all time.
And the next one did 1400. Yeah, that's not that good of damage. Yeah, so, but it should be fine. Just the bomb fragment should still be enough to kill. I hope, at least.
Okay, Disorder goes out on lag A.
Oh, that did not kill.
Oh god.
Attacks.
No, not quite. Keiku,
oh!
Final attack. Keiku, yes! Let's go!
Nice. Let's
All
go.
according to Keiku.
All according to Keiku for Team KaguyaNicky. Oh my god.
And meanwhile, Rupan is fighting. Or sorry, Karma is fighting.
Hein.
Hein.
Yeah.
And opting to use the bomb fragments for the no elemental weakness phase. And then hopefully the study goes. Yeah, this time study goes after barrier shift, so not wasting a turn for that. Lightning weakness, so that's it's not fire, so which is what he used in the first turn. Oh, having only one character use Zeus's Wraths. Oh, only one Zeus's Wrath was enough. I see.
I don't think Hein had that much HP left at all.
Yeah. I'm guessing Karma used both the Antarctic Winds and bomb fragments before that.
Yeah, I had to use both bomb fragments, and it low rolled really hard.
Yeah. Oh, it wasn't the non-elemental phase. It was all he had already shifted the weakness. I see.
Yeah.
That's why it looked like it was low rolling, so it looked like it was the non-elemental phase. That makes more sense.
Yeah. I see Team Mog just selling everything almost indiscriminately. There is some armor that we're going to keep a hold of, but for the most part we're going to try and sell it all. But now we'll actually be buying things that aren't High Potion and Phoenix down, so we'll be buying some gear that will, God forbid, be equipping and using.
Yeah, Nicky unlocked new jobs after Kraken, so got, most importantly, Viking and Black Belt. Viking has the highest HP growth in this game out of all the jobs, and or at least out of the ones that we use. And Black Belt is like an upgrade to Monk, so again we can deal a lot of damage without weapons, so that's very useful.
Yeah, we also get the improvement where Black Belts have the ability to kick, so we can essentially target every single enemy at the same time.
Yes, and it also deals the same damage from back row and front row, which is nice. With the kick ability, that is.
It's a class after my own heart. Just pure punching power.
Ruben's fighting Gutsko. Fight seems to be going pretty well. Getting a little bit close on HP, but yeah, Gutsko is dead now. Gutsko can use Mini, which I believe he used against Nicky, but as we're using magics there anyway, it doesn't really matter.
See, this somewhat curious of a fight now where you just walk up against goblins, and it really is that easy. They are still a very early game enemy, and we're now very much in the mid game.
Yeah, they have like 7 HP each, so it's... I don't know how the 4 fellows are struggling against them. But yeah, now that we have Vikings, they have a really high HP growth, so that's why we have been keeping the characters at low levels for the majority of the run so far, so that especially that one character who was stuck all the way at level 2 will get more HP.
You'll see very often our Vikings are in a nice position to only take only 1 damage for the most part for the rest of the game.
Yes, Vikings also have really high defense, like nothing really damages them, especially if they're defending. And especially if they are low HP as well. Like, it's really hard to kill Vikings.
Yeah. We'll pick up a piece of gear later on that pretty much the only weakness right now is magic spells. That will also bring that down to 1 damage.
Yes.
But, as you say, it does have a weakness, so we'll be using it, or taking advantage of it in a place where there aren't many magic spells. Oh right, it's Team Mog now. We go all the way to see this woman for some leather grass shoes, and she goes, "All right, here you are. Here's some shoes." And the lads from before who we helped come along and be like, "Okay, but can you give us the real shoes? Because these ones are an obvious fake." She goes, "Okay, fine then. I'll give you the real shoes," and then just kind of tosses them at you.
Yeah, Nicky is now heading to the Coldor Manor. This encounter can be troublesome, but let's hope no bad breaths. I don't know if Nicky buys Maiden's Kisses to cure the Toad status.
We'll soon find out. Yep.
Yep. She does. She's more sensible than I am.
Yeah. It's such a feels bad thing to get hit by though, because you have to go into the items menu and use like 4 or 5 different items and cure them all individually. There's no like remedy you can use and be like, alright, that's it. Let's take all of these off at once.
Yep. But yeah, so you can see how much HP the low character or the character in the 4th slot already has, despite only being like level, well now 11 and 400 HP already.
So we're going to see here another unique ability of the thief, the ability to break into locked rooms. Oh, or use the magic key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The magic key is you can be in either in thief shop or use a magic key. There's one convenient magic key in the dwarf place where I think it was Dwarven Hollows.
That's the one.
Where you can get a magic key from an NPC pretty easily. And then after doing all that leveling, Nicky swaps everyone to black mate or black belts and heads to fight Goldor. Goldor is a scary fight. The worst thing, he has 2 really bad attacks. Kandaga, which can one-shot any character, and Confuse, which can make your own characters one-shot your own characters. So Nicky is gonna use one character to heal, the low-level character that is, and with high potions, then the rest of them are going to use boost. The first boost doubles, and the second one triples your damage, or damage of the next attack. And since Goldor really likes to use Tandaga at low HP, we want him to be at low HP as little time as possible. So we wait with boosts until we are ready to go over that threshold, and then launch our attacks dealing more than 1000 damage per hit. And that was a really clean gold orb by Nicky. He really behaved. No Tandagas, no confuses. Very, very, very good.
Meanwhile, we had 2 other really clean fights. We had a very clean Salamander fight and a super clean Kraken fight for the other 2 teams. So a lot of good boss fights going on right now.
And something very important to note about the Goldor fight as well is any new runner will be able to tell you this as well. Do not boost 3 times. If you boost 3 times, I think you get pumped up too much and then essentially explode on yourself. So you lose all of the boost stacks, and I think you do like half damage.
Yeah, you do half. You lose half of your current health.
Yeah, it is. It's a brutal thing to find out the first time you accidentally do it.
We get our first Chocobo of FF3.
And it's gone. Just like that music for...
Yeah, so the reason why we've had to fight Goldor was to get our airship, and which he had chained up, and we take the airship and immediately get it blown up. Because that's how this game works. You get an airship, first thing to do is to get it destroyed.
Yep, it's... Well, sometimes you got to be reckless, and then your recklessness is paid off when someone will just happily repair your thing for you. But anyway, they're having a bit of a conflict, so we need to go find a prince to resolve said conflict. Unfortunately, he's being bullied in this bar by these punks who seemingly turn into gold knights. I'm gonna kick him down. And then, after this, we're going to exit the town, but instead of immediately dragging the priest back and resolving said conflicts, I guess we're going to be technically foreshadowing where we end up later. We're going to waltz up to a shop, we're going to sell a bunch of things, and then we're going to buy a bunch of spears. Why are we buying a bunch of spears?
So we're going to start using the Dragoon class. Dragoon has ability Jump, and the next enemy Garuda is well, it's a flying enemy, so it's weak to jump, and also weak to wind, so we're buying a bunch of wind spears. Garuda is a really dangerous boss. He uses a move called Lightning, and if that doesn't scare you, I ran this game for ESA about a month ago. I got to Garuda fight, and Garuda used lightning, and a single lightning wiped all of my characters except for one, and that one character was left with 1 HP. So that you can definitely party wipe just a single lightning here.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not scared yet, you soon will be. Is the
yeah. The thing is,
the name of the game.
It's a much bigger problem in other versions, but it's still a big problem in this one as well. But it's just you can get just unlucky and die. That's just how Garuda is. But the strategy is really simple. All you just do is press jump with all 4 of your characters and hope that you kill. And if you don't kill, you hope that you survive lightning.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you can see for Team Mog right now, there is a somewhat chunky cutscene before you start. So if you die, you probably lose in the realm of 2 minutes, I want to say.
I think it's still more like a minute.
Okay, a
but
minute.
It's still quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
Rupan is fighting fine for Team Tonberry that now. And opening with some... Oh, Rupan is actually doing the Black Mage and Scholar strat, as he has Blizzaga, so he can do that. Ooh, and there's the wipe on Garuda.
Unlucky. That's just how Garuda be sometimes in 3. I would say out of all of the versions that I've seen, Garuda is probably like, yeah, as Zero alluded to, the best in this one, the easiest, and it still can be nightmarish. You still sigh and like tense up your shoulders as you get up to the fight. Like, come on, just let me through this one time. Just jump, jump. If you cast lightning, maybe only hit one person who happens to be on the floor. Anything like that.
Well, the fun part of 3 is Garuda's almost a precursor to the rest of the room. You better lace up those shoes, because we're going to be dealing with a lot longer jump fights than that can just end just one turn.
Yeah. Garuda is really fast, but still scary. Rest of the fights are not as scary per one turn, but much longer, so there will be much longer. And there's lightning, let's see. Ooh!
7 HP!
There's the 7 HP survival.
Easy local lad carrying there.
Local
Man,
lad, the MVP of the run.
I don't know what it is about this relay, but you're really, really like living with one character on single-digit HP. It is, it's nerve-wracking. I don't know how it seems to happen so consistently, but holy moly, it's been a case this relay.
And yeah, then Goldor fight coming up for Team Tonberry.
Well, Mog's looting the castle here.
Yeah, getting some items that will be useful now and some items that will be useful later. Thorian's hammer will be a way of the Vikings. They made use of damage very early on. There's a golem staff, which will have a very particularly niche use later on. It has gradual petrify on it. Not a brilliant start for Karma.
Yeah.
Tonberry, you don't like to see the tooth on daggers. There's one character who's now pretty low and one character who's dead. Yeah, seem to have a bunch of characters on low HP.
Yeah, this is more of a troll Goldor than we saw at Nicky, but let's hope that
This is probably the best, most efficient way to play it. Of course. Yeah. Oh, that Thundaga would have killed anyone it hit anyway, so...
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately that gets rid of all the boosts that were on that character, so...
Yeah. Also, we just saw Nicky in another airship. This one's even faster. It's actually much faster than the proper airship we'll get later on, which is a disaster. It's still a little dicey on Tonberry's end.
Well, we have everybody on the same continent. Ripon heading down to fix the leak.
Gotta be getting close in terms of damage now on Goldor. You'd like to think.
Yeah.
But the character who was good at Phoenix now died. And that's above the max HP. Just keep attacking and win. Okay, there you go, easy. Sometimes Ico does carry. It needs to be an entirely different game, but she can be useful eventually. I knew she could do it.
Nicky is in a dungeon where you have to be minied right now. Instead of casting mini, Nicky opted to use mallets to inflict mini on her party. And Karma is using an item called Other Shroom to exit the dungeon. It's basically the same thing as teleport, just as an item usage, so that's why we don't need to craft the teleport spell, because we have Other Shrooms from now on.
Alright. Hopefully Karma has better luck with not getting their airship destroyed. Nope, straight into the cannons again.
When will they learn?
When will they learn? No, the cannons are there. They know it's going to be destroyed. Alas, here we are.
And then Nicky is heading down to the Temple of Time. Temple of Time is it's a dangerous dungeon as well, because there's these enemies called Chimera Mages who can use lightning like Garuda did. Their lightning isn't quite strong enough to one-shot, but there can be multiple Chimera Mages, so you can see multiple lightnings. And if you see more than one lightning, your party is dead. There's no way around that.
Yeah, this can be a little bit of a scary dungeon, especially the last screen that goes on for a while. Autosave procs every time you move through a screen. However, going into those like little rooms, like Nicky just did, that doesn't proc autosave.
This does. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it does. This is a different screen. In some other games, it doesn't. I think in FF2 it doesn't, but in FF3 I think it does. Because it's a different screen in this game, but not in like FF1 or.
That's okay. No, yeah, I seem to remember differently, but I'll take your word for it. I'll trust your word over mine. Run it a bit more.
But yeah, there's also behemoths who can use meteor. But we'll see if we see that.
We pan on Kraken right now.
Yep.
Looks like it's doing okay.
Ruben has a lot of Zuzi drafts, so I guess he's out of them as well.
I'm out of low rolls though. Alright, okay. We're also starting the book bopping. Okay, no, there are other items. It should be okay. The Zaga on the top one with full HP, so I'll live.
If you learned anything about FF3, it's you can just throw the book at Kraken.
Just throw the book at Kraken.
Just bonk Kraken in the head with the book.
Just boop Kraken over the head. Why would you ever need anything else? One slightly tragic thing about this run, we're gonna see Mog now walk up to Unai and try and wake her up, and this lute playing is a minute break and one of the longer breaks in the run. You really don't get many. A lot of the breaks are really short. It's a disaster.
Yeah, Karma's coming up on a Garuda fight, so let's hope that he has better luck than Nicky did.
Okay, fingers crossed. Jump and hope.
I like the sound effect, like yoink, yoink, yoink.
Yeah. Double lightning. Okay, 98 HP. Oh, and it's a massive roll. Okay, very nice. There was, I think, a fair bit of damage left to do there, so I'm not sure a roll of 700 would have quite sufficed there.
Yeah, especially since one of the dragoons died before the first jump, that was definitely scary, but fortunately it was one of the low level ones, so the one that wouldn't have dealt that much damage, and the one that survived was a high level one, so it dealt enough damage to cover for that. So it could have been worse, like we saw at Nicky's, but it could have been better as well.
I think ultimately in a marathon setting, you take any fight that you can walk away from.
Oh yeah, like any fight where you survive, you take that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So on the middle screen here, we did pick up that reflective mail. So now that top slot is essentially immune to the majority of things while defending.
Yep, and now Nicky's buying 2 blood lances. They cost 28,000 gil each, but Nicky has stuff to sell, so.
And spoiler alert, they're going to be pretty important later on. They.
Yeah,
we're have life steal on them.
We're not throwing 58,000 or 56,000 gil for nothing.
Yeah. That's like 2 shurikens. But yeah, they have lifesteal on them, which will become a very integral strat later on. I think actually pretty soon for Mog, right?
Yep. Right after this dungeon. Or well, almost right after.
Yeah. Random encounters are battering Team Mog a little bit. They all seem to be getting smacks off.
Yeah, this is a weird dungeon to navigate through because it's not as threatening as the previous dungeon, but so ideal situation you'd only have your Viking alive at the end of it, but you want your thieves alive so you can flee from fights. So it's a little bit of a weird balance between like when do you revive, when do you not revive.
And the Invincible bursting out of the ocean.
Invincible bursting out of the ocean. So it's a cool ship. It lets us jump and gets to a few places we wouldn't have otherwise access to. However, as I alluded to earlier, it's also really slow. It moves really, really slow. So we will actually be ditching it for a bit for our old airship because our old airship is still faster. It's still worth like leaving this one and taking the other one just because of how slow the Invincible is. It's kind of a disaster.
Well, Chris, do you consider that we get our artillery cover in the Invincible?
Yeah, that's true. We do get artillery cover when moving through places, which will barely help, but boy oh boy will it take up our first turn in some random encounters when flying through.
As we saw Nicky do, we have the lovely also option of a onboard item shop on the Invincible, where we can stock up on potions and other cool items.
So Nicky now reached the sunken cave, which we're gonna see quite a bit of. Not as much if that last relay when I was running, but here we first level up the Viking so that the Viking gets to like 1000 HP, currently at 463 max HP. So, and from one fight that goes up to 600 plus, and once he has enough HP, he will switch to Dragoon. Or the Viking will be switched to Dragoon, and will start leveling up as a Dragoon.
we use that aforementioned Thorian's hammer as well, because it has Thundara on it. You can use without also destroying the hammer, which is nice.
Yeah, Karma is in the Temple of Time, which where we hopefully don't see any lightnings from Chimera mages.
Okay, we've seen our Rupan for Team Choco. It's now on Goldor.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, character 3 has 124 HP. That is...
I think
quite
that's
low.
on purpose. I think they killed that character on purpose to get more XP for others, I guess.
Okay. Well, we once again see a disparity between the West and JP strats. It seems to be a very common theme.
Yeah, I think another thing for JP strats, I've seen Shigaradu, the current world record holder for 3 PR, is swap to the Viking when a level is near on Sunken Cave, just to get the extra HP ups compared to taking that Dragoon in the early stages, just to get HP higher earlier on in Sunken Cave.
Just about there. That last attack was 100% a roll. Just takes it down in time. Okay, that was a little scary. I got quite close, but we've managed to eke our way through. There has been a fair amount of eking our way through this run, it must be said.
Yeah, Nikki got enough HP for her Viking, so she swapped him to Dragoon, and is now starting to jump. So the goal, I believe, for every runner is to get the Dragoon's job level to 99 by the end of the run. And to get a job level, you need to do 5 actions in a single fight. And jump counts as 2 actions, or like both the jumping up and landing counts as 1 action. Mm-hmm. So you can do 2 jumps and 1 attack. You can do 3 jumps. You can do jump, defend, jump. You can do attack, defend, jump. 2 defense and 3 attacks, or you know, there are different ways of dealing with it. I think the most common one is jump, jump, attack, or attack, jump, jump, depending on where your auto battle is. And yeah, just gonna do that for 99 fights, and we're good to go. We're not gonna do all of them in Sunken Cave though.
Yeah.
Just high enough that we can deal with the enemies in the dungeons on the way to the end.
Yep. You used to sit around and grind many more levels here in the initial route, but now you can leave here a lot earlier and they just kill things along the way. It's much nicer.
Yeah. So the initial route went to first grinded it in Sunken Cave, and then went to Bahamut's lair to grind some more. And Bahamut's lair was a really dangerous place.
What a really great experience.
It was a really good experience, but really dangerous place. And we would only get to like job level 85 with that route because we got so many levels.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit, because now you don't have to go to an optional dungeon. You can just do them along the way.
Yeah, and then we had a strat that what I use till this day is to do a longer grind here, where I would grind to job level 58 in Sunken Cave, and then just flee from enemies in endgame. But I believe all these runners are going to grind to about job level 28 in Sunken Cave, maybe 29. I forget. But and then just kill enemies on the way. It's faster for this part, but you are going to lose time in the late game, but not as much as you lose here, if things go well. But then it makes the end dungeons a little bit more spooky.
A little bit, yeah. This is a calmer game. Yeah, fairly unlucky with the encounters. There's lots of attacks and lots of splatting. We also see Team Choco approaching Garuda, so fingers crossed. And let's pray for Rapan. Nicky got it second try and Karma got it first. It's 3 Dragoons. Okay, that's the strat we've seen. Jumps over lightning. Okay, that's good. Doesn't jump over that, but they both live. And then all 3 jump over lightning again. Okay, very good fight from Rupan there. Everyone lives.
Yeah, 3 Dragoons used to be a standard, so I think Rupan might be using a little bit of an older route, maybe. At least he has some of the older strats implemented into the route. But it used to be very effective, so... and Karma is opting to kill a zombie dragon in the ancient... Is it ancient ruins? Yeah.
Ancient ruins, yeah.
Yeah. So that gives a lot of XP and makes the grind makes the HP grind a little bit easier. Ooh, the accidental elixir on there. That's a bit awkward, but it's fine. There's another elixir in the sunken cave. He can pick up. But he's running really low on Phoenix Down, so I'm noticing he only has 1 Phoenix Down remaining. So that's a little bit scary if another character, if the thief dies again.
Yeah, the Team Tonberry really... The encounters have not been kind. It seems like every encounter has got a powerful attack off.
But it's fine, there's not too much of Ancient Ruins remaining, and after that he wants to have the thieves dead anyway, so...
Exactly. Maybe
just need to survive.
There you
like,
go.
Yeah, he's good now.
Yeah, use as many resources as you have.
And he's perfect. Well, I mean, I guess these runners need more Phoenix Stones than 1 still, but they will get more in the catacombs, I think. Yep.
We've also left Team Mog and Nicky to her own devices for a bit, but if you look now, the Dragoon now has 1590 max HP. Grinding's fairly fast, and you see the results fairly fast as well.
Yep. At the end of the run, the Dragoon will have about 3000 HP.
Yep. Yeah, about that. It won't quite be consistent because the exact amount of HP that you get is slightly random, and how many levels you got on things before can also slightly change as well. But it'll be about 3k. Like, it doesn't sound like a much once you're at like 3000, but 100 HP can make a huge difference in the end game. You get a lot of jumping and a lot of attacking and some very, very close calls. You will savor every single digit of HP that you can get.
Yeah, so the maximum roll from the final boss is 1555 damage. So if you get it, so 2 of them is 3,110 HP. So that's kind of the point where you are safe. But yeah, Karma got the thieves killed off and is now leveling up the Viking as well to get more HP.
So we've now got 2 different runners on the grind.
And
Go
on. And because Karma got the zombie dragon encounter, this Viking phase is gonna go really fast. I believe maybe one, maybe 2 encounters more, and then he should be good to switch to dragoon.
Sounds about right. I see King Choco submerging.
Yep, going to the temple, always scary Temple of Time.
Yeah, just hope you don't get booped too much. I do find this one a little bit more amusing. You've got 3 thieves and then just a dead tiny lad on the floor. Oh! Karma died to an encounter. Oh, okay. That one wasn't too bad then, because it was the first time that you step into this room.
Yeah, this sunken cave is it's not too scary, but you can definitely. I think he might have forgotten to heal, or maybe the encounter just killed. Especially the first encounter is very dangerous.
Yeah, and you can absolutely just get unlucky and get ambushed, and
especially if you have 4 of these enemies. Like this is the only 4 enemy encounter that there is in this screen, and
Yeah, it's interesting how jump works. So you could jump at the beginning of the first turn and come down at the end of the second turn. We'll see that possibly happen later on in the run. But that gives the enemies 2 chances to attack at that point.
Yep.
We now see Nicky's very, very nearly at the end of her grind and is now doing some chest fights. Would any of you care to explain what's in the chest? Like we just saw we picked up an Aegis Shield, for example. Like why are we fighting these chests? Because there's monsters in them.
We don't really care about the chest contents. It's just a fast way to spawn enemies. Like it's faster to spawn enemies by opening chests than it is to find them by walking.
Yeah, as we see, there's a lot of just single targets here, so we have a good option of just defending, where we can get these 4 packs, and we have to wait through 4 hits, we take 1 down, and wait through 3 hits, and so on and so forth. This one we can just defend, take 3 hits, or 2 hits, and just jump or attack, and end the fight right there.
And then Nicky heads to the Tonberry catacombs, where there are more chests that she can pick up to make the grind faster, and also to get some bunch of elixirs, which are going to be useful against some undead enemies in Ancient Mage.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll now begin our slow ascent journey, I guess, to the end game.
Nicky opts to flee from the back attack. Probably a wise decision.
Yep. And here we see 8 more chests. I can't remember if they have anything useful in them. I think one of them does.
They are all Phoenix Downs and elixirs. I think all It's I think the top ones are elixirs and bottom ones are phoenix stones, or the other way around.
Yeah. Exactly. And obviously we don't need the phoenix downs, but it's just a very fast encounter. However, the elixirs are still, you know, fairly useful for a multitude of different things, but mainly for safety as well.
Yeah, so the annoying thing about these Kenchoses is that they can blind you with their physical attack. So you have to be careful that you are not blinded when you jump, because blind reduces the jump damage.
Mm-hmm.
Or it can even miss entirely, but that's relatively fair or rare.
Yeah, it's not like some of the later Final Fantasies where blind just essentially makes you miss almost everything, other than in FF9, obviously, where FF9 in blindness is more of a suggestion than it is a status. In some of the older ones, it will just make you do less damage as a result, and not make you miss every attack.
Yeah, I think what happens is like every move has like the number of hits it can make, and like some of those hits miss, so you are dealing less damage because of that. I think that's what's coming. Rupan also got a zombie dragon encounter, but not bothering to kill the thieves.
Yeah, I guess 2 thieves at max HP probably not worth it. Potentially.
Yeah, it's another interesting thing you bring up. So the first 3 games, essentially, you can hit multiple times. So we'll see 7 hits, 3 hits, 9 hits, and so on and so forth. And essentially what that is just going to be an attack roll times that many hits. So if we look at our status page, if you take a gander, you can kind of just estimate damage based upon that.
I like to think that that's why damage rolls are so wildly varying, but it's more of an educated guess than it is actually knowing.
Well, the funny part too on that is when you get a crit, like how many of those hits crit. So you can have also very wild, different rolls even when you crit. 'Cause it's like, okay, did 1 crit or did all 6 hits crit? And so on and so forth.
Yep.
Yeah, especially as we alluded to earlier, where damage rolls are so like wildly crazy. I think we saw 2 different damage rolls from the same ability on the same fight for Team Choco earlier. One did 356, and then one did about 2,000. Straight up like that. It's 6 times more damage.
And now Nikki is taking the Invincible, and we're getting to everyone's favorite
everyone's
part.
favorite section.
That's one thing I miss from the DS runs, is that we can skip this.
Yeah, the DS version has a very peculiar glitch where you can get into the previous airship and submerge, but you can do it on like the edge of an area, and what that will happen is when you submerge, you'll clip into a place that you're not supposed to go into, and from there, once you're underwater, you can just come up in, like, you know, the Labyrinth of the Ancients, you know, Crystal Tower. You don't need to go through the whole rigmarole of getting through the dungeons. You can just skip them entirely. It's very cool. Unfortunately, we don't get this glitch here, so you're just going to be jumping for a little bit. You're just going to be jumping.
Yeah, luckily it's one of my favorite music tracks in 3. This airship's sequence.
Oh yeah, the soundtrack in Theft 3 is amazing anyway.
Yeah, I'll also jump in and just say, like, I do feel very fortunate to be a fan of a series where an amazing soundtrack is like the absolute minimum standard for like most of the Final Fantasy games, right? Like you look through them all, and it's very difficult to pick one specifically. That's like, I'm not too keen on that. It's like, oh no, never mind. This game has all of these good songs, every single one. It's really cool. Oh man, oh, that black belt was refusing to die there for us.
Yeah.
It's like 5 turns of defending, and they just kept hitting the Viking.
Yeah, Rupan is it looks really scary when you have only one character with 45 HP, but because the Viking is taking only 1 damage per hit, that there's still 40 hits that he can take before he dies, so he's really safe, even though it looks really scary.
Mm-hmm.
And Nicky is at the Cave of Shadows, where there are a lot of these enemies that are... you're supposed to use Dark Knights here, kind of, to... Or if you hit them with non-Dark Knights and they survive, they will divide and create another copy of themselves. And Dragoon is not a Dark Knight, but Dragoon has jump and can one-shot them, so that's not a problem. But it could be a problem. And that's why Nicky is choosing to jump every fight, even though jump attack would be faster, but the attack is not guaranteed to kill them, and if they survive, then you have to do like 2 more attacks because there's going to be 2 more enemies, and it's these enemies can be annoying. Also, because they divide, they give very little EXP. There are a couple of enemies in this dungeon that do not divide, mainly the horses, and Deathclaw is the other one, and those give a ton more EXP per fight. So like you really want to see the horses because they give so much more XP, but they also have a little bit slower animations, so it's a little bit of a trade-off. But the thing you don't want to see is the 4 enemies where none of them give good XP, and you get like that's like 4 enemies. It takes ages to kill them with 4 jumps, and you get like 2000 EXP, whereas from a fight with 2 horses you get like 9000 EXP, so...
Mm-hmm. And also just to mention as well, the area Team Monk are currently going through is the Cave of Shadows. It's it's a lot better to navigate in the Pixel Remaster, because once you enter one of these hidden passages, it's fairly obvious where they start, and then they show you the passages themselves. Other versions, not always the case. So you can essentially not entirely know where you're going, and only know where you're going when you're bonking into a wall because it stopped and you have to like move up a meter, you know, a step or 2. Like, okay, yeah, now I can move left. Yeah, now I can move left again. Brilliant. The DS version in particular is just it's one of those dungeons where when you're going through it for the first time, just go through it 3 times. Just learn all the movement you're doing so you're not permanently bonking into every wall.
Who would have thought maps would be useful? Am I right?
Would have thought maps would be useful. Not me, that's for sure. It's fine, I'm gonna get to the Cave of Shadows and draw my own maps, right?
Right, Karma is done with the Sunken Cave and is now heading to the Catacombs, I would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a point. If Choco are doing an old route, I wonder whether or not he's looking to go to Bahamut's lair.
I doubt he's doing a route that's that old. He might be doing the longer grind, but I don't think that's the case either. I think his end game is the modern end game. he just had the older early games.
Okay. Part of me kind of wants to maybe see a Bahamut's leg grind just to showcase something different, but I'm kind of agreeing with you. I think I'm more copium than it is a reality. I don't know.
I would be surprised. Bahamut's Lair is not good time.
No. So Karma and me are running a route based off Shigeru's route, while all the other top JP runners, including Rupan and Muchiya, have a different route that they all, from what I've seen, they all look very much the same. But are all also, I mean, like, second to fifth on the leaderboard, so they're also all very good.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about a game like this, where you have many different options. You can end up doing either slightly different things or sometimes even quite different things and still end up with a very similar time. There's lots of ways to approach a speedrun like this in terms of routing.
Yeah, in the last relay we had a showcase of different routes when I did the longer grind and the other two were doing the what's more standard today. And it got really interesting towards the end as I caught up with the lead runner by the end of the run by just fleeing from encounters at the final.
So you're ultimately investing time then, and then catching up time later on because you don't have to kill all of the encounters along the way. You can just flee from them. Obviously, you still have to get encounters, and that's time.
Yeah.
But you get to flee from them, so you will like catch up a fair bit.
Yeah. So Nicky is now at the next boss, Hecaton Care. We have grinded a lot, so we are a little bit strong for this fight. 6,000 damage with the first jump. Second jump does 2,000 damage only, but still enough for the attack. Yeah. Right, I'm just used to seeing those because I do the longer grind, so I'm like, yeah, 6,000, that sounds about right. And but yeah, you are lower level, so 6,000 is a little bit less usual. But yeah, the next couple of bosses are not that dangerous. He's buying more high potions and Phoenix Downs.
Yep. So the next few bosses are basically an insight for the rest of the run.
I wonder what she's gonna do with 77 Phoenix Downs, but I guess we'll see.
Oh, nothing of note, I'm sure. Have to get out of the maze first, though. In order to get to the boss, we'll be there soon. I also believe this is going to be another instance of, okay, thanks Invincible for letting me jump, but we're going to immediately ditch you for the Nautilus and the faster airship again.
Yeah, Karma is done with the catacombs now and goes to buy some golem staves. And then heads to the Cave of Shadows as well. But first needs to swap the airship. So it's like Karma and Nicky are now gonna high five. Or I guess they went different directions. They could have high-fived. Missed opportunities.
I think with the jumping of the ship, it's more like a chest bump.
Oh, you know what? I like that idea a lot more. Jumping at things on the ship. It's not necessarily attacking you, just trying to say hello with your chest.
Nicky's opting to get an encounter before before heading to Doga's Grotto, which is the next dungeon. Doga's Grotto has some really annoying enemies. Like no matter what you do, they are really painful. But
yeah, depending on what you get, you can potentially just have to like run away or maybe equip like a different weapon or something. And it can be a little bit of a pain.
Interesting that Nicky did revive all the thieves.
I believe this is just a question of
Safety,
haste.
probably.
Yeah, and safety.
Yeah.
So anyway, about those.
Imagine if one of those earlier attacks gone into the Dragoons, and you can see why this is a viable safety option.
Yeah, I think I do something similar.
Well, I mean, you would have recovered the HP from the jump, but still, it.
In that specific scenario, I think it might have been sketchy, but yeah, it's you see why this is a thing. And also, yeah, about those Phoenix Downs earlier, Lamau.
Yeah, now I understand why Nicky bought that many.
Oh, I thought you were. I thought you were joking.
No, I've never seen anyone use thieves here before. So I'm.
Okay, right. Yeah, it's just for this. And also, if you get a nemesis, you want to try and scram from it when possible. Yeah, all the section really is just killing all of the thieves. Oh man, that's so many attacks in a row with the Dragoon! That's so unlucky.
Yeah, this dungeon is... that's not even the worst encounter.
There are a whole bunch of attacks there on the Dragoon, and there were many high rolls. That's not what you want to see. A quirk as well, let's touch slightly on that Team Tonberry. If you get... Oh, are they going to get a chance to act? Okay, yeah, so jump right on first. If you get a back attack like this, you start in the back row, so you can't just start jumping on things, because you won't kill them, so you have to change your row first, then start jumping.
Yeah, and that can be really awkward as well, because sometimes when you change to your row, all the enemies don't get their turn. Or the turn after the back attack. I don't know why that is, but it does happen sometimes, and it's really weird.
Nice. Sounds really fun.
Yeah, that's Nemesis.
Yeah.
I think that was 3 back attacks in a row. That was pretty rough.
That sucks, yeah. You've not had brilliant encounter luck like at all. I think Team Choco have done okay-ish on the encounters, but like Mog and Tonberry have been slapped around a little bit, unfortunately.
So I think the non-attacks there, it's kind of like a catch-up mechanic. I know they have it in 1. It makes it very clear where they only give about half over 4 enemies. They only give about half of them the chance to attack, so it's not you just getting absolutely blasted for 2 turns.
Yeah, Nicky is now fighting Doga. Doga can kill you, but it's really, really unlikely. You fight 2 bosses back to back, Doga and Une. Une is a little bit more likely to kill you, but still very, very unlikely that you die to these fights. But the threatening thing about Une is that she can use a tornado, which puts you to very low HP, and if she gets 2 turns in a row where she uses first tornado and then another move, then you die. But other than that, there's not much threat because the Blood Lances are just so powerful. And that's Une then. So.
Very nice. Okay, no deaths. I'm pretty sure at this point now, if you get unlucky, every boss can kill it.
Yeah, like from Hecaton to Une, the bosses are not that threatening, but from now on, things start to get a little bit dicey as the bosses go from having like I don't know, like 10,000 HP to I think Xende has almost 40,000 HP, and some nasty spells as well.
Yeah, essentially it's like a Dragon Ball reference. We've just defeated the low power levels that seemed high on Earth, and now we're going to Namek.
And boy, oh boy, will the power levels continue to ramp up as well. So where's T-mobbing now? Back to get invincible, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nicky's previous fight just proved my what I thought was true, that failed flee attempt does not count as an action towards a job level. So from attack, flee, defend, jump, you do not get a job level because that's only 4 actions.
There you go. Now destroying these statues. It's all the places that these are relevant. I'm going to do one last final jumps before essentially going into... I guess you could call it the final gauntlet?
I guess, yeah.
There aren't any stops along the way. So,
no.
Yeah. Once we waltz inside, we are flat out.
And
looks like
Rupan is done with the... Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say what you're saying. Yeah, it looks like Choco is now also done with the initial grind as well.
Yeah, and heading to the catacombs. It seems. Yes. I guess grabbing the golem staves first.
Looks like it. Just going to the weapon shop. I couldn't tell you what any of those items are. I will assume that's several purchases of a golem. Stuff.
Yeah, it looked like 4 golem staves to me.
Yeah. So here we are in Labyrinth of the Ancients.
Nicky got a nice escape from King Behemoth there, which you don't want to kill. They take way too long to kill.
Yeah, very, very scary. This is also one of the places where it's 100% recommended to like a quick save occasionally along the screen, because
this screen is long and deadly.
These yeah, very, very long. We're also going to pick up some gear along the way, mostly comprising of crystal gear and I think a few. Is there a few diamond stuff? I think it's all crystal from that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crystal helm and crystal mail that you pick up here. I actually don't know if they are gonna pick up the crystal helm, but it's all safety for one boss, and it's not even the boss you're thinking of.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Some 14 players among you may recognize this dungeon as well, and unfortunately there's no boss at the end of it, but there will be a familiar boss at the end of the next place. So
The only 5% enemy in the whole game.
yeah. Okay, another quick escape from over here. Love to see it. Meanwhile, Rupan still has the tiny lad Akiyoshi still fast out on the floor. It's a very different sight.
So Karma's seeing some chimeras here. Chimeras can petrify on contact, and that's a threat since you only have one character. If that character gets petrified, you lose. So what Karma did is he equipped the heroic shield, which prevents you from getting petrified, and allowed safe passage to back to Nautilus.
See, Team Mog is nearly done with this screen now. It really does take a while to get through the screen, just because you can kill so many things along the way. Ooh. Big heals, big damage roll, nice.
And these are the encounters that you would skip if you were doing the long grind. So you would just be here as a thief and running away from every single encounter. Yeah.
These airship encounters do whole 1 damage to the game, really.
Yep.
Really showing their true strength. Anyway, Team Mog has now approached the Crystal Tower.
Yep. And they got the Holy Lance in the last screen of Ancient Maze, and that's going to be... Our Holy Lance is more damage than the Blood Lance, so you sacrifice some healing for damage if you have the Holy Lance equipped. So it's like it makes things scarier but faster, so you have to be careful with what encounters to use that on.
Some Tonberry got...
Yeah,
flee from.
Nemesis is not fun.
Choosing to kill the encounter?
This was probably an accidental auto battle because of the wipe, then auto battle got reset and...
Yep, and I guess if you're this far in, you...
Yeah, might as well kill them at this point.
Yeah, so I'll go all the way. And now we're in Crystal Tower. There are like a few things that we do have to be a little careful of. If we find, for example, like a yellow dragon, gotta flee from that. Ninjas can also be very fast and hit very hard. I think they're called shinobis in this version. Just gotta be careful of a few encounters. Oh hey, like this one. Yep, boop. Boop. And not dead? And dead. Cool. So that's why that that's why that encounter is scary.
Yeah, they are really annoying as they also blind and poison you if they on contact, so...
Yeah. And there are some encounters like that last lap that is never particularly posing a problem.
Yeah, and these Gumgums can cast Death on you, which just insta-kills. So you definitely don't want to mess with them.
Yeah, exactly. So there are still some encounters and enemies that aren't dangerous enough and you will just sit there and defend on them. Something like that, absolutely worth jumping over though. Another encounter death for Team Choco. The Nemesises are not playing kind.
That was some nice targeting from the Cyclopses too. Oh, was that a death?
There we go. There we go. As if by magic. Luckily, Nicky is saving frequently throughout this, so there's not that much time lost. It could be worse. Job level 82, which I think is about where you want to be at this point.
I've never seen this many nemesis ever.
It is a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, the encounters
Another
have for
death, yeah.
sure not been kind.
Team close race.
Team close race pulling through.
And Karma's now at Doga and Une, and
Oh, it's another death zone encounter. It's just 3 really fast ninjas again. Another set of 3 ninjas. Okay, there we go. Alright, there's a flea. Oh, and a death for Choco on
ooh,
I think that might have been on Doga as well.
it was on Doga, yeah.
That's
really
like that's a really unlucky one. That's not the one you want to die on.
Like, I guess it is more common with this than with the long range since you're low leveled, but still.
Nicky gets splattered again, and another set of 3 ninjas.
Oof. But
Oh!
it's the flea.
38 feel boy. This is. Nicky, I think Team Mog may have just run out of eye drops. Okay, that's Doga now down for Choco. And now the supposedly more dangerous one.
The more I watch this, the more happy I am that I'm still doing the long grind.
Ironically, though, like dying a few times against a longer grind still matches out. So obviously, I mean.
Oh yeah.
Like that's
Yeah,
what we said. Like many options, and it's really difficult to say what's optimal.
Yeah, exactly. I think different options are a good thing, and it's hard to say, especially in a marathon setting, what's right and what's wrong. But boy, oh boy, it's been rough. So we see Team Mognow's changing a whole bunch of jobs, rezzing everyone randomly, despite having been dead for most of these. Someone want to go into why we're doing this?
Okay, so Nicky is then preparing a character to be petrified. She wants a character petrified because enemies still target Did that? Oh, did he get petrified, that enemy?
Yes.
I was like, did he did the minute character really kill us? But yeah, no, it just got petrified. Yeah. But yeah.
It's not good for my experience, but hey.
Yeah.
It's nice for the showcase.
Hey, it's
But
nice
yeah,
for the tiny lad. We finally got some levels. Let's go. Job level 2. We're popping. Okay, splattered this time.
Yeah, petrified characters can still get hit by enemies, and they synergize very well with Dragoon. Or they can be targeted, they cannot be hit. It always misses. But it synergizes very well with the Dragoon, because with the jump ability, the turn that the Dragoon lands from a jump, the Dragoon starts in the air, and if the enemies have any viable options other than the Dragoon to target, they will target them, because they cannot target someone who's up in the air. So if the enemy is doing a single target move, and on the turn that the Dragoon lands, it will always miss the petrified character. And so there are a lot of endgame bosses have scripts where they use a single target move every other turn and a multi-target move every other turn. So what we want to do is that we make it so that every time they use the single target move, the Dragoon is landing from the jump, so the Dragoon can never be hit with them. Or hit by those moves. So the only way... Xande is the first example of this. What Nicky will do is Nicky will attack once. Because Xande will open with a single target move. So Nicky will attack with once, then jump on the turn that the multi-target move will come, and then land from the jump on the turn that the next single target move comes. And then again jump on the multi-target move turn and land on the single target move turn. And that way Nicky will only get damaged, or the Dragoon will only get damaged if Xande gets his turn before the Dragoon jumps, and then that damage will get healed by the Bloodlands. So it's relatively safe, especially if you equip 2 Bloodlances. But it's a little bit faster if you use Holy Lance, but it's a lot scarier because you're not healing as much. So we'll see how Nicky will approach this. I think she is using the Holy Lance, so it's a little bit scary. So now the Meteor. Meteor hits, but it's fine because everything is hitting the Red Mage. Or the Mead.
Yeah, can still get hit.
Yeah.
But the Petrified Lad will absolutely help.
Yeah, if the Dragoon gets hit like 3 times in a row, then you might get in trouble, so...
Ooh, oh.
Yeah, that's a wipe.
It's a death, that's unfortunate. So... Okay, this is a lot better in this version. Okay, I couldn't remember off the top of my head. You can just walk straight back into Zonde, and it's okay.
Oh yeah.
In other versions, you have to go through
the entire Crystal Tower.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this final dungeon is notorious for not having any save points. But thankfully there's the autosave at quick saves in the Pixel Remaster version, so it's not as bad. Okay, getting to a little bit...
I was more worried that Timog would have to go and watch the cutscene all again, and it's quite a lengthy cutscene.
That's ooh, just survives the thing, but definitely want the Bloodlance there.
Yeah,
okay.
Bloodlance jumps before, okay.
Ooh, that was a low roll though.
It's still not out of the woods yet. Oh, that is quite a punchy roll. It's also another low run, but the Blizzaga low run with Petrified guy. 2,000 other one jumps. Okay, cool. We're back into the realms of safety again.
Yeah.
Well, relative safety.
It's definitely riskier with the Holy Lance.
Yeah, but you do more damage, and as Nicky's shown, you can just put the second Blood Lance back on if it's getting a little too hairy.
Yep.
Man, these are some of the rolls of all time, aren't they? So this is what a lot of did a second try. This is what a lot of this endgame with this run will be. You will jump, and then you'll look at the amount you've healed, and then you will stare at the Dragoon's HP, and you hope it doesn't go too low, because there are absolutely scenarios you can get into where you're in trouble. So anyway, this is the final boss, Cloud of Darkness. I'm interested to see how Team Mog deal with it. Oh, immediately dead. Okay, well, 3 times more than the max HP.
And now you have to do Xande again.
Yeah. Now you have to do something. Yeah, so the strat is we have to luckily jump over every single one. We can't get hit by one. No, you're supposed to lose that. But power of friendship, and lads will come along and go, "Hey, you'll be alright. Venture forth into the world of darkness." And go. Speaking of the world of darkness, I do probably believe it's my time to yeet my way off. I reckon.
Does it up the next ones?
Yep, because not only am I doing commentary, I'm also setting everyone else up. Key, you're about to be pinged twice in a different channel, just ignore it.
Alright, thanks for the commentary, Health, and
yep, I will
sure.
leave you in the very capable hands of Capt and Zero, very knowledgeable, entertaining, and see you in a bit.
See ya. Yeah, Team Choco is now at the Doga and Une fights, and while Mog is fighting Xande's clone. The Xande's clone is a chest fight. The chest contains a ribbon. That ribbon gives you protection against status ailments, so those ninjas inflicting poison and blind don't happen anymore after the ribbon gets equipped. And also it gives you more magic defense, which is very important for the final boss. And Rupan got through both Doga and Une meanwhile, and got through with no problems.
So one of the unfortunate sides with having that red mage petrified on Team Mog here is it's going to soak up half the experience. So if we did want to get any more HP to get up to that 3,000, we're going to be getting about half here, so it's going to take twice as many encounters. Luckily, it does not affect the skill ranks for the Dragoon, so we should be able to hopefully hit 99 here. That's going to take a little bit longer to get to 3,000.
Yeah. Cerberus also has a pattern where he will use every other turn he will use lightning, and every other turn he will use a single target move. So Nicky attacked once to get into the cycle, and is now jumping. And now the only thing that Cerberus can hit her with is the lightning. And while lightning was scary in the against Garuda and in the Temple of Time, it's not that scary anymore. It's dealing like 200 damage, so Cerberus is really free, unlike the rest of them. And Karma's working his way through the Crystal Tower, fighting an Azer. Azers are one of the easier enemy encounters to get, so it's really nice to see them. And Rupan, or I guess Muchiha, is fighting the enemies in Overworld to get some job levels on the way to the Ancient Maze. Cerberus has a lot of HP, so the fight takes a while, even though it's not scary. It's a lot of jumps you need to do.
Yeah, I think respectively we're going to have all four of the Guardians are going to have over 60k. One will have 60k, one will have 65, 70k, and 75k. So it's quite a bit. And then on to Cloud of Darkness with that sweet 120,000 HP.
Yep. Yeah, Cerberus is going down. You can beat the bosses in World of Darkness in any order, but we usually go for Cerberus first because that ribbon just is nicely on the way, and Cerberus is the easiest, so you get some more XP for the other ones. I'm not entirely sure which order the runners are going to go for them, so we'll see.
Yeah, no way is really the wrong way, but they each have their own unique fight. One of the things that you could also do if you need to, we might see in this run, maybe not, is after you do defeat the Guardian and touch the crystal once, you can touch it again to get a full party heal. We shouldn't need to since we have a bunch of high potions, but in any other run you could choose to use that.
It's really bad, don't do it. It unpetrifies our local lad.
Okay, so Karma got a yellow dragon encounter, which is not what you want to see when you are trying to petrify your red mage. Let's hope that the next encounter reads him better. Okay, that's a Dark General, that's much more, and a preemptive strike too. So that should be much more manageable. Yeah. And there's a nice clean statue, and Nicky is starting a two-headed dragon. Two-headed dragon is really scary because only thing it does is he deals physical damage, but when he gets an attack off, if he gets an attack off, it deals a lot of damage. It dealt 1400 there, but it was he can deal a lot more than that as well. And that's why Nicky picked up the crystal helm and the crystal mail, or I think, yeah, I saw a crystal helm. It's just purely for this fight because you reduce the damage that the two-headed dragon deals. It's 1800. I've seen two-headed dragon deal more than 3000 damage. Granted, that's without the crystal helm.
It can still one-shot with 2900.
Yeah.
I have
totally
definitely been one-shot by it before.
Yeah. The deaths on two-headed dragon are not that common, but they are. It's still definitely something that happens. But that fight went without too many problems, so. So, Rupan has entered the Ancient Maze, and Karma is now fighting XII. Again, using one attack to get to the cycle, and then jumping. XII will kill the knight, and now it's just a matter of jumping. Karma is also opting to use the Holy Lance here, which is a little bit dangerous, as we saw in Nicky's fight. But so far so good, and Karma hasn't gotten hit by any moves. Dragoon going before XII every time on the turn that he jumps. There's a meteor, but well, it is a little bit scary. A high roll might have been able to kill there, but again, the Dragoon got the turn before the XII, so it's fine.
So we got Rupon now in Crystal Maze.
Yep. And I believe Nicky reached job level 99 before Ahriman here, which is very nice. Ahriman is not that dangerous. I would say it's much easier to die against Echidna or Two-Headed Dragon than it is against Ahriman. But Ahriman can be still make you lose a lot of time, because Ahriman can use a move called Kuracha, which heals for about 2 jumps worth of damage. But Ahriman also has a cycle where every other turn he will use a multi-target move, and every other turn he will use a single target move or Kuracha. And so the fight is relatively safe unless you get hit by multiple meteors in a row. So far I haven't seen any Kurachas, so things seem to be going pretty well. That's a nice almost 5000 damage jump. There's one Kuracha. Heals for 5500. Ahriman also has most HP of the 4, I think it's 75,000 HP.
Yeah, it's mostly just an annoying fight with those Kirajas.
Yep.
We can hit for 5k, we've seen some 2ks, some 3ks, so doing it every other move, we could just be hit, Kiraja, and just a nice long cycle where what you'd expect to be 40 hits could turn into a lot more.
Yep. And Karma's fighting Xande's clone now for the ribbon. Getting all the characters dead on the first turn, which is nice. What you want to see, so they don't waste any time. While the Dragon is going to make quick work of it. Xande's clone has a lot of HP, but also not that great defense, so it takes a lot of damage and goes down relatively quickly. And Ahriman is down for Nicky. And now that the Dragoon has reached job level 99, Nicky has swapped to a Thief, so she can flee from the remaining of the encounters. I think she got an encounter skip there, which is something that we haven't been mentioning, is that if you get an encounter on the step that you are exiting, exiting a screen, that enemy gets or that encounter gets skipped.
Yeah, it's a very unique situation of the PRs where there's no step route, but when you do get an encounter, it's determined how many steps until the next encounter. And so, like Zero said, if you do step onto a new floor, it does wipe that out.
Yep.
I had that unfortunately happen while I was trying to petrify my red mage, so I had to walk around for a lot longer than I expected.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. I wasn't sure if that happened, so I didn't point it out, but I was like, you're looking for an encounter, but that took a long time. Yeah, so Karma is now fighting Cerberus, and Nicky is fighting Echidna. Echidna is maybe the scariest of the 4. I don't know, maybe that's Two-Headed Dragon, because Two-Headed Dragon can one-shot, but Echidna doesn't have a pattern, and uses a move called Flare, which is a single target. Ooh, that's lucky that that didn't hit the Dragoon. Maybe it was not. Maybe it was still the
Echidna
turn.
has definitely the highest head count, and yeah, the pattern sadly can't be abused. It's single target attack, multi-target attack.
But yeah, Flare can deal more than 2,000 damage. So if she uses Flare and Meteor, you are dead. Usually, you can survive it, but and that's Cerberus down for Karma. And Rupan was able to... Oh, that's Echidna done for Nicky, and Rupan was able to create the statue as well, so... he's about to start the Xende fight. While Nicky is heading for the final boss. Still opting to take a couple of battles, it seems, probably for an extra level to get her HP up. One more level will get a little bit. That's quite far from a level up, so we'll see. She might even grind for it.
I hope, but it seems a bit far away.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many encounters. I think he would have to do like 3 more encounters. For it. Let's see, 10,000 XP remaining, so yeah, like two or 3 more encounters would have to be done, so we don't have time for that. Just heading straight to Cloud of Darkness, and good luck. That's all we can say about Cloud of Darkness.
Yep. Just put that jump on, put the controller down, go make a nice cup of coffee.
Take a nap.
Take a nap. Read a book.
And hope that so the strategy is very, very, very complicated. You jump, you press auto battle, and you hope that you win. You need to deal 120,000 damage before Cloud of Darkness kills you. Cloud of Darkness loves to spam Particle Beam. Particle Beam deals at most 1,555 damage. And so 2 high rolls will kill you. The scary part is if she gets 2 turns in a row, because then you might not be able to recover the HP, and then if she does that twice, then you might just die because you didn't recover enough HP in between.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You have that double, just very unlucky getting hit twice, but it can also turn into a battle of attrition at some points, because we're also trying to heal up here, so we just keep getting hit by these 1500s and keep swatting back and getting 1200 back. Eventually we're gonna run low. So just 2 things here, and it's a lot of hits. So even if we do get those nice 5,000s each time, we are still looking at least 30 hits on average. And that's if getting really nice hits.
There's a double, and survives with 200 HP. Rupan is opted to go for double Bloodlands against the XII, making the fight a lot safer, and had no problems there. Yeah, on Clouds of Darkness, if you're not counting damage, you're never quite sure how close you are to killing. Because it's such a long fight, you lose a track of time very easily. But it can't be too far off anymore. That's a nice 5,000 damage roll. Nice 2 particle beams while in the air. Oh, and then a double. Opting to go for the elixir. The elixir paying off. And then another double.
Meanwhile, we got Rupan defeated Zonde, and now we have all 3 of our runners essentially fighting through the darkness.
Should be close. 1 or 2 more jumps. And time.
GG.
GG. Nice first try.
Thanks. Yeah.
That's a really, really good run.
Some hiccups, some very weird hiccups, but yeah, FF3 at its best, and at least, like, all the deaths combined are maybe the 5 minutes a Cloud of Darkness death could lose, so...
Yep.
That's where it matters. Yeah, thanks.
42? Oh my goodness.
Yep. Thanks for running, thanks for commentary, and I'll just take a short break. You'll not have heard the last from me, because I'm commentating the next run.
Right, so Karma is now at Ahriman, and Rupan is fighting Disturbers. That's Ahriman down for Karma. I did not see if we had any Kuracha trolls, but...
we had like 4 of them.
4 of them? That's quite unlucky. Cerberus is going without any problems as usual for Rupan. So now I guess we have a moment so that the 12 commentary can introduce themselves.
Sure, I'm Madelon. I run FF12 TCA and FF13.
Hey, everybody. I'm Woady. I also run TZA as well as 5, 10, and I totally forgot. World of Final Fantasy. Yeah, I think that's right. It's early morning for me.
I think the one you did forget, ironically, is 7 Remake.
And 7 Remake, thank you. I totally forget 7 here. 7 Remake, hold on. I got it. 7 Remake, 10, 12, 5. World of Final Fantasy.
Right, so Karma is now started Echidna. As mentioned earlier, Echidna is the most dangerous of the 4. Mostly because of Flare and Meteor combo, which we did not see there, fortunately. But the strategy for all the end fights is just jump and pray. There's a Meteor, and okay, did not get flared. That's good. I also have to say I'm really looking forward to this FF12. I don't know much about the game, but it seems pretty fascinating from what I've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. 12 is always a fascinating run with like a million different things going on at once, and you never quite know everything that's like happening on screen at once unless you're unless you're the one like running it. Unless you're in the know, it's a very cool run.
You've trained our eyes.
Hey, Rotten Tomato, while we have dual Witches of Greed here. Very rare sight.
Yeah, both of the runners are now on Echidna. Rupan is doing a different order of the bosses than the other two. So
Choco haven't just saved 15 minutes, I promise. It's a different order.
So Echidna. So Rupan is going probably Cerberus, Echidna, Ahriman, and then Two-Headed Dragon, which is what I do as well. Whereas the other two went Cerberus, Two-Headed Dragon, Ahriman, and then Echidna. So basically, Rupan is going through the bosses counterclockwise, while the other two went clockwise.
Okay, Echidna so far not posing any problems for anyone.
Yeah, it's really glad to see that.
Maybe with a bit of luck we can cross our fingers and hope that the evilness in this game was very much the encounter luck, and some runners on Garuda. Cloud of Darkness can be a cheeky death point, which I'm sure you covered whilst I was away. Maybe cheekily mention that Cloud of Darkness is a bit dangerous.
We might have said something along those lines.
I have said something along these lines.
Interesting to note that if I don't die to Cloud of Darkness, this will be a PB run.
Nice.
Yeah, it's been very fast. Honestly, Nicky's 242 is very good. If you don't die, you're looking at maybe a 246 or 247. Like it's.
And with all those bad encounters too, like it's really impressive.
Yeah.
But yeah, Karma now starts the Cloud of Darkness. 2 Blood Lances, Reflective Mail, Protect Ring, and the Ribbon is the setup, an immediate double particle beam, although followed by a pretty nice damage roll, so or two pretty nice damage rolls, so almost at full HP again. So that's pretty fortunate. Low damage roll from Cloud of Darkness. Okay, and now she decides to physically attack the statue, which is nice. A little bit of a lower damage roll, but still at full HP, and Cloud of Darkness low rolls. Armor low rolls as well. And then another particle beam, and it's a double, but the second one was a physical attack that did surprisingly little damage. I've seen a lot higher damage from Cloud of Darkness's physical attacks as well. Yeah, the max damage from Cloud of Darkness is 1555 from the particle beam. So as long as you're above that, then you're safe for 1. You're never safe for 2 particle beams. Ooh, that's a lucky. Cloud of Darkness got two turns in a row, but one of them was a physical attack on the statue. So. That second one, if it had been a particle beam and if it had high rolled, it definitely could have killed.
Absolutely. My heart was in my mouth very briefly. There's definitely still a minute or two of this fight left, though. I mean, probably not over the worst of it.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rupan is fighting Ariman.
Yeah, pretty nice fight so far. We haven't seen any Kiragas in quite a bit.
Yeah, given how the earlier bits went, I was definitely concerned about how the endgame would go, but it's been alright so far. Like...
Yeah, quite a while, and finally there, Meteor was able to land. And the kill. Nice.
And the kill.
For the Ariman. Yeah.
Right, okay. That's like bloody hell, that was faster.
And there's a double particle beam. Only 43 HP.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take it. At least it's not single digit. Right.
And then Karma got a double jump afterwards, so that gives a little bit more breathing room, although still not at full HP, so a little bit. Okay, that was a nice high roll.
There we go. That's what you like to see.
And double particle beam again. GG.
GG's.
Yeah.
Gotta make it a little bit close, a little scary moments with the single 1 HP. Never had that happen before, but that was pretty cool. But yeah. Pretty good run. Not a lot of weird deaths, but to be expected of a marathon run, but ultimately because Crystal Tower was nice and Dark World was nice, it was PB by almost 3 minutes. So yeah, glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. It was great to have you.
Yeah, it was a really good run as well.
Did it end up being a PB?
Yeah, I got according to my local time, it's like a 246 something. My PB is 249.
Nice.
Oh boy,
congrats.
So we've got 2 first try Cloud of Darknesses. That's
I'm afraid.
Alright, so we've got some downtime now, I would say, for World of Darkness and for Team Choco. Do the 12 runners want to take us a little bit what's going through in their runs right now?
Yeah, sure. I think Desa's already on some grinding for Van, actually. So there's this enemy, the Dustia, which only spawns if you have low HP, which is why Desa deliberately made Van this low HP. And it can be killed by throwing a Phoenix down on it. And we kill 12 of those to level up Van. And also, hopefully, he can pick up some drops that maybe gives him some money. And by leveling up Van, all the later characters that join that skill of the characters that are already there. So by leveling up only Van, you actually end up making all your characters higher level once we get those.
Yeah, during the Dustia grind, and runners will do this. Some runners will do this differently. Dustin looks like he's doing it at 2 times the speed to probably try and get some drops to make money a little bit safer. Some runners have known to do it at like 4 times speed, but a lot of times at 4 times speed, because of how fast the game will play, you kind of have to ignore the drops, or you run the risk of not getting the experience chain. Because what we're actually doing here with the zoning in and out part of it is we're using a feature of the game where normally when an enemy dies, you have to zone like 2 times before they will respawn. But because we're leaving before the experience and job points show up on screen, the game doesn't think the enemy has died. So instead what's happening is they are coming back when we return. So that's why there's a lot of that zoning in and out to actually keep that chain rolling. And then in hopes of getting books, because books will sell for about, I think it's like 530 gil, around that number, or flame staff, which we won't sell the flame staff, but it would save us money on buying a flame staff later on when it comes to buying one. I don't think, I didn't quite catch what Des was getting, if he got any drops or not, but I didn't see too many if he did.
He picked up the last one, but yeah, some people even don't pick up drops at all because of possible risks. And once you have four levels, level 0, 1, 2, and 3, and once you reach level 1, you can also get healed, and then you are suddenly not below 10% HP anymore. Dustia doesn't spawn anymore. Yeah, usually it just means that you have to hit yourself once again, like normal physical attack on yourself. But that's, again, things that can cost time, that speed up are just things you want to avoid.
Yes, meanwhile Roosta is going for killing a rogue tomato. So worst that can happen here is if you also attract the attention of the wolves, then you have to be a bit careful, otherwise it's just attacking the rogue tomato.
Yeah. In a marathon setting you might just kill if it's in the way, if you really can't avoid it, or yeah, just take it how it comes, but don't just let yourself be attacked by the wolf.
Now we see an FF3. Choco and Revamp have now got to Cloud of Darkness. That looks briefly scary, but with the elixir strats, we're back on track. Yep, there we go. Jump first.
It's a low roll though, but fortunately, Cloud of Darkness now targeted the statue, so.
Yeah. Just keep going first. That's the strat. Keep high rolling, keep going first. You don't like to see the 794 heal roll.
Hello.
Been a minute or two in the fight now, so we're probably nearing halfway. Yeah. Don't want to jinx any runners, so I'm trying to keep obvious questions out of my mind and out of my mouth.
We got a Buckethead.
Nice. You love to see it.
Over here.
Yeah, it's going relatively smoothly so far.
Yeah, now everything seems to be in order, but this is a fight that can go wrong in any turn.
Yep, all it needs is 2 turns and suddenly it's a lot worse. I'm not watching the direct feed, Zero, so if you could call out as soon as it's time for me, that would be great.
Yep. $365 HP, that's
not a lot.
Oh no, there's the...
Oh, did we get a death?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, disaster. Yeah, I went for the elixir, but got outsped anyway.
Oh, so close. That was unfortunate.
Oh, we were so close to everyone getting first try Cloud of Darkness, isn't it? It couldn't have been much longer left in that fight.
FS3 just showing off. The Alexa strat is nice that we have nowadays, but it really only works as a backup if you outspeed in that turn. If not, then yeah.
And if you're outspeeding, you get the jump off anyway, so...
It only helps for the war of attrition, so like if you get
Yeah.
low rolls constantly, you can still die even though you got the jump first.
Yep. Like it's like it saves you, but it also gives an extra turn for Cloud of Darkness to do stuff. So
But it does take you off being like 400 HP and puts you at potentially anywhere between 1400 to 1800.
yeah.
The gods of Team Close Race are not being kind.
I mean,
they did hear our prayers and then apparently went all out on Team Choco.
in good news, at least, if we look at the statistics, Choco's gonna catch up over the next 3 hours a bit.
Yeah, I believe.
I'm gonna try my best.
That's a double. Ooh, 120 HP.
Uh-oh.
I'm going for the elixir again. Got it, that's good.
Okay, very nice.
And
down to okay, that's a better HP. Recovered.
That was a relatively tame particle beam, and another. Oh, there's a double. But they were both relatively low rolls and got a nice roll there, so we're safe so far. Still on decent HP, but definitely dead to a double. Or not definitely dead. Oh, that's nice crit. To bring Rupan back to full HP. But now another double. But a decent roll, so it's continuing to jump. And now Cloud Darkness got a double. Yeah, now that's a double turn for the Dragoon. That's really nice to see. Back to full HP we go. And then a max roll from Cloud Darkness. That's a nice low roll from the Cloud Darkness.
Again, starting to end the beginning and end of the fight. As Zero alluded to earlier, you generally don't keep count here because there's a lot of numbers flying at you, but you definitely get a feel for it after doing it so many times. Even so, if it ends in a sub 250 with one Cloud of Darkness death, it's still pretty good. All of the runners really delivered.
We might have all tanked in our submission.
GG, that's time for Choco.
Good luck, have fun. See you in 3 hours.
GG.
GG, Ruben.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, well, thank you everyone. That was a lot of fun. All of the runners put in sterling runs. You've heard Nikki throughout in tidbits here and there while she was doing her run. She's now here with the commentary team for 12 alongside the very capable hands of Madelon and Woady. We shall vacate and say goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye and good luck to 12 runners.
Good luck, everyone. Have a blast.
Yeah, thank you so much, Final Fantasy 3 team. We'll hold it down for a few hours here. All right, so, well, you see, Roosta has hit the Dustia grind that we talked about earlier. Looks like he's doing it at 4 times speed, but he's got weight on to give him a little bit of a delay there on when he throws his Phoenix Downs to kind of reduce the risk of it going haywire. And, of course, Hab going through the kind of pre-tutorial section there. And then Desa is in the mines. I forgot the name of Barheim.
Barheim.
So Barheim Mines, what's going on here as we kind of run through it is there's a charge meter you see in the upper right corner there that makes electricity run through the mines, and so we can't let the number get like too low because then it starts spawning these like undead creatures at us. But we don't like actively keep it full. We just kind of snipe some of the little electrical spiders, little mimics, battery mimics along the way, just to kind of replenish it at specific points throughout the dungeon here.
It's a great spot because I feel like it is in a way so complex that no one really writes down what they do, and which means that everyone does something slightly different, but it also doesn't really matter. And it being times speed, you also like are not able to time it. Like the subtle differences, like yeah.
Yeah, one of the case people haven't noticed. Our runners are going at 4 times speed. It's one of the changes made with the Zodiac Age version. It was also made when the international Zodiac job system version that came out for the European audience as well. Though, from what I understand, the 4 times speed in that didn't really work because of the way the PS2 handled the frame rating.
Yeah, so supposedly, we heard recently by people that actually have the consoles, all the ICGS version did was like raise the console out to the maximum when you activated the speed depth, which, well, depending on how much you had on screen and even how many characters you were running with, it gave you different results in speed. It's definitely never really hit a good ×4 speed. But yeah, it was pretty fast in the end. The PS2 couldn't really handle it, which is also why we never got it in the West. But yeah, obviously now with PS4, PS5, PC, those things are not really a problem anymore. Hardware has become stronger, so yeah, they implemented it in 2 steps with a ×2 and a ×4 speed.
It's ahead of its time.
Yeah, sometimes developers just would really like to implement certain things, and then the hardware is just, yeah, we can try. It's the best we have, but that's what it is.
Currently, Desa watching the only, I believe, unskippable cutscene in this version, so you can skip pretty much all the cutscenes. You could skip most cutscenes in the original version, but there were a bunch you couldn't, and some of the ones you couldn't in the original version you can skip now, with the exception of that kind of exiting Barheim skip. If you're not familiar with TZA, the game uses what's called a gambit system for kind of gameplay mechanics, and so throughout the run, you'll see runners will do menus and shift things around where they are going to, in a way, kind of program the character to perform certain actions under certain conditions. Like if HP is below 50%, then cast this healing spell, or if the character is infected with this status ailment, then throw this item or use this spell. This is what's going to allow us to kind of get through the game. Now, while I might be like, oh, it feels like the game's playing for you, trust that there's enough that can happen in the run that runners really do still have to kind of pay attention and do things like ATB resetting, where they kind of take off their gear and re-equip it to refresh the ATB bar and just allow them to take more actions at a quicker pace and such. So it's not as just simple as putting in some coding and the game plays it the rest of the way.
Yeah, probably Roosta will have the Gambit tutorial soon, so then you can also see how the Gambit menu looks like.
Yes, the game is very friendly in letting us skip almost all tutorials.
Yeah.
But not the Gambit tutorial.
Not the Gambit tutorial.
No.
At least don't get the license board one.
At least the Gambit tutorial is just keeping the Turbo Gods impressed.
Yeah. And Team Choco looks like they're about to do what's called the, well, not quite yet, but they are going to be exiting the game here in a moment to do Trials. Trials mode is something new for this version as well. At least it's not. It was also an international job system, but it worked a little differently in this game to where you can actually keep the items that you get without having to finish the trial system, or even just unable to bring them in general. So we are going to, throughout the game, at least in the early part, we eventually stopped doing this, but we're going to go into trials mode, and most of the time we're going to go into trials to grab an item in the first stage to sell for money, because it sells for a lot of money. We're do this like 6 times, 7 times for the entire run, and when we do it later, that's kind of our grind, part of the grind for getting more like job points, to be able to kind of afford a lot of these gambits early on without having to like farm enemies within the game throughout.
Yeah, in ICGS, all you could do was like load a save from the game, and if you manage to get through all of trial mode, then you unlock week mode, which is now called New Game Miners. So yeah, if you wanted to play that was a lot of work, and I'm glad that they changed that, because New Game Miners is great and doesn't deserve to be behind such a large barrier.
Yeah. We also saw Roosta for Tonberry just choose jobs for 3 characters we have now. We all made them red battle mages, and the reason is that by choosing a job we can all immediately teach them Dark, which will be the main source of damage. Yeah, so also now see him set the gambits to actually make them all use Dark. That is a spell that deals damage to multiple enemies, and that will be the main source of damage for the earlier parts of the run.
It's like the strongest option we have to attack, together with being AoE, being ranged, and working on every enemy except the undeads in Barheim, which is by dropping the energy below there is a bit annoying. And the last boss we use it on is even weak to Dark, so it just really played out well for the whole early game.
pretty broken early on. Now, I don't know about my fellow commentators when they first played 12 in general, but this part of the Team Magazon, the escape from the mines there, I remember this part kind of almost put me off from playing the OG game because I kept trying to fight Bagamanen, or however you say his name. I kept dying, not realizing, Bagaman, but I didn't realize you had to run away from him like we're doing right now.
Yeah,
That was a wake-up call.
Especially casually, this game gives you a lot. Like, if you want to, like, for example, stay up doing all hunts as soon as possible, or I believe then there was, like, some guy told me that you could do a Travel Lake in the West Ascent already, when you need to be level 40. Like, you would have to grind a lot. Also, if you want to fight the Gammon here, you need to grind a lot. So personally, I was more the one who didn't know Dust here and grinded a lot on undeads on the bridge there. But fortunately, we have Dustiers in the speedrun. It's nicer.
An interesting twist, all runners got different crystal amounts, apparently, in the crystal section just now. Desa got 4, Roosta got 3, and Hab got 2. The crystal, we have to create a sunstone, and so it happens in this part. You can easily lose potentially like 20-30 seconds or even more, depending on if you have to go to multiple crystals. But you grab a crystal, you have a random number percent it fills by. You can't get a 1 crystal. The smallest you can get is a 2, which is a pretty low chance. 3 is more common, and then 4 is about a little bit rarer than that.
Yeah, I believe it fills between 25% and 55%, I've been told. I'm never certain about the end. But yeah, 2 crystals, very, very rare. And 4 crystals is the one that really hurts. Because the 4th one is kind of out of the way.
Yeah.
We see Hab also does 2 times speed and weight.
Yeah, he does 2 times speed and weight.
I think he also has this idea of doing the first couple ones on 2 times speed and at some point switching over to times 4 speed.
Yeah.
To sort of mix the 2 ideas. So on 2 times you can still pick up drops, and at 4 times it's a bit faster but difficult to pick up drops.
For sure. Well, there's a huge, like, also runner's preference. What you might see throughout the race is the use of weight and active. Like, weight makes things, as it freezes the time, a lot easier to respawn. But obviously, freezing the time also means going slow if you could avoid it. So yeah, some runners prefer to be on weight a bit more, and then obviously maybe less during the game. I'm on the team active all the way as much as possible, but yeah, it is mostly runner's preference, and especially in a marathon, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I tend to have it on weight a lot, especially because once you open doors, then you actually end up opening the menu accidentally if you do it wrong, so you take less damage when trying to open a door and failing.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that pain all too well. Yeah, when I was learning, I was team weight mostly, and then I eventually built up to mostly active. I think I do active for just about everything.
On this stream, you also get to see something amazing now, and see or not. No, it just stopped. So, Madelon, do you want to explain what travel is?
Yes, Traveler. So we actually, Desa has already has this guest party member called Vosler, and he has a technique called Traveler. And Traveler does damage based on the amount of steps you've taken. And the more steps you take, the higher the damage becomes, but it resets after every 1000 steps, and it also resets if you just used it. So in practice you need to keep track of the last 3 digits of your step number, which you can see if you open the menu. And then you want to be slightly below it since the last time you've counted. And right now, if you start out with never having cast Traveler, then you just want the last 3 digits to be very high. And after that, once you have cast Traveler, you want to keep track of that number, the last 3 digits, which we sometimes call the Traveler number, and be slightly below that. And the best damage you get if you have 1 to 10 steps below that. So for example, if the last time you cast Traveler it was at 420 steps for the last 3 digits, then the next time you want to cast it is ideally on 410 steps to 490. So 1 to 10 steps below the last 3 digits. But then you get the best damage from that, and that can get some really high numbers. And so as long as we have Vossler as a party member, that is a really good way of dealing massive damage.
Yeah, and so the thing is that even if you're just between 900 and 990, like off, you still deal a good amount of damage. So in that judge fight just earlier, you basically just use it, and if you're really good on your steps actually line up really well. Like for example, Desa just was it 4 crystal even? Jeez. He had 11,978 steps when he set menu after running to the side. Just to keep note how good execution to the point. It's just a small time improvement, but it is so nice and such a good feeling to get that. Because it's just taking the default value of 0 and going from the start of the game at 4 times speed.
Yeah, especially the first time you use it, it's quite difficult for me to indeed have the right step count to use it well the first time we want to use it. And then after that we can actually set it up like on specific enemies choose to cast Traveler, so we have to have from that moment on a good step count to the enemy where we actually want to use it for good damage. So like Desa will probably do that somewhere in this next section. Once he's running past enemies, he will choose a specific enemy to cast Traveler on, set it up, keep track of the last 3 digits, and then for a boss where he wants to use it, make sure that he's then 1 to 10 steps below that number that he noted down.
Who wants to explain the run verification on Team Choco's stream?
The which part?
Hey, Buckhead.
Yeah. So I'll do it. So basically in this section, we have to get past guards. We're trying to sneak into this castle here, or the palace, and so we have to get past the guards. So we have to call them away from their kind of patrolling points. So we basically just walk up to an area, call them away, run back around, call them away, and we just kind of navigate in and out to use this crescent stone to activate this key, and then it lets us get into like a hidden doorway deeper into the palace. And the good old, do we get a bucket head? We always like to see bucket. And with speaking of the Traveler, Desa Team Mog is getting ready to use Traveler because it's going to be important for the next 2. Well, not next boss fight, but the 2 after that. It's going to be used for.
Yeah, for that we do need those 990 to 999 steps difference, because we really want those 10,000 damage from the Traveler. So yeah, we're setting up 1,000 steps ahead, I believe, but still need to be really precise and careful to not accidentally overstep. Because else we are kinda underleveled at this point and really relying on it.
None worse than that. All 1 step over. It's like 612.
Yeah, he's about to set it up, and now he just... I opened the menu very quickly, so I didn't see the number, but I'm sure Desa saw where he cast Traveler.
Yeah, it was looks like 612, I think is what I saw. Now, Team Choco going through the Gambit tutorial.
So now you see how you do it. Like it's rules that each have a target and an action to do that to that target, and like the game will check if there's a target for it and then do that action and then prioritize them from top to bottom. So if there's no target for the first rule, it goes to the second rule and see if the target for that is there. And then once there's actually combat timing, you can always override it by just manually inputting any commands to the characters.
Woady, you asked okay. Oh wait, never mind. All good. But yeah, now that Team Mark has defeated Gorilla, the last boss that we'll use Dark on, which is also ironically weak to Dark, so that pans out well. We're heading into Race Wall, saying hello Demon Wall 1, and unlike the PS2 version, so really say goodbye Demon Wall 1. Because we're just not having any of that. Even though the first time it was defeated was back in New Game Plus, ICJS I believe, which inspired the PS2 run. Yeah, no. We're just weak and we just want to get through so we can really start getting off with the grind. Yeah, Demon Wall 2 has like 10,050 HP or something, so it's really just Traveler plus something. So it doesn't matter that it's like strong against darkness or anything.
Yeah, in the first Demon Wall, as you saw we run from, the game doesn't really intend you to technically be able to kill without a lot of grinding fire. It's like one of the, like, you come back and fight it kind of potentially intended things the developers had in mind. But the PS2 run does actually defeat it. And Desa's working his way up to the first...
Oh, picking up haste gun mode. We were talking about that earlier and we're wondering... So this game has 5 haste gun modes, items that just cast haste gun on the party, and I think in theory we just have 4 bosses that we really want to use it on, but there are a lot of like optional bosses, which is nice to have.
Yeah, that's one haste gun mode that you can like guarantee you're going to pick up, because chests in this game are either static chests that will always have the same item in them, and sometimes they will have a random item in it at like a % chance. That's a static chest, so it's always going to have the haste mode. And then you do have a chance to get like even more haste modes in the trial grind that we're going to be doing here in a little bit on Team Mog's side after the next 2 bosses. So they may even get more extra ones from there to potentially use in other fights.
On Team Choco's side, what we haven't really talked on, so Fire Main. The neat thing about Fire Main is that Fire Main takes double damage if in the water, which for Fire Horse makes sense, but you still wouldn't expect it to actually be in the game, which is why the first thing runners do when fighting it is run to the side so that it follows us into the water.
I think Choco got Bushfire skip.
It got 1.
Oh, did it get 1? Okay, I was probably the other screen when it happened then.
So yeah, you also, with the speed up and all, sometimes you get 0 bushfire, sometimes you get 2. It is very random, and there's really not much you can do except for hoping for the best. But yeah, and Team Orc coming up to Belias. Belias has like, what, 16,000 HP?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, we have to get Belias to like 50% before we can Traveler it.
Yeah, so, and once you have it at like half, it uses Greater Barrier, which even decreases the damage of Traveler, and then it uses Fire Armor, which deals huge amounts of fire damage that we are really not even suited to tank anymore, and Oil, so that we take more damage. Oh my goodness. So we really need to time that Traveler well, and yeah, we barely clutched it out in the end.
Oh, I was getting flashbacks to my runs there for a second. Dude, just slightly too early, and then he gets Greater Barrier off. Does anybody want to explain? Because we haven't really talked about the job system, and with defeating Belias, we unlock the ability to put a second job on our team.
Yes, so this version of the game lets you choose jobs for each character. And when you get a job, you get a license board associated with it, and on that license board, you can buy things like abilities or licenses that let you wear certain equipment, sometimes some stat boosts like the HP boost, and you can activate licenses adjacent to the ones that you've already activated. And then after Belize, we also have the ability, like Desa is now doing, to also get a second job per character, which means that you now have 2 license boards, and they have some, like each job has its associated licenses, but there are some overlaps between the jobs, which means that if you activate a license on a board that's also on your second board, they are now active on both. But on the second board, it could be all the way on the other side of the license board where you weren't having anything active yet. So that also allows us to jump around the boards a bit more efficiently, because then you can basically choose to activate something on one board that's then all on the other side on the second board, and it allows you to get to that side much quicker than if you have to activate all those licenses in between.
You can see that on Desa's screen if you pay attention. He's just now gone too bushy so that he can skip the staves in order to make it back to Arrow, which is a neat level, a neat 15 LP, and just the time for the animation that gets skipped, which is also why we really want to license only now when we have the second job, to just get more utility out of it.
Yeah, that's also something that changed a bit, because it used to be the case that I think you used Penelo as a white mage here already, but then that's the only job she has, so she has to be some inefficient licensing just to get the stuff that you want. And now we delay that and make Penelo white mage much later once we're gonna do it efficiently, now that you have 2 jobs. But that means that for this part we actually had to rely on high potions for healing, which is definitely a risk that your high potions run out. So then you have to really be careful that you don't use too many now.
Yeah, it makes for a more dangerous Wraith Wall, but you save time. You save LP and time by menuing it later. And it's also we're basically set up kind of our main DPS and just jobs. So the game run heavily relies on Bosch, Penelo, and Ash, and so Bosch is going to be like a tank with some damage output, and Ash is going to be pretty much all DPS, and then Penelo is going to be your healer. And so by picking the jobs that we've done, they all synergize really well to allow the proper kind of like stats and skills throughout the run with the stuff we've routed and pick up.
Yeah, and so we have seen now Roosta for Team Tonberry has used the Reflect mode on these, and we have Team Mog also used the Reflect mode for 2 different reasons. So Roosta just used it in order to not get hurt too much by the arrow spell of these, which is a bit of safety, but if the boss suicides because of it, you do not get the LP. That is kind of the downside of it, that you have to be careful. Desa, on the other hand, on Vossler, so Vossler has reflex, so we cannot use magic against him. He's also out of the party, so we can't travel him, and I mean, we're not set up for weapons yet. We're also kinda under-leveled, so we're just doing the PS2 strat. For anyone who had seen PS2 speedruns of this game, it's basically reflect the whole party, and then cast AoE spells on yourself, on your party. What that does is, for example, for the arrow spell, you hit it on Ash, you get AoE on the whole party, so all 3 get hit. All 3 have reflect up, so all 3 arrows go onto Vossler. So you get 3 arrows at the cost of 1, and ignore enemy reflect statuses. And yeah, that
also betrayed us. No. Actually, I don't really talk much about the story.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's also ironic that Vossler is the one that picks up the Reflector mode for us that we then use against him.
Yeah, and Vossler has like there's interesting AI scripting. So Vossler will only attack Bosch if Bosch is alive, and then if Fran is in your party, she's berserked. So we don't use Fran because she's just going to be berserked for the whole fight. Plus she's doesn't have a whole lot on her other than dark anyway. So that's why we use who we do. We try to keep Bosch alive so he doesn't go ham on the girls.
Yeah. Another like neat little text that you can see on Roosta's screen right now is that he's running around with Vossler, which also wasn't possible in the PS2 version. But in the remake, you can just control your guest character a lot more. Which it has the advantage. The Vossler is just a lot more tanky. Like both Z and Fran are still running around with their default equipment, which is kind of not what you're supposed to have here. A bit of the downside is that, like, on screens with cutscenes, during the cutscenes you kind of leave, like, the party gets unloaded, I guess you could call it, and then basically you get put back into the game, and that makes that Vossler cannot be your active party member. Just like you would be dead if your whole main party is dead, even if Vossler is alive. So you need to switch a bit more, but the safety of having Vossler as a party leader to run through all these screens is really nice.
It looks like Team Mog on Desa's side. They are starting basically they're progressing through the story, but they're doing the trials grind, as we call it, to collect not only items for selling for money. We'll do more of the grind here a little bit, but basically we're progressing through the story, but we're going to be doing a bunch of trial stages. I think it's the first 7 trial stages. First time we do it, it's only the first 5, if I recall. And then we do 7 for 5 more times to collect money, possibly collect a rare item called the Carcata, which is it's about a 3% steal on the second stage. And if we get it, it's going to help save time on a number of bosses because it has a 100% confuse on hit effect. And there are actually a bunch of bosses that we can confuse, and it kind of puts them into this like cycle where they just basically don't do anything or they don't really act because they keep confusing and then not doing anything and confusing, not doing anything. But there's also Berserker Bracers, Hastic Emotes, so there are a bunch of rare steals or drops that we kind of hope for to make things a little bit faster in a few parts of the run earlier on or later on as well.
As you can see, so we want to skip a setup to use Fyra through the grind and trials, which he buys now together with Flame Staff. Some people have alluded to in the past run. Don't know how they knew about that tech. But yeah, because Fyra is very strong. The Flame Staff increases the fire damage by, I think, even 3 times. Hey, no, 3 times oil. 2 times. It's a lot.
Fight who we must, leave the rest. Yeah, it's a big boost.
And so we did one. We did one trial mode to get another 6,000 kill for the shop here, and just the LP needed so that we actually can equip all that. And yeah, after that you will now see 5 whole playthrough of trials. Well, whole I say. First 7 stages, because those are the most optimal to get as much LP as possible, which give us about all the LP we really need throughout the run. After that, LP-wise, we'll have one more small grind, and then we can just run through and at most kill stuff on the way.
Looks like Roosta also grabbed the extra Hastic Emote as he sets up for his final Traveler.
Yeah, there was talks this morning, and I guess people... Yeah, chat. There was still brainstorming when the FF3 run was going. You laughed. Yeah, the last minute relay prep. This is what I'm here for. I love it. I know when I was practicing last minute yesterday and Desa came into my stream and was like, T-Mark is not looking so hot, so we've apparently both decided to just get ourselves ready a bit more, see if we can find anything. The energy of this event is amazing.
Alright, will we see a Carcata? I'd love to see a Carcata hit the relay. We didn't get one last year. I ran for Team Tonberry in this game last year. None of us got a Carcata, but we hope we see one this year.
Yeah, per player it's about 17% that they managed to get it, I think.
I don't know. For me, it is 3.
Yeah, 3 per times you steal, but then...
Yeah, but I only try one because it is a time loss every other time.
Okay, well I think these runners will...
But I know,
Probably.
as we've said, like, there's a lot of runners' preference also in this game. So yeah, the flowering cactoid in the back of 3 is important because it gives 18 LP, doubled by the golden amulet for whoever has it equipped, mostly Ash. And one can also drop bubble modes, reverse modes, and haste modes even. While we're talking about that, Team Tonberry is heading to Belias. Let's see if they can make it not as much as Team Arc.
And they got a Baltier's been slowed, so that's going to affect some of the DPS, because Baltier is also the healer in terms of, like, with Vossler, so... But I think... Oh, we got it.
Alright. The nice 91 to finish it off. On Team Choco's side, I certainly missed Team Tonberry earlier. We are also coming up close to the first Traveler. So... Was it Hab got a 2 crystals? That probably makes it tougher to have, like, a super setup.
I want to say
1,000
yes.
steps, but...
Yeah, unless his pathing had some extra movement or wasn't precise enough, like, yeah, I think he might be only in, like, the 600 range.
Fear not their
But yeah,
numbers.
like, Traveler
Take down the
4 times
leaders and
speed,
the
you can
others
only
will
imagine
follow.
how it is. You are probably right. Oh, 36. Yeah, that's to be
Okay, well,
expected.
Yeah. I mean, that's still a really good number, though, for, like, taking out the judges.
Yeah, for sure. As long as you don't overstep, you are pretty good.
I didn't pay attention. I didn't see if Desa got a what steal he got on the second one, but he did. He's been getting some good bubble mode RNG because he's gotten 2 extra bubble modes from the ripening rampager.
So you can get a lot of stuff in trial mode besides just regular things. Like you see Balthier just stealing left and right and seeing what they can get. So besides the Kakata, like you saw Desa go to the back of floor 4, which you can have a chest with bubble mode. On floor 4 you can also steal Berserker Braces, which are really nice. On floor 6 you can steal Bacchus's Wines. Berserker Braces being an accessory that gives permanent Berserk that we will get later in the run. Bacchus's Wine being a one-time usable item that gives Berserk. We'll get to the nice parts about the Berserk status later on. And just general equipment that you can sell for a lot of money. Well, a lot, some. Did I miss anything?
Yeah. I saw... No, you got everything. I did see a chainmail steal in there, so I think that's like an extra 500 gil.
Yeah. Team Choco also picking up those reflector modes. This game, in the P2 version, you might remember that like chests weren't really that helpful. Which is also something they changed in the remake, in IZJS already, that we have like just some chests that give good stuff every time. Except the Zodiac Ace only spear that only spawns at a 1% rate, but then it is at least consistent. Yeah, those carry us a lot.
And another interesting thing about route changes, and not even just because of things like trial mode and stuff between this and OG, is that in the OG game there is a lot of use. There's a lot more use of Traveler as well as Reflect. Reflect tends to be like a pretty big element to fights in the PS2 version, but in this game they changed where reflect is. It's much further out of the way to actually acquire, and because of the speed up and the changes to how melee combat work, the game, it actually makes it faster to do more of a melee-centric route when running TZA.
To be fair, so I guess we can start talking about it. So the development of the runs. So IZJS started off back then. I just had some notes on some segmented run. There were a lot of strats that have also very quickly made the cut. Shades of Black on Belias is an incredible strat, but Shades of Black is not really. It costs a lot of LP and it's not really consistent. So it ended up to become more of a melee route with, like, PS2 is more like we just kill you faster than you can kill us. With reflect spells you have a lot of DPS. The IZJS approach was more like we just tank everything, and while we are tanking it, we're just slowly shipping damage away to maximize speed output. A bit later, the Japanese runner called Tokitime came with a magic route. Magic route, and especially also Manip route. Because IZJS as well as the PS4 and PS5 as well, I believe, you can manipulate the RNG, which gives you access to like a chest and still shrine that gives you 60,000 gil. And some really good stuff. Obviously also the Zeitengrad. But yeah, coming into TZA, where we got a second job, so the Miru turned a bit of hybrid, as you can see. Ash gets together with the Bushi job now, also the Black Mage job. But also all got a bit faster because the speed up got more consistent. Is the magic route slower on TZA? To be honest, no one has tried it yet, even though Reflect is a bit out of the way. But magic route needs a lot of inputs that, yeah, on slower speed you do on the way, on higher speed it's tougher. And it is a lot to route. So yeah, the people that were originally interested in haven't done it yet, but I would still be interested to see how a magic route would turn out.
Fair. Yeah, I came in.
It is probably slower, but it's just so difficult to compare. And so many changes you would have to do for it. Okay, so that was my planned excursus into IZJS TZA history during the grind.
Yeah, both sides. Desa should be getting close to the end of his grind. I think this is either the last one or he's got one more. And then Roosta did the first stage of it. Now I got to do the Jahara section, and then it's going to do the 5 more versions of it. While Emma is just entering Wraith Wall to do their side of Traveler. No Karkata as far as I can tell, though. Desa's got a few extra blade steals there for some extra money. Okay, I think Desa might be done. Unless he does the last one here.
No.
Everyone also does... there's another one. But does their screens differently. So like, it has become more common to just do all 5 before leaving Eroid. It doesn't really matter as long as you can make sure that you have enough MP. But yes, that looks like no Kakata yet.
The wall comes, we must be quick. Together we can bring it down.
No, we can still hope that one of them.
That was a missed input.
Oh.
Yeah, I was wondering what kind of fancy strat we get to see, but that break afterwards told me that no, there are no fancy Sandara strats. This is fine, it just means he has to aim for more gil a bit later on. Like, the gil we get through trials and jelly grinding afterwards is so random that you will have to adapt on the fly anyways with whatever result you get. So yeah, that result is now.
Huh. I'm honestly surprised he didn't just load the autosave, because it's right there when he came through.
Yeah, but you have to menu anyway. It's like 10. I mean, plus going out and in, you have like 20-25 seconds. It's probably actually faster to not.
I'm not sure what's
go out.
As
long as you have
making
enough
sure
money
you get extra money. Yeah.
For this menu.
I know Vossler got Doomcast on him on Team Choco screen there. Also looks like Hab's doing the method of removing some of the party members so they don't take as many hits, and also reducing the risk of hitting traps. There's not too many traps you have to worry about in Wraithwall, so it's not as big of a problem, but there are invisible traps in the ground at times, and if you don't have Libra cast, you might run into them. But most of the time, the bad ones or good ones are in static places a lot of times anyway. As we do the run, we kind of learn the pathing, but more on that later on with a specific boss.
Right. Also noticed, like, desa is having the license board zoomed out, which is actually a bit more optimal, I think, because then it's the board needs less time to shift to a side when you go up or down or left or right.
Yeah, and you can see Panello right now, 1000 LP. We have accumulated a lot of LP and that wants to be used now. So this menu is by far the longest in the run.
Yeah, it's just after we grinded all those license boards and now we're spending them.
I mean, no need to keep them. So some of the abilities we get are only like necessary a bit later on.
There's also the longest menu in the run.
Yeah, and again some jumping around between the two different license boards you have between characters to make it more efficient and not get all the in-between licenses.
Yeah, saving LP and animations as much as possible by jumping back and forth. Casually, you probably want to have as low overlap as possible to get as many abilities out of two jobs. While in the speedrun, you want to have kind of as much overlap and synergy of the two jobs as possible, so that you can like go as efficiently as possible and only get the abilities you really want. Alright, and on Team Choco's side is whoa, there is a one-shot. That almost looked late, but very nice. Everyone got through Race Ball.
Yeah.
Without any mishaps. Whoops.
Ooh, Roosta got the infamous ice break nuke field. So the judges on the last stage that we grind, they have they'll do a move called Ice Break, which is like an AoE ice move, and it seems to do a pretty good chunk of damage to you. And yeah, it can really hurt you, especially if like both judges casted. You like have a Roosta like kind of took out the entire group of them as a result.
And these are now done with all the grinding, all the LP grinding and trial grinding, and finally heading to the hand mines.
Yeah, all the LP trial grinding, but not yet all the grinding.
No?
Nope. One more grind.
Yeah, killing off Lhasa for just squeezing out a tiny bit more XP in this place. It's not like you get that much, but...
Yeah, I believe it's a difference of like 1 level, I want to say.
I don't know, it adds a bit of risk, but I think both risk and reward are kind of minimal. I would still consider it run as preference.
Yeah. But yeah, this is coming up on the infamous jelly grind. If you've seen the OG run, you'll know that the jelly grind is a big part of that run. We do it here in TZA as well because it's a great way to gain levels to kind of set us up for more the next part of the run, so we can be a little bit stronger, be able to hit a little bit harder, and also gives us money too because we need to be able to afford some stuff. So. What's going to happen here is once we get to a specific part, we're going to do, generally it's about 5 rooms on average most of the time of jelly grinding, and the important thing with that is the chaining system. So in TZA or just Final Fantasy 12 in general, when you kill an enemy, and I might be corrected on this, it's like the same type of enemy. I don't remember if it's like same species or same like genre or categorization.
Could be type. I don't
just
think
type, yeah.
so.
So our goal here is we're gonna kill the room of jellies until they stop spawning, and then most of the time we'll not pick up the drops, or we'll pick up the drops after we've killed everything. Just kind of runner's choice there, because as you pick up drops, it reduces the chance of chain upgrade, and by upgrading your chain. You can get drops that have more items in them or a higher chance of rare drops. And so the goal is we take out our room of jellies, we leave, because we have to go back 2 screens, like I said earlier. Enemies don't respawn unless you zone twice. So we have to leave, not kill anything along the way, and then go back into the room of jellies and keep doing it until we hit around a chain of 75. I don't know if any of the runners are gonna, for marathon safety, take like an extra room just to possibly increase. Desa might because he's spent some extra money, but we'll see here if he does or not.
Yeah, so the main point of this grind is just money and drops. So common drop is water magicite, which doesn't do much. Then you have uncommon is yellow liquids, really good source of money. The next one is teleport stones, of which we also need. Forgot, it is 4 and then little 2. Which you could buy later, but also nice to drop. And the very last is float modes, which you also really want to have at least 2 of.
Yeah.
So while it is really nice for the money and you get some neat experience, you also really want those two rarer items for the later parts of the run. So it's really nice that it all lines up on this one spot.
Looks like Desa got hit with the T-Rex block. Gotta love when he gets in the way. It's beautiful.
Yeah, as long as you don't get Sonic Fang insta-killed, everything is fine. So Sonic, the T-Rex also has an ability called Sonic Fang, which has a 10% chance of insta-killing. And yeah, when Barsh dies, you also like really have to be careful that the rest doesn't die, that Ash doesn't suddenly accidentally get a fire off and kill bats, and the whole chain is done. And yeah.
Yeah, and you can't like have that happen and then load a save and then continue from there, because when you load a save, you lose the chain level, which is why there's no. So when that happens, yeah, it really just kind of throws your chain out of the loop. You can continue, but you're gonna either have to take extra rooms, like in a marathon setting, to try and account for the drop difference with money and all that, or you possibly will have to like farm extra other things or sell more stuff later on if you don't. I believe this should be on his last room.
Yep. I mean, unless he does some bonus.
Unless he does an extra one.
Looking all pretty good.
He's got a fair amount of health. He's got a fair amount of
and then the last room only had 10 jellies. Amazing. You hate to see it, but yeah. I'm not sure how the float modes were. I know the room before he had like 4 teleport stones twice, so he's good on that.
He's got at least 2 float modes. Okay, Destiny did not do next
27 teleport stones, yeah, about that. They sadly don't sell for that much, but I mean, you can also sell those, so you don't need.
As I was saying, Rooster's been getting hit pretty hard by the judges. I saw another ice break nuke. Not take out Ash this time, but it almost take out the other 2, which is fine. Tiamat.
Yeah. Yeah, hoping out of the first grind. So the reason why in the first time you only defeat the first 5 floors is because one of your main damage is arrow. And so to know it in trials is in floor 6 the main bird absorbs wind damage, so that's why we stop there. And on floor 5 the neck bed absorbs fire damage. So once we have fire, yeah. We need to make sure to not actually use it when against neck bed.
Yeah, and depending on the way the enemies are attacking you, like you have to turn off her gambit, potentially to avoid the healing if the other characters don't like kill fast enough.
Yeah. Also Tiamat on T-Mock screen. It's a huge pile of HP. It really like just seeing the HP value there. Like we have grinded so much, but we can't even like call ourselves really overpowered yet. Like this fight still takes such a long time. Like if you have a Bacchus's wine and just can't berserk a character here, just using it here in order to like make this fight shorter is really nice.
It's not our fault he has a desperation attack or desperation move that boosts his defense.
Which makes it take even longer after all those huge numbers of HP. So yeah, after Tiamat, so you have 2 options here. You either can go the... I'm not really sure if it is intended. I don't know anyone who actually likes to go to Elder Worm immediately. But you can go east to Elder Worm and continue there. It's actually not that tough to beat any percent party, but it's not like the path is actually faster, and it's still a bit risky. You don't get much out of it. But yeah, you just go south, so the way everyone goes here, and ignore that boss. Taking a short step into a more high-level area, but I mean we've just grinded. It has to be there for something. So
It's
yeah.
pretty cool that you can just take a slight detour and then skip a boss that you would normally fight.
Thank God.
Yeah, but also yeah, if you had to fight it. Casually, it would sound like a pain. Because it has even more HP than Tiamat, and yeah, it feels... It likes to confuse and such.
He sold most of his teleports.
He might have to rebuy one, but we'll see. It's okay.
But I was gonna say, Desa looking a little stoned on his way to good old petrified trap. Talking about traps, there's that one, and he got this petrification version of it.
Yeah. So if you go into the Haywood, you agree to. You have a lot of traps right in front of you. You can try to dodge them by holding very far to the right, but yeah. You have 4 characters and you only control one of them. So... it can still happen, so you just accidentally trigger it.
Looks like Team Choco is getting ready to do their trial grind, as Team Tonberry is doing their long menu. Team Log heading into the infamous Still Shrine.
Yeah, it is important to touch the teleport crystal there, because otherwise we cannot teleport back to that place, and yeah, that means running back, which is quite a time loss. We've all been there at one point or another, and yeah, it's pretty.
Oh, it's painful.
You don't even get a chocobo on the way back.
No, you do not. I don't know if Desa's going to do this. We'll find out in a little bit if he's going to do the despawning method. Because you can not do it, but it's a little bit riskier for the damage you'll take. Or you can do it, but it's a little bit of a time loss because of the constant switching.
So yeah, for people who have seen the PS2 version or others, the game is still, for this game the case that you can't despawn enemies because only everything like around a character gets spawned. So in order to not load the whole large screen. And so if you switch back and forth between two characters that are far away from one another, you can despawn enemies. Most notably, what you can use is immobilize. If you immobilize one character, then it is easy to just run away with the other. What you can also do, and people are going to do in this run, is use Cure. Is there a Protect setup?
You can do either. I think we usually do Protect, but
just use a white magic spell with Penelo while someone is too far away, and then yeah, she will not know what to do and just stand in place for long enough that we can just basically get the same effect as immobilize. Makes it a bit safer if you get it off, but also makes it a bit slower than just running through and maybe not being unlucky. Again, one of those many runners' preference things.
Yes, and in this dungeon where Desa for Team Mock is now in, there's a big statue in the middle that's holding a sword, which we just examined. And the place we need to get to is behind the sword, so we need to make the big statue lift the sword. And the way that works is that there's 3 other statues, smaller statues in the dungeon, and you can rotate those, and they all have to face the middle big one. And we'll have to see if he gets lucky, because they can be in different positions, and if you're reasonably lucky, they all have to be rotated once, but sometimes you get a bit unlucky and you have to rotate one twice.
oh no, Desa skipped the ruby ring to sell for money.
Yeah, apparently he's confident enough on his money.
So, depending on where you do your shop, you can do a shop on Mount Baromeses right at the beginning, like where Desa did, in order to know what your money is, because this dungeon has a few chests that you can pick up as, like, to make up for the lack of money. Everything afterwards is basically fighting monsters on the way and getting loot and hoping that the drops you get from there make up for it. Or else just fighting. And yeah, Desa was apparently fine with this. It didn't look too bad, to be honest. Not exactly there yet.
Oh no, he got a troll statue.
Yeah, you could see him just now take us for a detour for the Ashura. The Ashura is, I want to say, besides the Kakata, so if anyone gets the Kakata, they will not get the Ashura, the best weapon you can get right now. As a ninja sword, it has a high combo rate, it has a chance for on-hit blind effect, which is really good at one of the bosses coming up later on. It has like over 70 attack damage. Yeah, also you can see taking off the metal helmet, because, well, Venus is not really worth talking anything about. It has a neat little gimmick that the more metallic equipment you have, the slower your characters are.
I don't know if he realizes He doesn't do the fire strat on Venuskar, but he also doesn't. He has Demon's Bane. He doesn't even have a sure equip.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
Good point.
He didn't equip the Shura. But yeah, he doesn't do the fire strat. So there, like Nicky was saying, so you can actually kill Venuskar really a little bit quicker using fire. The problem is it adds like 2 extra menus because you have to menu fire it onto and menu it off of her for the next fight.
Yeah. Also, shout out to that mana font traps there. That just replenishes all the NPs that Podello has used for healing throughout the whole dungeon.
True MVP.
Yeah. Then also at the next boss there's also a place where you can replenish a bit if you end up short there.
Yeah, because that fight, oh man, that you can blink and your MP's gone because of all the status ailment.
Yeah. Big Statue has lifted the sword, so we can now actually get to the place with the final boss of the boss of the dungeon.
Yeah, it looks like he only got 1 troll statue where he had to move it twice. Because the tricky part of that, and it's a time loss, is because when you move the statue, you can't just move it again. Plus, mind you, there's enemies trying to beat you up, so you have to like run away a little bit and then run back into it. So there's this kind of like awkward like run, move the statue, run backwards, run up to the statue.
Yeah, and now we get to Mateus, a boss that is weak to lightning. So if we want to see any use out of that Sandara spell, then here it would be. Zero would be very proud, but I have not seen us buying any Storm Staves or even get Black Magic 6. Something to look out for is that the Aces use sleep, and only Mateus is really there to wake her up, so...
Went for the extra elixir. Yeah, in this fight, we have to take out the Azers before we can actually hurt Mateus. I think. I could be wrong on that, but we would still
no, it's just really annoying to keep the Aces alive.
Okay.
Like,
okay,
really annoying.
And what's crazy about this fight... Oh, what happened?
A Bucket Bracer Steel, 14 Choco. That's a nice time save.
Nice. Yeah, that's gonna help with the Tiamat fight, and then it can help with the Mateus fight, but you have to be careful. It's funny, I was actually about to point that out. If you do have Berserk for Mateus, either from a Bacchus line or the Bracers, you actually can't, it's not recommended to equip it until after the Azers are dead because of the randomness of the targeting of Berserk. It makes it very hard to actually end up winning that fight because the Azers won't die first, and there'll just be too much ping-ponging around. But we've got Tiamat here on Roosta.
Also start off with this Abelka. The reason why you really want to spread out your party as fast as possible, so that only as few characters get it as possible.
Yeah, and Tiamat has this like thing where he attacks the enemy, the character that's closest to him. So you'll see we try to like basically hug Tiamat as much as possible with Penelo to try and keep the hits off of Bosch. Because one thing I guess we haven't talked too much about, if someone wants to maybe talk about it, is some of the licenses we're getting and what effects they have on our party members, like swiftness, and I've totally forgotten the one that Bosch has for full HP.
Focus. I think it's called Focus.
Yeah, focus.
Yeah. Focus makes him stronger if he's full HP. And then swiftness makes the characters a little bit faster, I think.
Yeah, it improves their attack speed.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of equipment for specific, or license for specific equipment that each character wants to carry. And then much later we also grab some extra HP nodes to help with survivability.
We also pick up Serenity for healing and damage output from magic, as well as just things like magic lore and battle lores to give a slight boost to their magic and attack stats.
Yeah, Serenity and Focus give plus 50% at full HP. One for physical, one for magic. Battle at magic lore plus 1 to the stat, which plus 1 doesn't sound like much, but you just realize that when you're lacking it, suddenly things just don't work out the way you are used to it, just because you're lacking that tiny bit. It's always amazing how this game can be. Yeah, looks like no Kakata for anyone, if I have seen it correctly.
Yarn. 1 year will get a Karkata and a relay.
Yeah, I mean, I could now say this is Roosta's fault. Back in the day, we went to Mothran Highways early in order to get Thief Scarves and Berserker Braces and a 20% Kikuichi Monji chest. But yeah, we don't need that anymore, so the RNG is gone. Alright, there is Bergen. On Team Oxide, Bergen got deleted pretty quickly. Yeah, usually Bergen is fine, but sometimes he just pulls out those combos. Lots of combos. Alright, Roosta on Team Tonberry there. Fuzzy high five. You'll have to see it. Almost giving us a feeling of team close race, which I'm sure will come back.
Yeah, plenty of runs left, plenty of equalizer opportunities. Final Fantasy V alone has some very trolly bosses, and that's coming up next sometimes.
So yeah, we have Team Choco getting rid of all the license points. Team Tonberry heading to the shrine, and yeah, Team Mog picking up the Berserker Braces now in most foreign highways, and you could have entered this place a lot earlier, but there's a minigame coming up very soon that only unlocks now that we've defeated the Bergen. So there was not really a reason to go there, and you don't try to fight the bomb and go into Nabudis, because that might be a fun challenge for yourself in casual, but in the speedrun, there's no reason to do that.
Looks like he did pick up Thief's Cuffs to sell, so he picked up that at least for selling some extra money, but it doesn't sell as much as the Ruby Ring does.
Yeah, but it's also like, the Ruby Ring L's really only like when I'm dead. Like, that's like 10 seconds, 10-15 seconds. It does not even go for the 80%. So. But yeah, you can see all the small things, like Desa is just running through. Yeah, I'm not even sure. Does anyone still kill them? Do I still kill them?
I don't kill them. I was gonna say
I remember killing them, but I don't even remember that I did it like recently. It's been a while since I've run it myself.
I don't think I see anyone kill those. But yeah, and then he gets up to a gate that turns out to be broken, and now he needs to find 9 Noogles to repair the gate.
Yeah. This is a message that finds the 9 Noogles unlocks now, else I would just say, yep. Gate is broken, sorry, nothing you can do. So I really love that cutscene with Badge and Wix when you have a Chocobo in order to go to Mosforan early. They're like, one of them is like, yeah, no, I'm scared of chocobos, and you are there riding with a chocobo, at best with boost, because the boost effect is still visible to have this blinking chocobo, which looks really, really frightening. Making your own.
I think Roosta's gonna do the despawning? Well, looks like he switched from that, or he just switched to wait for the upcoming section to make it a little more stabilized. Because it looks like he switched to wait from active.
Yeah, they probably just switched. He goes for the ruby ring, so I think straight here.
Yeah, I
and
still go for the ruby ring. I'm not too confident in my money ability a lot of times.
Yeah, it depends. Like, I also know some people that only sell their stuff in phone codes later on.
Yes.
So, in that case, you don't know what your money is here.
I'm bad at keeping track of money in any speedrun I do, so I just grab the ring, hope it works out.
But yeah, if you go World Record, you just YOLO Kakata, and in doubt, just YOLO Hypno Crown later on. But you need to care about money because that's just 8k on its own.
Yeah, looks like he's doing a despawning.
Yeah.
It can also help in the regards to leaving quicker, because like with the character who's further away, you switch to them after you get that Azura chest, because you have to run back that direction anyway, and so it cuts out the like time it takes for you to run that way. It looks like Roosta also got one troll chest.
Troll statue.
Hi.
Oh, it's getting a little dicey there.
Yeah, so what you can do in with a statue troll is if you like go back far enough and then back in, you don't need to wait as long to get the second prompt, which is really more viable in TZ8, where you have the times for speed up, which does not apply to the statue. But I believe even PS2 has made use of that after seeing it in TZA. Alright, desa for Team Orc now. Getting some better armor, getting Bacchus's Wines and just some general status heals, and the Fyraga spell. Yeah, if you thought Fyra was already nice, be ready for some real magic damage.
Now we're cooking with fire.
Now we're bringing out the big guns.
Oh, interesting. Roosta threw the golden amulet on Bosch right before defeating Viniskar. Probably just get a boost of JP from the fight.
Usually you have like the dawn shot, so...
Yeah, well, you need to have the dawn shot at the beginning of...
yeah, I just don't think that the dawn shot does anything during Viniskar, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's just the beginning of the dungeon VR, you have to have it equipped to activate Destal.
Yeah, if you don't have it equipped... Oh yeah, go.
Oh, yeah, just in general that we switch around who wears the golden amulet, which doubles license points gains, and yeah, switch around a bit which character we want to get a bit more licenses at some point, and I guess there's some preference, can you remember where that exactly is then?
If you don't have the dawn shot equipped during... I'm not even sure which of the switches it all is, but yeah, then you... Just the first one, but yeah, then you, instead of getting teleported where you need to go, you summon some undead. Be like, you activated my trap card.
I definitely haven't done that before.
But yeah, now we get on the team side to the most terrifying PS2 boss ever.
Oh god.
Welcome, Mandy's. Silver also possibly pretty annoying in ICJS with melee, but yeah. Faraga is really powerful, by the way. Really, really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you can still get trolled by, like, status ailments. Oh, 2 switches. Sorry, yeah, it was 2 switches you need the Dawn Showdown for. But yeah, sometimes the Mandies will still pound you with, like, status effects, and that can really throw off. You mess up your groove, man.
Yeah, also if the Mandy's fight takes too long, like, they increase their level over time, slowly but surely. I think Mystery Waltz is the move called. So if the fight takes too long, yeah, it's just... it's not what you want to see. Alright, Matthias down 14 Tonberry.
Oh man, Arvin is coming up. Ugh. This is the boss for sure.
Yeah, I guess it is all the time to talk about what Berserk does. So yeah, Berserk has multiple really amazing effects, and one not so amazing. Most of all, of course, it increases our damage. It increases the damage that the character deals. Decreases the attack speed of a character. It also attacks randomly, kinda unsurprisingly. On the other hand, it makes you immune to confusion, which is really helpful on some of the later bosses. But it also makes the character slower. So if you run through the world map, one character later on will be seriously lagging behind.
Oh god, triple doom.
Oh no. Penelo is still at 9, so...
He's gonna poke it.
9
as
should
long
be
as she
enough to get through.
survives, it's fine. The most
Yeah,
important
just
part
go-
is to not raise anyone now in the screen. So we cannot keep waiting for heals, because this floor has a lot of traps.
Yeah, at least we have the float boat to go over the traps.
Yeah, that's where we want the flow mode, because that hallway has so many traps in it. I mean, you can get by without the flow mode if you know the pathing, because the traps are in specific spots, but it's definitely a bit more dangerous, especially like it was pointed out before. If you have your team with you, they may still run over a trap and stuff. And it looks like Team Choco just got through Tiamat. Welcome to Arcades.
Welcome to
The
the slums.
infamous. Welcome to the slums and eventually the Chop Quest. So it's not. It'll be happening here in a little bit, but little plot progression here. We're basically trying to sneak into the capital as we try to get past these guards. So once we get past them, in the city of Arcades, to travel places, we need these chops, and to get the chops, we basically talk to a person. We get information, or they say something, and then there's a person that matches their concern or the thing that they're trying to do. And so we have to find that person, and then we have to get 3 of these to be able to use the taxi system, which will get us to the Draculor lab that we're trying to get to.
Shoutouts to TZA for reducing the number we need.
What was it 9 in the
ICJS
OG?
still needed the same as PS2 with 8, only in TZA they reduced it to 3.
Yeah, and most runners will pick because luckily it's the the same NPCs are in the same area every time, so most of us will have like 3 specific ones that we talk to. And a lot of times, like based on like RNG of pathing and movement, you know, it might be a really quick like talk to this character. The next one's just like right there. Sometimes they've moved further away, so there's like a longer time you have to run. But generally, we do the same. Most of the time, the same 3. At least I do. There might be, if you know like of a 4th one or an extra one that might be closer because you know these 2 will talk, then you might do that. But I've only learned 3 of them.
I know 4 of them, and indeed. Like, there's a pair where I do whatever one I have to see first.
I've only learned 3, but I know that there is a 4th one that you could pick from. But yeah, in general, it's a bit random where they are positioned, but not too much. Also, Team Choco and Team Tonberry also giving themselves a high five. At almost the same spot as Tonberry and Mark earlier. These 3 runners are really, really close if they hadn't started that far apart. But yeah, the RNG fights are also still all coming up.
You thought we were through the hard part. Best believe we ain't. Yeah, the upcoming section of bosses that we're going to start seeing is where you'll first start seeing your... Probably the first example of us using ATB resetting. Minus some potentially earlier fights requiring it, but you see it more often in the upcoming fights, depending on how some of the RNG goes with the attacks and status ailments, or just whatever the boss does or can do. I don't know if Chocobo hit the crystal.
Didn't. I don't know.
Think so. I haven't paid attention, to be honest, but I mean, I personally know that I always touch it on the way in. Well, I have seen that both Mark and Tonberry did it on the way out, so...
I always do it on the way in. I'm like, I need to get it out of the way as soon as possible.
Yeah, also I believe that since it's further away from the entrance, it also means that I don't need to wait until it spawns. Well, spawn time isn't as much of a problem in TZA. Not every element spawns immediately once the screen gets loaded.
Yeah, I'm definitely all the way out kind of runner.
So yeah, well, all runners do basically the same. In the details, there are a lot of differences, and the community has never really come together to like really put all those differences together, which maybe some also don't know.
Well, luckily, based on everyone's time, it's not too far off, or for the most part.
Like in 4 times speed, everything is just. It looks a lot closer. Like 40-second time loss at normal speed suddenly is a 10-second time loss at 4 times speed. One of them sounds definitely a lot more frightening than the other.
Currently, Team Tonberry doing their Moogle finding quest, as Team Mog is getting ready to enter Draculor's lab to try and find Sid.
And Team Choco running through the Miriam Still Shrine. What? Oh no, wait. I was like, I don't see the Berserk character. Yeah, because she is very far away. I just need to look at the minimap to realize, yep, it is equipped. Because there are only 2 dots and Ash is very, very far away.
And the one thing I believe all runners currently do, some runners I think have gone back and forth on this, but talking to the Moogle boss does get you an item called a sash, which will help speed up ninja swords, like the attack speed of ninja swords, and allow you to attack faster. And so we do pick that up to put on Bosch for at least Sid 1 and I want to say Rafelsia. I don't know. I don't think. Because after that, we take off the ninja sword, the Assure, because we'll get a stronger weapon in the form of a defender.
Yeah, and you also get the bubble belt. So yeah, it is something you can do. Speed, sadly, I think it gives like 50 speed, which sounds incredible, but it doesn't increase your ATB speed by actually that much. And yeah, ninja swords are one of the few weapons that actually are infected by the speed boost.
Looks like Team Ma got an elevator, troll, and Draculor lab. So in the first floor of Draculor lab, after you trigger the alarm system and have to climb up, there's a chance that a soldier will come out of it, and you can't activate the elevator until he comes out of the elevator. And looks like Chocobo also got a statue troll. It's
the same as Tonberry.
It's the same one. I think everyone got that exact statue troll.
This game is really fair at the moment.
Yep. No one got a Carcada, everyone the same stat control.
Yeah, just Berserker braces and a 2 crystal for the team that is a bit behind.
Yeah, Dracula Laboratory has this thing where there's red and blue doors and you can't have both of them open at the same time. And you have to go into these little rooms to switch around which one of them is open to make your way through.
And we have some annoying soldiers, but it's the right medicine for them. Wow, I have never seen running through those 5 soldiers and basically taking no damage. I would have been surprised if Bash had just been murdered by all 5. I'm gonna be honest.
Hey, sometimes it happens because they can silence you. Sometimes they do silence you, and then Pinel can't heal, and then if you don't address it, then it just turns into a nightmare. But looks like Team Mog is fighting Sid. So with this fight, what happens here is we have to take out the little robots before we can really defeat Sid. So what we do is we start the fight off with like 2 casts of Firaga before they put up Reflect. And then after that, we switch over to more of a melee attack approach because of the Reflect. And then this goes back to where this fight can have a mixed time to it because of Berserk's randomness. Because we want the little rooks to die first, but if the Berserk character doesn't really attack the rooks or keeps going back to Sid, it doesn't really help us. Because Sid is immune to physical damage until we take care of the rooks. And then after we take care of the rooks, he does come over here. We do have to kind of watch the Tomahawk move. There is a way to skip it. It is hard to skip on TZA. You have to ATB clog by throwing like a Phoenix down, which we haven't really talked about, but I'm sure we'll get into at some point because we do try to use it at least in the final boss. But we just talk about it now, actually.
Yeah.
So
and this one you could also like block the way because he needs to move to a certain position. Yeah, 4 times speed.
Yeah. But yeah, the ATB clogging, they do it a lot more in the OG run with like the Belias freeze. Basically, it's harder to do it in TZA because they've increased the amount of actions in the queue. I don't remember what PS2 has. Do you remember, Nikki, how many actions it is?
Is it 8 and 16 or 16 and 24? I'm waiting for... Like, it got increased by a substantial amount, but at the same time...
Yeah, I think it's 8 and 16.
If you try to AoE Reflect Ardo on your party, then you will not get to see that many at once.
So it's hard. So we don't really do it in this run because it's a bit harder to do, but we can still utilize it in a few fights, depending on timing. So you can do it in the Sid fight. It's really tight timing, but a few of us have gotten the tomahawk skip by using like a Phoenix down, for instance, before he readies it up, because it kind of has to finish the animation before it will play a cinematic cutscene. Looks like Desa didn't go for it. Its timing's pretty tight, so it kind of makes sense. And then there's a reason to do it on one of the final bosses to skip a long cutscene and really hard-hitting move as well, if it were to happen too. It looks like Tonberry is on Araman now. Seeing how twirly Araman might be with the Fire Aga, because it teleports around the stage, so the casts and makes clones and stuff, so it's kind of hit or miss sometimes, especially with Immobilizaga keeping you in place.
Yeah, but we have Isuna, so it's not that bad, fortunately.
Yeah. And did not get the triple doom.
Mobilize on Bosch is a bit fortunate.
Yeah. Roosta decided to take a slightly slower approach to let everyone kind of heal up a little bit first before kind of running through, while Desa had to play against the odds of doom.
Yeah, Desa buffing up for the Rafflesia fight, which on this fight all MP is drained, which means that we have very little opportunity to heal, so we really need to use that haste cam mode and Berserker characters to get as much damage in as possible to end things before we die.
Yeah, and Rafflesia is another one of those fights where he's stuck in the confusion loop because everyone else is berserked.
Yeah, but as mentioned, Berserk characters can't be confused, so...
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Didn't even go for the, props to Desta. I'm too afraid to not go back and touch the save crystal with that.
To be fair, he isn't zapped, which usually you are just zapped on everyone as well. And then you don't have a choice, really.
Anyone want to talk about the puzzle system here in the woods? In the Fey Woods?
Yeah, basically what it lets you do is there's these little, what are you called, these structures, and then one of them shows this illusion, and that gives you the direction of the next one you need to go through to actually be allowed to continue to the next area.
Yeah, and you have to follow a specific path too. So there is some RNG to the path. It looks like Desa on Team Mog did get the preferred option in the second one because it puts him closer to the defender chest. So what we do want to see is being sent down to this bottom kind of right side, because this chest has the defender in it, which is a weapon we pick up for Bosch at this point. And then on the previous screen we picked up a bubble belt. Is something you're going to see us start using. So it, if I remember correctly, doubles your HP value. And so with Bubble Belt, it means you always have Bubble on you, and I believe it also prevents disease from being castable on you, which is great, because disease is a very painful status ailment, where you can't heal yourself, and you're basically, if you die, you get stuck at 1 HP until you get rid of it. And that's why we were reflecting bubble modes earlier.
The only difference is that equipping the bubble mode only increases your max AP, while if you use a bubble spell or a bubble mode, then your current HP also gets doubled. Which, I mean, if the bubble belt would also double your current HP, that would be too broken. So I'm glad they caught that.
I did not know that, actually, about the difference with the two. But yeah, this is part of the run. Kind of starts. It kind of starts with Rafflesia, where you're going to see a bunch of the fights are going to have a pre-setup strat to them to make sure we get through them as fast as possible. And a lot of them are going to be a balance of things like berserking Bosch, casting like a Hastica mode on certain fights. At the moment, you only see it during data lists here, where we use the domain Cavados. I always want to call it domain cabbage for some reason. I don't know why my brain reads that word as cabbage. Which casts bravery on your character, which is like an attack boost. That's the only one we get for now, but later on, a character by the name of Redos is going to join us, and he comes with 11 of them. So you're going to see a lot of this like pre-fight setup, stat boosting, kind of like menuing element before a lot of the fights in the final dungeon. Now, the infamous Guru Vegan. I gotta say that right. That word eludes me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here these enemies get quite scary, so here we really use the despawn trick that was talked about earlier to despawn enemies in.
Almost all of us do. And all of you.
I'm saying, Nick, I've definitely seen Nikki not do it, and I'm baffled every time.
Nikki belongs to the very small amount of people that still just run through here, and it works most of the time. To be fair, I also decrease the battle speed, which I don't think you really don't need to if you despawn. But we can see how much time it also takes to despawn back and forth. So if you can make it through...
Yeah, but some of these enemies get also these nasty status ailments that you
I do not
stops.
judge A1 for going for the safe strat. And was saying it is not.
I will say I have tried both. I am not as good at the Nikki method. I admittedly have had a lot of runs to die to some nonsense in Guru Vegan, sadly.
Yeah. If you really choose to run through here, you need to be careful to not get stuck onto anything, or else you will die very, very quickly.
Yeah, and these I forgot the name of these enemies.
Vivians. The Malboro-like enemies.
Yeah, they might hit you with disease, or it looks like they did get Ash with something, so it's
good old bad breath with, hey, you want status effects? Take all of them.
And they have two breaths. They have bad breath and they have cloying breath. They just hit you with everything. But it looks like Desa made it through without too much problem. Even with the despawn, there wasn't too much kind of straggler hits that got you. And we're coming up on Tyrant. A boss that if we had Carcata would be very easy because we can confuse lock it.
Yeah, Giro Wagon actually gives you an equipment for Tyrant. If you, like the last switch you have, if you go up a bit further, there is a chest with the Aegis Shield. The Aegis Shield gives you 50 magic block. So if you want to have a good tank against Tyrant, then this is the perfect shield to use. It was picked up for a while, but as speedrunners are, at some point they realized, hey, we can do mostly without, so we just don't get it anymore.
Yeah,
it was also a time where we didn't use the Defender, but the Deathbringer, because the Defender is a two-handed weapon and you can't equip a shield with it.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's also a thing that played into the argument.
Yeah, and with the Tyrant fight, this is also where you see an example of kind of character positioning to avoid AoE spells. So Penelo is just enough outside the range of Tyrant that those piercing Gravagas and other like Dundagas and AoE moves start hitting Penelo to make the healing a lot harder. So luckily, she never drew enough aggro because, like a lot of games, like games like this at least, there's like a hidden aggro system where if you do too much, sometimes like healing or damage, then an enemy may shift their focus from one person to the other. And so luckily, the healing never drew on enough, because we do have, not yet, but coming up soon, we'll be getting, or no, maybe we do have it. We're going to get Kiraja.
Yeah, you buy Kiraja and Balkenheim before going to Feywood and Giro Wagon.
Yeah. So yeah, we have a really high-level cure spell that can sometimes, if we use it too much, it's going to draw the aggro towards Penelo. But luckily, Tyrant did not invoke that enough, because Desa was just enough out of range to avoid that. Looks like Tonberry is in Dragolor's lab going through the switches. And Chocobo is heading into the Fawn Coast, or in Fawn Coast, to head to the cave, to Sochin Cave, shortly.
Yeah. What we also didn't talk about yet, which you will be able to see on the menu in Team Tonberry, is that so we are casting a lot of high-level spells. We're using Firaga, we are casting lots of Cura, we are even upgrading to Curaja, which obviously costs lots of MP. A hell ton. And there is fortunately one accessory that makes it a lot more valuable than without. We would have to, like, oh goodness, we would have to rethink our strategies. Which in the room of earlier, actually, there is a chest, a Sage's Ring. And what the Sage's Ring does, it decreases magic spell costs by 50%. So every spell only suddenly costs half the MP, which is, I mean, you can see on Team Choco, 38 MP for Firaga, halved. Suddenly we're at 19. With all the other abilities, like War Mage especially, which gives you MP when you deal magic damage with Firaga, for example, allows us to actually spam these spells in the way we do. Yeah, shoutouts to the devs again for giving us good items on the way.
Yes, thank you. And the chessboard is like literally after you defeat Mateus, like just sitting right there in front of the door. And another mechanic of the game we haven't quite touched on is you actually passively regenerate MP when you move and run around. So that's why a lot of times when these boss fights at this point are going on, we're controlling Pinello and, like, in a way, kind of just running around in circles or just running around a whole bunch to just kind of make sure MP is constantly regenerating. It's not a fast regeneration, but it's enough that it can keep things kind of flowing, especially if your values get too low. Looks like Pinello's getting hit with a bunch of stragglers from Shem Hazai there.
Yeah,
well, no diseases.
It depends. There are rooms of high mist, especially those with summons in them, like Elias, Mateus, or Shem, in which your steps regenerate a lot of MP. Yeah, also you see, yeah. Well, Rip Pinello's LP. It's fine. There is leeway.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a reason I was actually surprised. I personally like trying to throw the bubble mode onto Pinello and Ash, also in case of disease protection. But yeah, usually it is fine because Shem is very slow in her attacks, and so even though she regularly kills characters, you can just revive and get a heal off until the next attack happens. But also, we didn't talk about yet, one of the bosses, CIT1 is the first one, that uses abilities that can just take a lot of MP away. So CIT1 on Team Tonberry screen and Shem have Siphon.
Oh god, Siphon.
And later on we have some with Fearguard. So Siphon decreases by, I think, 100, and Fearguard just removes all MP. So this is something you have to really look out for if that happens, to just immediately throw off these elixirs that we have picked up and will pick up over the course of the run. But yeah, everyone is doing really well up to this point.
Yeah, all around, pretty good run so far. No major, other than Thundara, which was an easy fix. You know, it was pretty seamless stuff currently.
Actually, Hab taking a different route through Sochin.
Yeah, I think he's killing these enemies and then also hoping for some good drops here.
Knowing him, he might have really just, looked for a pass with more of these undeads that can drop the Hypnocrown, which is a later level head. Yeah, good place to grind also for experience. And drops if you... He got 2 Hypnocrowns. Yeah, congratulations, good job.
Specifically,
Choco
pointing
would
it out
appreciate
for
it if
us.
you wouldn't take your time to show it to us, but as a commentator, I do appreciate it. Just showing it off. So yeah, it happens at the end. So after this, you would not have the option to make money anymore, really, because the shop in Arcades is like the spot where money is the tightest. But yeah, if you get those Hypno Crowns, then... And Ash and Penelo can use it. Yeah.
Where's Fluffs?
Yeah, Team Choco just waiting for all the all
for
the healing
actually
spells.
having someone that can run without dying soon.
And heal and Isuna and yeah, the usual post Ariman experience. Alright, then we have Rafflesia on Team Tonberry. Super annoying fight, but yeah, we're just stacking all the status effects that we have. And Team Maw coming up to... I'm not sure if it still is, but at least for the longest time it was my most hated boss, because the most brutal boss, and it might still have the highest head count. Of like, hey, you're dead now, go and reset and try again. So just Hydra.
Luckily, Roosta did not get hit with painful ailments at the beginning of Rafflesia, so that's two for two so far on that. Oh boy, Hydro, my best friend.
Oh, Hydra is amazing.
Hydra is so dangerous. Yeah, so you're throwing all these buff items because you can really use them to end things before things go south.
So yeah, Hydra has the aforementioned Fear, which just reduces your MP, which you have to be careful about. And it has Curse. And Curse actually just now didn't hit. Oh no, there's a Fear. Curse inflicts a whole ton of status effects, including disease and confusion and zap. Fleisure also has that, which is why we didn't want to play with Zed Flower as much as... Yeah.
Okay.
But well played.
But Hydro down. But yeah, those two abilities alone, next to just hitting very hard with like fickle attacks, which you can usually handle, but yeah, once something goes wrong, things can spiral out of control very, very quickly.
Yeah, you need to pay a lot of attention, so you really throw that elixir as soon as you need it, and yeah, use ATB resetting if things go wrong enough that you need to really get that extra speed from that.
Alright, time for catching. Wow, that was a good first catch.
Yeah, that was
that's impressive. At 4 times speed without miscatching once and opening the menu instead. That was impressive.
Yeah, so this is the unofficial final dungeon, and it has these different levels, and each level has its own gimmick. Here you need to get these orbs that drop when you kill an enemy to activate the 3 altars. And you got them all pretty quickly.
Yeah, and also in the Hydra fight for Team Mog, you saw the example what I was talking about earlier with the ATB refreshing. So you see a lot of this in the PS2 run. We tend to mostly do it in the TZA run around this point. And some other fights, it just depends on how the fight goes. So with ATB refreshing, it's just character will do an action, and then you unequip their gear, or unequip something on them, and it resets their ATB bar, but it will interrupt their cast, though, so you do have to be careful that you don't do it too early and mess up, like, you go to heal, and you only heal one person, and the other 2 don't get healed, and so that just still kind of throws things off as a result. So Desa did that twice, because he did get hit with Firaga, lost all of his MP on Penelo, So then he had to basically put an elixir, and then to cancel the animation after the elixir, do the ATB reset to get back to healing. But it looks like Team Tonberry is getting ready to enter Guravegan after they deal with Daedalus, and then Team Chocobo is heading into Dracula Lab, or should be soon.
Yeah, so there are two things to note. One is Team Orc fighting Pandemonium. At 50%, it uses perfect defense, which makes it immune for quite a long time. But Red is fortunately has the spell Arise, and if we cast Arise onto Pandemonium, it gets rid of the perfect defense. It's often. It has a chance to miss, but
yeah, it's
it is very handy.
The aggression system. I still understand why that works. I just assume it's the aggression system, but it's still one of the most confusing strats we have.
Yeah, and on Team Tonberry's side, you can see that Roosta has actually switched the Berserker Braces over to Bash. This is something that people have been like guessing around a lot with. So the reason most often you will see the Berserker Braces on Ashe is because it makes the menuing a lot easier. Between using magic and using melee, you don't need to switch gambits because you have gambits on magic, and if you're Berserk, your gambits matter. So having the Berserker Braces on Ashe makes the menuing more smooth. Having the Berserker Braces on Bash makes the damage output a bit higher, because Bash deals generally more damage with his weapons. But yeah, it also means it needs more LP, and yeah, as I said, we need to switch gambits with Ashe, and everything changed a bit. Last date I got to hear yesterday, oh my, was that it's not as strong yet, but it's also not been looked into that much, so it's not as optimized. Also, stop is a dump status effect.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Dear Vegan is dangerous. These nasty statuses.
Yeah, bless Chronos tears.
Yeah, it looks like the so this would be an example of where the despawning didn't quite catch in the way it should, where the character was, and this was something I struggled with a lot, like early on when I was learning the run. And even to still some days I mess this up, but yeah, if you try to do the like kind of casting freeze, you kind of have to like let them start the casting before you really move away, and so if you do it too early, what will happen is kind of what happened on Tonberry's side, Roosta's side, where Pinel just never really started casting the spell and stuck in place, and so kept following you, and then at that point you were already like knee deep in like enemy aggression. Looks like Team Mog is doing the infamous brain pan. It's not really a grind. So going back to what Madelon said about like Barros' dungeon and the gimmick of each floor. So the first one was just you gotta collect black orbs. For this one, they have to build these bridges, these light bridges, and to form the bridge, you have to defeat these brain pans. And you have to kill them specifically because there's another enemy, I don't know why I've literally forgotten the name of it all of a sudden, but there's these other ones that will remove bridges, and they're a lot more dangerous, so we try to ignore them. But yeah, so we have to sort of semi-grind, but that's because it's forced on this dungeon just to progress through it. So this is another area where we kind of gain a couple more levels to just kind of help balance things out, plus afford a few more license board things that we're going to need for like weapons and gear and such.
Yeah, so we fight the green ones, the red ones, the Daedars. Yeah, notorious for two things. They built a red bridge, which is for any percent not useful, to just give some extra bonus stuff. But they also remove green blocks. And on the other hand, they have a move called Level 3 Disable. So you really want to make sure that once you reach there, your whole party does not suddenly have a level multiple of 3, because That would be annoying. And so we just see desa reaching level 25. Okay, Penelo reaches 24, but that's okay. It also just shows how different the level is, and how some people just really refuse to grind anything on the way. I was always closer to 27.
Oh, 27 is quite high.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you
never
also
been that
don't
high.
even need that many encounters to reman.
I think I end the game at like level 25, 26.
Okay, there is another despawn setup. So usually you would have 2 brain pans and a data here. With that setup, you despawn the data and one of the brain pans, both on the right side and the one on the left we just fought.
And one of the wyverns. A lot of times too.
The wyvern is usually far away anyways. I guess if it is too close, can you despawn them? But yeah, I guess if it is too close, then yeah, bye.
So you can see on with Roosta's fight against Tyrant, he is originally for a period there was a little too close, and so was taking some of the pot shots. But oh no!
Oh, this might be the first time the boss. Oh, Barry,
no,
please, no. We need Bosch. Where is our Bosch? Okay, we should have it. Good job, Bosch. Another thing also about the Bosch Berserk strat is, I'm not sure how his gambits look, but usually Bosch is responsible to like catch up anything if things go wrong, like reviving Pello with a Phoenix down and so on.
Or giving her echo herbs.
Yeah, giving her echo herbs. Which I'm sure Ash does some of that now, but yeah. Tyrant can just go wrong as soon as Tyrant decides, I want to attack Penelo now. But yeah, barely clutched it out. Very nice. So we have onset, getting through, switching equipment.
Oh, now I remember. No, you would use the holy moat to. I think it's the holy mode to try and skip Tomahawk because of the long animation, but then you don't have it for Vayne Novus later for Tree of Saphira.
Yeah, do you want to talk about it now? So
Which part?
the thing, oh yeah, so the thing about, yeah, we had effect capacity earlier, so you can try to skip it. Like the holy mode has the longest animation and highest effect capacity of the items we have. But it's also, no matter where you use it, it is never consistent. Which is kind of the dilemma of, again, runner's preference. Where do you want to use it? Where do you not want to use it? Like, Tree of Saphira is a big one, which you would love to skip, but you could do so many great things. You can consistently skip it, but yeah, no. Also, let's see, do we get a 5-digit attack? Yo, nice, there we go.
Nice.
So yeah, desa on Slit. Slit is weak to fire damage, gets a whole burst, and also like fire main, I believe, like in the water, at least in some areas of this map. It's, I'm not really, I think it looks like water. It also takes more damage than in others, which really makes you see that TZA also has gotten rid of the damage cap of 4 tilts. Which is neat, because we really don't aim for that, but we still get to see it in an any % speedrun.
Yeah, the gimmick for the next level is that you have to choose something to give up, and we give up the minimap, but we also give up the minimap in the upper right hand corner. You are still able to use the overlay minimap if you so choose to. Like HabKeineName has the overlay map pretty much going on for the entire game because it's more detailed than the usual minimap anyway. You can also use it for like fuzzy areas, but here that's how I put it on because this area can be quite a maze. But even without a minimap, we have our overlay minimap to help us through the maze.
Yeah, so even the PS2 version, which doesn't have that map, still gets rid of the map. So
yeah, I guess then you just
because it's I think it's the shortest path. Also, like.
Yeah, and I guess you can always like memorize your route. So like it's probably always going to be the optimal thing, even if you didn't have the overlay minimap. But I am quite, I'm quite happy that the overlay minimap exists. Like, I don't think I would like to navigate this without having a map.
It definitely helps not having to actually memorize it.
Oof, looks like Desa got hit pretty hard with the stray attacks going for the dragon armor, the dragon mail.
You, leading man coming to the rescue.
Leading man coming to the rescue. And it looks like Roosta is finished up in Guravigan and is now heading back to Balfenheim to head to Pharos, and we'll see how Hydro treats Tonberry.
Yeah, and Choco on Rafflesia.
Ooh, yeah, they got hit with the status ailments. There was could have got a little dicey there if they didn't take them down sooner.
Yeah. You should just go back to the safe crystal. Like, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I definitely go back to the safe crystal.
The desa and Roosta not doing it felt rare, but I could understand it. But yeah, no. Bob, definitely just going back, getting all the stats back, not having to wait for Penelo to like get all the things done. Because yeah, again, like the whole of Feywood, a place with a higher concentration of mist, so you get your MP back rather quickly. But that doesn't mean that if you need to like cast 7 spells with Penelo to get rid of all the status effects and heal and all that, that becomes any faster just because you might get the MP back in a reasonable amount of time. Alright, that's Fenrir done already on Team Ox side. Oh, ouch.
Oof. Yeah. That hurts. But looks like they're doing the trick where you can actually revive people not currently in the party. So yeah, a lot of times at this point, because we don't use Bosch, Von, or Baltair much, what will happen there is we pull them out and then we will try to like quickly have them throw a Phoenix down because it's pretty instantaneous, and hope it's just enough time that it's actually going to revive our party members in reserve.
Yeah, and you have to be careful because Van's Gambit is still from the Vossler fight, so his Gambit is currently still on using Dark on himself.
Yep.
We've all been there, been annoyed by it. But yeah, I mean, you optimally never use Van at this point anymore, so there's no reason to change it.
Yeah, I still change it just in case I need him, and because otherwise he will forget and he will just suicide and then.
We've all been there. At least I have. It's
Yeah. And here, the only reason we ever use a summon in this run is because it's required for gate. I think Choco now.
Yep. This is why even no licensed board runs need to license Belias.
Yep. We're about to have a Hydro fight. Let's see how it goes for Team Tonberry after they do their pre-fight workout. And Team Mog is wrapping up Pharos somewhat. They're pretty much on the final
showing
descent.
off the enemies we really like, the least, which are arrow nades, because our party is great, But we have nothing against flying. I mean, next we have Firaga now, but Firaga against flying enemies also will only get you so far. Our melees just cannot really flying enemies. Oh no.
Oh, no, opening curse.
Early curse, but only on Pinello, so we might still be... Oh gosh, curse. And another curse.
Oh, 3 curses. Oh, but he's holding strong. He's holding strong.
Oh, goodness. So spicy.
Oh, the disease, though. Oh,
and
yeah.
Oh, and reset on Daedalus. So we haven't talked about Daedalus much. Daedalus, for a long time, was a really huge, like, damage check. Someone me also checks that we could use Firaga. But still, once Daedalus reaches below 20% HP, Daedalus, like, turns Super Saiyan. Like, and starts wrecking everything, deal 2000 damage with each hit after, like, doing, like, I don't know, 2k AoE. So we really just want to hit it down before it even can get that far. So usually, yeah, it gets off 2 attacks, and then in the downtime of the second attack, we just immediately get rid of it.
Oh, another curse into a Firaga, but it seems to be holding for the rest.
Oh, why are we so low on damage? Another backup that we used to use back in the day is a Holy mode, because this boss is weak to Holy. But yeah.
Roosta made it through, but yeah, looks like another reset for Daedalus on Chocobo's side.
Yeah, T-Mog, defeat Hashmal, pretty straightforward fight. Quakesha probably the weakest Jar attack. Also only induces slow. If you have a float mode, if you are floated, then you don't take damage at all. So still a bit rough with disease and all, but all in all not that bad. Also coming up to a nice gimmick on T-Mog's side. You will see that we are at floor 92. Get a cutscene after that on floor 97. You all know what's in between there?
No, what is in between there?
I think floor 94 it is also. It was a chest with a Mega Elixir.
Oh yeah.
Which you kind of skip by going into the cutscene. Just a neat little troll by the devs. You don't need it in the scene usually, but yeah, I find it a bit hilarious.
So T-Mog is fighting the boss of the Pharaoh's Dungeon, so it's actually a 2-parter. You're going to fight Gabron first, and what you saw there was Desa took Bosch out of the party, because Bosch and Gabron will have a dialogue exchange, so it makes the cutscene longer. So this allows the cutscene to end a bit quicker by removing Bosch from the party, and of course, you have to do it before like some sort of AoE spell or something cast, because if there's a spell being cast on them or something affecting them, the game won't let you remove them from the party, so you can't waste too much time doing it. And then with that, Gabron's down. Now we've entered the fight, the final fight against Sid. This fight is kind of like a 3-part fight. So first part is just fighting Sid. Looks like we didn't get the skip. If depending on like if you got Hastiga up and like how fast your characters attack, you can kind of skip this attack here, because you can see right as it ended, it moved on to phase 2 where he summons the Esper Famfrit. And so from here, before we can defeat Sid, we do have to take down Famfrit, and so we do switch to more of a magic build and cast Firaga to hurt Famfrit versus the melee stuff we do on Sid. Now, this move Famfrit's doing does have a chance to silence you, so you have to keep an eye out on if Ash and Penella have been silenced, so you can unsilence them. Looks like Penella did get silenced, but it was just her, so Bosch did heal that off.
Penella, as our healer, has people targeted to heal that silence. Ash usually does not, so yeah. You have to be very careful if the runner, if Ash gets silenced, to immediately undo that. I'm surprised though that he immediately turns Ash back to Lee, while Ash still has a lot of MP left, but Yeah, Famfredly's down very nicely. Now just last phase. Which, if we tank this attack, everything is fine. I say that. Penelo really would like to have some MP. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely
very
went for
smooth fight.
Went for the riskier, no Mega Elixir version of that. Or no Elixir. Because I believe Desa still had an extra Elixir could have used.
Probably. You keep some elixirs left, and you need one for the final boss. So coming up soon.
Yeah, Mog is heading into the final boss rush.
Which means I have not checked the runners, but Team Mog probably gonna get ready for an FF5 soon. Oh yeah. Seeing them all in setup already.
Yeah, Team Mog is Desa's been on really good pace. It's been actually very, very good showing. The pace he's been on.
Alright, so yeah, we have Tyrant on Team Choco. See if Tyrant is gonna play nicer here. Immediately first attack on Penelo, but that's okay. Oh my, and playing it risky, berserking Bosch as well. That means if Tyrant decides to target Penelo randomly, I think usually I've been told to target the closest target, which Penelo should never be, but Tyrant do Tyrant things, so...
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times I'll wait till like Tyrant's at like around 70% HP before I start throwing in that Berserk on Bosch.
Oh my. Oh, I was wondering why his Berserk ran out that fast, but yeah, he was on attack on slow. Yeah, that explains.
Probably gonna be a reset.
That might even explain why Daedalus was so bad.
You know what? That's a good point. Well, he did maybe because he did. I missed it, but he did do the despawning stuff, so he may have brought it down for that. But
Yeah, true. But if it wasn't, then yeah, that would make total sense then.
Alright, no, no troll sleepiga in the Bahamut run there. A lot of times there's an enemy that might put your whole team to sleep, and then you just get melted by the enemies.
Yeah, so you would think you are strong, but you don't want to play around with those enemies for too long. But yeah, now this is Gabrans 2 again. Bosch gets an extra cutscene, but this time we can't really do much about that. This Gabrans is a lot stronger. So yeah, having none of it. Also, we'll see a neat little tech here. So Gabrans 2 is use Renew after this cutscene on itself to heal him. So what we do here is that we just mash that menu open, usually have the cursor on Gambit that doesn't open and close, but just switches on and off Gambits. And then immediately throw a Reflector mode onto Gabrans so that Renew gets retargeted. The reason is not really that we want that heal, but we want him to not get healed, and we want to kill him fast enough to not do all the annoying abilities, Battle Cry, and then combo us to death. Penelo's might still die every once in a while. They have been sets with using reverse mode to prevent that, but yeah, very smooth fight from desa. Oh my. Oh my, and this is on Team Tonberry side how it looks like when you don't despawn. Jeez. There's an Arrow Knight and more enemies. And everyone's HP is low. So you just run to the next area and just slowly heal up again.
Vayne monologuing on Mog's side. He's just, what do I do to those who try to oppose me?
Phase 1 of Vayne 1 is very straightforward. He tries to target Penelo and you just run around. And yeah, in between those animation attacks, we just go and set ourselves up for phase 2.
Oh, we're going for Force of Will skip, it looks like. Or not. No, I guess we're just
that's just a bubble mode.
Yeah. I thought he was about to do a Phoenix down to try and skip it. I've gotten it like once. I've gotten Force of Will skip like one time.
Yeah, but again, as we've talked about it, like the like payoff, you're spending time trying to use that Phoenix down to get something, and if you get it, it's then also randomly. So, but obviously, if you get it, you also save a lot of time. All these neat options of maybe and RNG and oh my. I'm glad that Barsh is not Berserk yet, which I know in my runs he would be. Uh-oh. Oh
he
no.
Has no he has no Phoenix Downs.
Desa!
He has no Phoenix Downs.
Did he
no.
say... he did not safety save.
He has no Phoenix Downs.
Yeah, he is.
Oh.
How many Phoenix Downs do you have?
I don't think he has. Oh, I guess.
I mean, the alternative is going into trials and trying to get some there. Then again,
yeah. I think it's just trying
just
to get
try
through it
to
without
not
Phoenix Downs, but ooh.
Well, this. I mean, depending on if we'll see
this
what
has
happens,
become a lot more spicy now. So I mean, of course, Penelo has raised, so it's really only about her not dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to also. I hope he thinks about it. After Gabrans 2, you can exit and re-enter the elevator. So that even if you reload, you don't have to do Gabrans 2 again and can immediately go to Vein 1.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll do that just to balance out the repeating part.
Obviously, if you're confident, you don't need to do that, but you can't be confident because now he needs to reload, I think. If he really has none at all. Or he now, yeah, he teaches race to Fran.
Yeah, he's gonna teach.
At least for this situation.
Trying to figure out where it is.
White Magic 4 there.
Yes.
Not too far. Oh my. It's not what Team Orc needed. I mean, this is what Team Close Race needed. As an impartial commentator, I'm happy. As a member of Team Orc, I'm very unhappy.
Now you get to see some spicy backup strats, but ooh.
Yeah, we go in backup mode.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one has ever thought about that, but Desa showing off his experience also was coming up with strat like that on the fly, but still not resetting the screen.
I had an incident in Guravegan once with disease, and I think I menued Vaughn or somebody to learn like remedy lore that would like heal.
Gosh, that also requires you to have a remedy.
I think I have a remedy. I think I had some. I got through it somehow. I menued something extra.
Don't have, but yeah, good job. Yet disease is, I don't even know which remedy lore it is, 2 or 3.
3. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So if he can, yeah, it really depends because like if you get to a certain point, you can like if you can get through the Vein fight, the game does autosave before undying, and it does allow you to go into trials, which we sometimes do. Like depending on how Vein Novus goes, like if your team gets nuked out, we'll go in the trial and we'll heal up everybody for the undying fight. So I guess realistically, Desa just needs to get through Vein, and then if he needs to, he can go into trial and fix everything, and then just pray Undying doesn't nuke Penelo.
It's Phoenix Downs and Gold Needles are the things that you can run out on, and you need to be very careful or just restock. Obviously, Gold Needle's not here anymore, but in tower earlier.
So made it to Novus.
Yeah, lots of swords.
I mean, this gives.
We basically just attack things, do damage, and hope to skip the first animation attack, because animations aren't sped up and hence super slow. Interesting tag on Roosta's side, which I'm not exactly sure why, but yeah, Finello did not seem to have any inclusion to raise anyone or have Curaja on yet. I was guessing that it was because of aggro, or because it was still split setup. But yeah, Fenrir not playing around there. I still believe. Okay, do we get Tree of Sarah skip on Team Ox side?
Yep,
Nice.
Tree of Sphere skip. Alright, coming up, final boss on Team Mob. So, Final Fantasy V runner, hope you're lying in wait. Because this fight may only take a minute, depending on how it goes. So the Undying, it is kind of like a oh my god, I'm forgetting the word here. It's like a DPS check. It's a DPS check in a way. You have to basically take the Undying down as fast as possible, because at a certain point, when it passes a certain HP threshold, it's going to go immune to physical attacks. And then you have a brief window where you can use magic, but if Undying's not close to dying enough, you won't kill him with magic, and then he becomes immune to everything. And then
so at 25%, it starts using magic barrier. At 50, it uses physical barrier, force barrier, and at 75, it uses absolute barrier. So once it has reached 25%, the race starts, because
that's
after
time for Team-Og.
So once that starts, you want to like get it in. So after the magic barrier, you need to be fast enough that the physical barrier never even starts. And if it starts, well, then gets the whole pattern for the absolute barrier and all the spells regarded with it on top, which are tough to survive even if you try, and you might as well just reset. Yeah, GG to Desa. Really smooth run, except for the Phoenix down mishap, but still clutched it out very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Choco is coming up on the dangerous hydro fight.
Yeah, let's see how Hydro treats Team Choco.
Not too bad.
Desta.
GG.
Thank you.
Put a little nice pivot there without Phoenix Downs.
Only a little bit sketchy. It was not comfortable. I had Raise on Fran, that's first.
Yeah, were you considering going out of the elevator and back in after Cabrans 2? After you saw it? To just make sure you don't have to refight him again?
No. I never thought of that ever before in my life. But I am thinking about that now for future runs, and of course for Felix Downs. But aside from that, it was solid, I guess.
It was a really good run.
Very unnecessary, but I'm overall pretty glad. Like, it was still 248.
Very nice, very nice.
Yes, very nice.
still bought my PB. Everyone's PB on commentary, I believe, even. So
Yes.
So you got all of us.
To be fair, they have to be having a poor run to not be by PB.
I mean, you never know. Like, Hydro can always just nope you.
Yeah,
I'm hoping the runners all beat my PB.
Could also be super stubborn with not buying Phoenix Downs.
Yes. I mean, I was already saying that. I mean, since I think you also didn't make a save, like you didn't have that many options. If you wanted to get Phoenix Downs, you had to go into trial mode.
Oh, Hop was mentioning, I was like, no, before I do that, I load the pre-Bahamut save and buy some and fight the Bronco again. I don't care. I rewatch all the
You had a pre-Bahamut save, yeah.
Yeah, I just made it right after Sid 2, so I don't have to touch Crystal, because I was like, I won't need it. I could just like go into the final fights. I'll just make
But yeah,
it
no, true. Loading that is better than going into trial mode. I agree.
100%. 100%.
It looks
Because
like
then you at
Team
least make sure
Tonberry.
you have them all.
Team Tonberry just finished Hashmal, so going on to the final boss of Pharaohs. See how their Sid 2 goes.
Yeah, Sid 2 is generally very sketchy fight if it ever goes out of control. Like, you can keep it within what you want to have it play out, like, very easily, but once it goes bad, like a silence from Waterjaw and Famfred, then all hell breaks loose and you have like 20 seconds of pure recovery if it goes well.
Roosta using it back as a spine right after the Radis fight on Barsh. I wonder when that is supposed to run out. I guess it's the beginning of Famfred.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too, actually. But shall we take a quick moment to... Actually, let's get through Sid 2, and then we'll have the Final Fantasy V commentators introduce themselves. So I'm curious to see how this Berserk works.
Yeah, so Roosta has been using a different route, the Berserker as he dubbed it. Mainly because...
Berserker Bosch?
Yeah, mainly because, I mean, we always kind of knew about it, but we like consciously realized that Bosch is doing more damage anyway. And if you have a higher number and add a percentage buff to that, it's better than taking the lower number, obviously. But for both Hop and myself, it was a little bit too sudden, and the changes ended up being a bit bigger than purely just swapping a license or two in the Gambit or two, because there are lots of subtle changes that accompany that, but overall it should be faster.
Oh yeah, I didn't pay attention. Did you use that Racewall Haste mode anywhere now?
Yeah, no.
I didn't notice.
Ah, okay, yeah. But there was talk there this morning still, so
yeah.
I realized that you all were picking it up. So.
Yeah, Hop apparently has like 2 extra hasty downloads because he also got some from trials. So he's swimming in them. As long as he doesn't use them on Good Brand 2.
Yeah, we used them on Good Brands 2 back in ICJS days when we didn't have Reflector mode strats.
Ah, yeah.
Because if you don't use a Reflector mode on Good Brands 2, that fight is spooky.
One thing we didn't mention with the Sid 2 fight is we have Redos have a Gambit for Dispel modes because Famford keeps getting things like Protect and Shell put on him, so it does hurt our damage output. So we have 7 Dispel modes that we have him throw onto Famford basically to remove some of that buffing to help with the DPS.
Yeah, it also helps
like
that... Yeah. It also helps that Sid has to just reapply those status effects over and over and doesn't deal any damage instead.
It's really helpful that we have someone else aside from Penelo doing the debuffing because, or like removing the buffs.
Goodness.
She's more than busy.
Ash is MP.
Oh. Yeah, and Roosta wanted to use an elixir, but realized that he only has one, which he needs for the final boss.
Yeah.
So he did not seem to keep track of the elixirs.
No, like we were talking about throughout the run, and he did like pick up 1 extra elixir in Mosforn. I don't know how his Hydro went, but he was. We were like constantly aware of it. or at least
because I mean you have one in front of Hashmal and you have one Mega Elixir right before Sid 2. If you
exactly.
decide
He
to...
mentioned I'm not gonna get the Mega Elixir because he doesn't know where it is. I tried to discover. He was like, nope, that's too much. Too many steps.
The one like behind the wall, for like near the end of the brain pans.
No, where you have to walk down like.
Yeah, so the one after this cutscene that I was mentioning earlier, this gimmick here. You see this cutscene that warps you from 92 to 97.
That's right, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
wait. Did he keep on Berserker's Braces for Famfrit? I didn't.
Yeah, he realized. He realized too late that he should better take it off.
I just saw that he unequipped it. Maybe he forgot it previously.
I will say, the rate this is going, Chocobo is at least closing the lead on Tonberry. Maybe not Mog at the moment, but they are catching up to Tonberry piece by piece. But yeah, why don't we take a quick moment to let our Final Fantasy V commentators announce themselves while one of their teammates is running.
Hey everyone, I'm Line Musashi.
Hello, my name is Magus. I'll be commentating in 5. And yeah, Woady, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, who are you?
Hey, I'm Woady. I'm going to be commentating for Final Fantasy V as well. I'm sorry, you get me for 4 more hours.
Fantastic.
So, I don't know if you guys touched on that, but one reason the final fights were a little bit smoother for me, or like Sid 2 specifically, and it will also transition or translate into the final fights. Roosta is level 24 for this party. I was level 25, and even though it's only one level difference, that actually makes a huge, it's a huge deal. Because for example,
levels in FF12 feel like nothing, but a single level can make such a huge difference.
Yeah, levels are like in pretty much every single damage formula that you can think of. Yeah, I think in every single damage formula that you can think of, levels are part of it. So aside from getting higher stats, you also just generally get beefier, purely with the higher number on your level. And for example, being level 24 can make the Brown 2 a little scary, where his, I think it's called Innocence, can just wipe. Or wipe Ash at the very least, and if the character dies there, it's usually kind of sketchy.
Yeah, no, I only noticed level up, level 25, so I guess it was Redis, because Penelope level 24 came right after, right before the first Dadar. I was like, good timing. Because level 24 on Dadars is obviously a bit annoying with level 3 stable.
I'm not sure if level 25 actually gives you a point of vitality as well on Ash. Maybe that would make it even scary, but it's definitely manageable. The more important part is just being aware of your equipment and having all of the pieces ready. Oh, Ash's silence.
Oh, no. Yeah, another point is that I'm not sure how much Roosta has practiced Berserker. I've heard, I mean, time zones, that he's done a lot of runs, but at least it's got talk about Berserker happened fairly recently.
Well, yeah, the notes that he posted were after I asked him about it, but I think all his run submissions were with Berserker. He did all of them with Berserker, if I remember correctly. I assume he probably just was level 25 in those. It really makes a big difference. And backing up in this game, you guys probably touched upon that, but backing up is hard.
You all are doing so great for the longest time that we really didn't need to talk about it.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, backing up is hard. Let's say that now. As this game, especially with us being so on the level, is just ruthless, and the damage numbers are super, super high at some point. Like right here with all the cinematic attacks happen simultaneously. He's getting a quadrat as well, which probably will cause a reset as well. That's super unfortunate.
Because, yeah, also you like have to tone down the battle speed. Maybe go to 1-time speed, like especially if you need to get in like Van, Balsia, and Fran in order to throw Phoenix down on the others. ATB reset a lot, like all these things that you cannot do with 4-time speed. Just by getting like a smooth run is just so nice in this game.
Yep.
So yeah, you can see now how Roosta is really out there just trying to get those AD resets in, like in his best PS2 days.
I didn't see if Ash has the right robes.
Yes.
Does she? Okay,
Yes.
okay, got the plus fanfridge. Now Sid is the more manageable part because the bigger issue is usually the return damage that he deals.
Yeah, but again, Pinello is down to 68 MP.
Which is fine, you don't need a lot. Kiora is perfectly fine for this. As long as you survive Gatling Gun, you can get by with running in circles and spamming Kiora. But of course it makes it a bit sketchy, but usually it's alright. Getting past Fanford is the...
And Radis is silenced, so no arises from him. Not sure if he catches that, yeah. So like, especially silence on non-Pinello characters like Ash and Radis is something, especially when many things happen, like, you need to look out for it, but it's really easy to miss.
Yeah, it looks like he turned off the speed up to kind of manage the stuff a little bit better.
Yeah.
Oh, you're having
I want to say I'm confident that he will pull through, but it will take a while. It's... Oh,
okay, wait, hear me out. Ash Pinello Quickenings for Cataclysm.
I mean, it would work. I would also put it past Roosta to come up with that idea, but he didn't need it. Nice.
He made it through.
Very nice.
Yeah, thankfully, the beginning of Final Fantasy V is a lot of cutscenes.
Yeah. In the meantime, Team Choco already past Slit and heading into the Famfrit section, Fenrir section.
Little buffer. I think it's like 13 minutes before you get to the Wind Shrine. So.
Yeah, FF5 has a slow start, but I think most FF
Hey, we've only got an hour and 55 cutscenes in that run, alright? In a run that's like 350, 355, depending on the runner.
Sounds like the PS2 Kingdom Hearts runs to me. 5-hour run, 3-hour cutscenes.
Oh my god, it's really that much? I didn't know that.
Well, it's maybe like 245, but it's a lot. I'm glad we can take it, but that's the point. Now,
I don't want to jinx it, but I'm looking forward to... Oh, okay. Someone knows it. Yeah, one Phoenix down left for Roosta. Roosta having been in a voice call with Desa being like, I'm having none of this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm very happy you paid attention. He didn't say anything during that, but he probably heard it and was like, okay, I'm gonna pay attention.
Well, I should probably check myself. And I mean, he had to like save a lot and use Phoenix Downs in that Famfrit battle, so... We're actually really glad that it was enough.
I don't know if you guys noticed it, but have you seen what happened to me when I picked up the Dragon Mail?
We saw Balthea, the leading man, running around to the safe crystal.
So, body blocking is a real thing in this game, and they were on it.
Hey man, that was some zone defense there.
Those enemies are co-oping 100%. Just split screen local co-op. Let's get him. That was.
Yeah, I thought we already had FF10 hours earlier. With that zone defense.
That's why I try. I actually let go of Flea briefly. Like I turn off Bosch's Gambit and I let Ash cast the Firaga kind of outside the room, and I grab the Dragon and I swap to her and I run out. So I'm not trying to run through the door with a bunch of enemies.
Yeah, I just hope that they don't block my path, but I guess that's foolish. All right, back to Bahamut we are. Did you make a save?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention.
I did see you make a save.
That's good.
Henry really out there to kill all the ashes in the world. Like, after Roosta's Ash has taken a lot of its harps also, but doing better since Harp had Kiraj set up from the beginning.
I really want to mess with this boss. I really want to mess with this boss Berserker around in the future because it does look pretty interesting. Purely the fact that you can control Ash, it's so weird. Ooh, Hastiga mode on Gebranth too. Okay, okay. I mean, I never tried it, but Hop swears by it that it's not a good idea. Because makes you go out of it. But we'll see.
Yeah, he says he gets wrecked. He's gotten wrecked like 5 times by it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think it just changes much because you're still gonna reflect mode now.
I mean, yeah, if you just turbo through and on your gamuts and get the reflector mode out, it's fine. I guess you use Innocence a little earlier potentially if the spell comes out.
I used haste gun mode here before because I think that's what's used in the tutorial by Blue Harvey. You might as well mention that because if someone's interested in learning this, there's a tutorial video for that by Blue Harvey. And that one I think throws the haste gun mode here as well.
I guess on the upside, Penelo might not, like, the chance that Penelo dies is not there anymore. So.
Oh, he also saves Berserk.
Reflect on Penelo. Yeah, that looked like an accident. Immediately dispelling it. Nice one.
Good
For
job.
the fans.
Yep. Alright, so he's gonna take the PS2 approach where he brings in the characters during Vayne. He makes sure that Penelo is targeted by Vayne and then has Bosch and Ash go at it. I guess by removing them, he prolongs their stat effects.
Yeah, it's a bit, I think, also runner's choice. Like, I personally want them to run out so they can reapply them at the end of Vayne 1. So yeah, Roosta might just have other setups for his buff timings. But
Exactly. Everyone kind of does them differently. Like, I still, to this day, am not 100% sure how to do them. I've been going back and forth. I actually changed the way I buffed, like, yesterday at 1 a.m.
And I mean, you see that he almost skipped Force of Will naturally with his setup.
Yes.
But it can also, and on the other side, then be the difficulty that you get his 2 animation attacks so close to one another that Penelo might not even get a Kiraja in between.
True.
So,
it's also like a lot of things with Vayne, like skipping his cutscene attacks. It's really just hoping that he doesn't dodge all your attacks because he has a high chance to evade compared to many other enemies. So he'll just step back and forth, dance around the attacks, and really just like he does not get damaged sometimes. So you sometimes just can't do anything but hope that it doesn't kill you. He has 7 bubbles. Wow.
Usually, is that a double? He did a double domain Cavadas for Hashwell. Do we usually just do 1 for Ash?
Yes. But if you cut it out somewhere, you can probably.
Yeah.
He still has 3. That's totally fine. He only needs 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So something really important about Novus is that he needs to be in the center of the arena to do his big moves. So what you can do, you can delay his cutscene attacks by trying to position Penelo in the middle or in a way that Vayne is not able to get to the center. Because if he gets too close to the center, he just does it. If he is not able to go there, he will circle around a little bit. Eventually, he'll still use them, but you can delay it long enough to potentially even stop him from using Tree of Sephira. But just generally delaying them helps a lot with resetting up, making sure everyone is healed up, because those things deal a lot of damage. And a big key component, you guys probably touched upon that as well, is that cutscene attacks can only happen when none of the like spells or items or whatever are currently queued up for action, which means he's now gonna basically clog up the ATB with a holy mode.
But that felt too early. I mean, maybe he couldn't have done it any later, but...
No, he could have.
Yeah, that holy mode felt a bit too early for my taste. But yeah, again, sometimes you get the skip also without any item, and sometimes you can try and time it as perfectly as you want, and it won't happen.
Like for myself, for example, I actually still had the holy mode for Undying because it didn't even go off.
Hey, I mean, you almost got Ascension skip. You were pretty close.
Yeah, which I have not gotten in a while, but yeah, we basically just tried to clog up the ATB because that way the animation can't happen, and especially Tree of Zephyr is something we usually
All right.
like
Final boss for Tonberry.
That's
While we have Sid 2 for Team Choco.
Oh, he's also level 24. No.
Ooh.
I don't like that.
People really have cut those levels.
Yeah, I went out of my way to make sure
I'm still level 27 runner, I believe.
27?
Yeah, Nicky's like 27.
You killed stuff in Giravegan, right?
I think mostly like a bit in Sochin.
Oh, in Sochin, I guess.
Which Hab also does. How's Hab's level 24? He loves going for the Hypno Crowns.
Maybe he
But yeah, he must have skipped basically everything else.
Yeah.
And good recovery with ATB resets to try and get things going.
Oh, and Bosch died, so we need to reapply things. But first we need to heal, and oh goodness.
Oh yeah, this might be a retry? Luckily there's an autosave, so it's not a whole battle retry.
So as soon as you get to Undying, you're pretty much in the clear. Because you can always go into trial mode, reset up, because there's an autosave right before this. And you can, like, I don't think there's a single situation really where you can not somehow recover in trial mode, even if it takes a little bit.
Oh wait, I'm dealing 0 damage.
Oh,
I see lots of Ash doesn't have a weapon equipped.
He didn't re-equip Ash. Ash doesn't have a weapon.
Oh, Ash doesn't have a weapon.
This is not New Game Plus. Ash, no.
Oh gosh.
He never re-equipped Ash with a weapon.
Oh goodness. Also another thing is that the fact that we don't have Berserker braces on Ash means that he can't now do the Faraga backup to squeeze in a bit of damage towards the end.
Oh yeah, he just realized. He checked and saw. So the reason he left here now, it was actually smarter that he ended the fight and loaded the autosave. If he would have gotten another, I think 1 or 2 cutscene attacks off.
Oh goodness. And on Team Choco's side, it's also not looking hot.
Ooh, yeah, we gotta...
It's looking very wet, but I mean...
Wait, that almost looked like there was...
Famfrit is just not doing the right things.
TZA being TZA at the end.
Yep, that looks like a reset. As we promised, when it went all so great early, the rough parts are towards the bosses that can really go and troll you are more towards the end.
Yeah, that's
even if I didn't expect it like this, deaths just happen. I still remember 2 years ago when I ran this and got 3 random deaths because the game was like it.
The hasty guy did not go off. Pinello got hit by it.
Oh goodness.
Oh no, it was too early.
This can still be okay. We will see. This can still be okay.
As long as Bosch does not get stuck on the wall and has full HP, it's fine. Because I mentioned it a little bit earlier. I'll mention it again. If Undying gets, I think, 2 or 3 cutscene attacks off, he goes into perfect defense. And unlike Panda, we cannot, or unlike Pandemonium, the big turtle from earlier, we cannot somehow like shorten the time of it. We have to.
Oh, there's force barrier, and he decides to reset again.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows about the like switch to Firaga or
he can't because he doesn't have Berserker braces equipped. His Berserk status is due to Bacchus' spines.
Oh right. That's true.
And yeah, just for reference, like this fight, if it goes well, Undying takes like a minute.
Yeah.
If you get the normal quick kill. If you go through all animation attacks, even if you survive, you are suddenly at a 4-minute fight. Which is why, like, even if you had the bubble modes and all to survive it, I have the feeling we would need another elixir for Penelo as well. Usually it's just advised to reset. If you want to do the proper decision.
And looks like Team Maga has actually made it through the first split in FF5.
Oh. Still draw some.
Let's hope.
Oh, I feel like PTSD watching Undying. This box has been the bane of my existence sometimes.
Alright, this looks way better.
Yeah, they actually have haste up, though Ash doesn't have it.
That's not too big of a deal. That Phoenix was a little early though. Could still work, because he got into red health. He's at like...
Time, there you go! Go!
Let's go. GG's, Roosta.
GG's. Hanging in there, Tonberry. Didn't let it get you down. Undying, he's died twice now.
Oh, and we're sure gonna see him die again.
Yeah, let's make it a 3-fer.
Yeah. So this point, it's still looking alright. On Team Choco's side. Shell going down, one more Faraga. Okay, that's Famfrit. With pretty good HP numbers, so...
Yeah, that looks solid.
Set up very well for the final phase.
Get the intelligible attack. It took Hap to write it in the Discord that one day to even know what Sid is saying here. You dream of death, wake and die, something like that. I never understood what he was actually saying. It just sounded like
Hey, Choco made it through.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Clean ending.
Yeah, like dying once to Sid 2 also it just happens.
Yeah, especially
You get unluckily silenced or something. Or just a bad setup of Sid 2 and Famfrit doing the animation attacks at the same time roughly. So yeah. It's unfortunate as it is. As gauntlet fights always hurt a bit more to die on, but yeah. Gotta see now how Harp's gonna maneuver through the final boss rush.
Yeah, so when we were talking about my Phoenix downs, he mentioned that he generally checks what his Phoenix down count is. Like he's had that happen often enough where I don't think that he'll skip out.
Yeah, I was mentioning gold needles and Phoenix downs are the two things that you kinda should look out for in theory.
Yeah.
Gold needles
are also vital.
Yeah. And at brain pans can also suddenly run out and then you're like, whoops.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I guess he knows that he has enough.
Yeah.
He didn't make a save. Okay.
No, he did not.
Unless
Back to
he
goes. I'll keep it back to safe. What will it be? Right. Going into Bahamut. So, I don't know if that was touched upon earlier as well, but the run up to Gabron is also like, that's where Bahamut already starts becoming scary. Because we're still vastly under level, which means the enemies here deal crazy amounts of damage. They also have lots of instant attacks and AoE spells. They have enough time to cast them, meaning that by the time you get to Gabron, you can have like 5 status elements, completely roughed up characters. In this case, that was actually fine. No one
Yeah.
got critical health.
Yeah, I
Just
pointed
like-
out.
Sorry?
No, I was gonna say I mentioned nobody got hit with Sleepaga.
Yeah, Sleep Guy is really unfortunate. I had that happen on my end, I think. So I had to actually stall in this room a little bit, go for Kiraja, and hope that nothing else bad happens. All right.
A domain Calvados for Pinello for good measures.
Let's go. Shout out to the times where Pinello actually used her katana. Like Kiku.
Yeah, there were times I was trying to make 3 melees a thing, but it is just faster and more consistent, of course, to have a dedicated healer.
Yeah, I think that was back in the day when we actually needed higher levels. Because if we were to do that with like level 27, 25 or so.
I mean, the main point for levels was dataless.
That as well, yeah. But final fights are also sketchy with low levels.
Yeah.
Alright. Reflector mode. The little skill check if you don't use turbo. Because Hab actually doesn't use turbo in comparison to Roosta and myself, but that of course has also been accounted for in the balance.
Oh, good. Look at this HP bar. I mean, he should be able to make it, but like, this is like magic pixel.
Shock mode, shock mode, shock mode.
Shock mode would be enough, unironically. Go Pinello! Okay, yeah, or just Ash with his 300 damage hit.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
That was the lack of domain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the lack of domain on Ash. Alright. The good thing is that now he can get his bearings real quick. And he isn't like pressured by having to go as quickly as possible. I'm not sure if I agree with the full setup right here, but... Oh, oops. Wait. Okay, there we go.
Man. Sorry, I got distracted by the Team Mog Siren fight. That was a pitch perfect Siren fight there. I know we're getting ahead on the commentary, but just A+. I'll talk about it later.
Oh yeah, I guess you can commentate both, right? Just like smoothly transition to the next one every now and then.
I know, right? I don't want to leave Lion and El Magus out of this. I'll wait.
It is one of the 2 bosses we'll actually be using Blue Mage on, so you're getting to see it featured here at least.
Yeah.
The other one will be in a little while. Get a couple fun times with it.
But yeah. I need to hold myself back from commenting FF5. But at the same time, FF early game, yeah. It will be easy to catch up.
Yeah.
For the commentators, they're not. There is a lot of nice story.
Oh.
In the early parts.
Right.
Yeah, that's perfect because the first 25 minutes, it's a couple of fights and a lot of cutscenes, so it's great. It works out. Before we get into the nitty gritty of the run.
And oh boys, there are a lot to talk about. I remember trying FF5 on NES, and I got to Arceus Avis or whatever he's called. Mainly stopped due to like time constraints at the time, but on SNES that run has a lot to look out for, and I assume in this game it's pretty much the same, just without the step count.
Yes.
Oh, you should hang around. You're in for a treat.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. There is a lot, but because of step count, like we can't account for certain things as well, and there's no item do glitch.
Oh right, that was a thing. The ethers.
Yeah, so we have to manage our money a little bit better. Can't just
Here we
make
see
ether
Vayne
themselves.
notices animation attacks that I think he has it to have skipped. That you
Oh, yeah,
often
when it
try to
comes to
skip,
contempt.
but
So actually checked
Yeah.
into it. Contempt is supposed to be consistent once he drops below 80%. But it also depends on like how many. I think it kind of depends on how many swords are still around, how aggressive the other characters are right
Yeah.
now, what they're doing.
and often it also just hits Gebrons. So in that case, you're like, okay, He takes a time loss, but it didn't even damage him.
Yeah, if Gabranf gets it, that's just like...
It feels like 60% Gabrans, 30% Pinello, and then 10% the other two. It's...
Also, doesn't have his Phoenix Down crew in reserves. They're all dead.
Oh, right.
Yep. So they've already been used.
If he gets past Novus, he can at least revive them in trial mode.
That's true, yeah. Worst case scenario.
I didn't even see how many things does he have. They're at the very top, so I can check.
Shall perish.
Yeah, this attack, the Vayne cinematic attacks are so weird because on the normal Vayne fight, the sound is delayed by like half a second on Force of Will and it's jarring. And on Vayne Novus, he talks like this, while the music goes like this. It's like such a big volume difference.
It's
just suddenly hear him say perish. What?
Vayne is the precursor to Final Fantasy XVI's cinematic boss fights.
Okay, now.
And to skip, thanks to the
Okay.
dark matter.
Hey.
That's a fancy way.
That is a fancy way.
Okay.
Alright, Choco's almost done. We almost got to have the third Undying.
Keep yourself ready.
That I am.
Yeah, so the setup here is a bit sketchier now because both characters Bash is still berserked. So basically, Pinello currently has to like reapply all those stat effects, while also looking out for healing. Well,
Yeah, I
I'm
think-
surprised that Haste would actually hit all three, but
I think in this case, I would honestly just let the fight play out because the buffs are not long for that much longer. So let the fight play out, have like the first fourth happen, then reapply the buffs. But of course, it's a little bit more dodgy doing it in the middle of the fight.
yeah, it's looking. Oh, it's not. Could you please?
Okay, Bosch is at full
Oh,
HP.
no. Oh my god, the
So yeah, we didn't talk about it. So the stage they in looks like a circle, but it's like not perfectly round because I mean, how could it be? So characters like to get stuck, and then they don't attack, and then force barrier happens, and then please flame staff do the thing. It's already glowing red.
Okay, the back.
It's not looking good.
The banger?
Do you still get one off after the animation attack?
Yes.
I think you have one
Still
or
had to
two?
use- He still has to use the.
I feel like absolute barrier happens very, very quickly afterwards.
Very quickly, but I have killed slightly after this before, so it's possible, but...
That's a tight window.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
No, it's a reset.
Yeah, he goes into trial mode now to set up.
Yeah, which honestly I think might be smart just because, like, of course, nerfs might be acting up with it as well.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a bit
it
more
is-
consistent. You can't just set up everything perfectly now. Can let this run out. Can you even? Bash might just kill all the rats on his own.
Can't even take away his weapon, he'll just punch him.
Yeah,
he's still running away from the rat. I kind of love it, but jeez. Yet until Berserk runs out.
Cue the Benny Hills. Alright, so what he's gonna do is he's actually gonna buff in the trial and then kill the rat, because that way the buffs get saved and he doesn't even have to set up for Undying. That way he'll just immediately...
Yeah, just that he hasn't healed yet, and Haste mode also is not. But we are better than last time, I believe.
That's fine, at the very least all the things are fresh now that you applied.
Yeah.
4 times speed ups means that things go wrong 4 times as fast. Correct.
Accurate.
You have to notice it 4 times quicker. Alright.
Okay, Kiraja, Haste mode. Yeah, he just ATB resets again for another Kiraja. And now we
which
should be
honestly,
good.
That's fine. HB resetting a lot can make things much more consistent.
And now just making sure to push our characters.
Was he glowing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He started glowing. Time.
Yes. Great.
Go, go, go.
GG.